Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, yeah, never mind. We're chilling. Like, holy fuck, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Nakama, ah, that's what I smell. Wait, dude, what the fuck? My shit's bugging. What? Okay. Sick. So YouTube is bugging. Trust their words at all. Through the walls. Cinema. What I can't see. I cannot trust the words at all. Through the walls. I cannot take this anymore. What I can't see. He cannot see. He cannot see. The words at all. Visions clipping through the walls like the cinema. Wow, that is loud. Okay. LOL, this is fake. You can't be picky anymore. You're too old for that. Like, what the fuck is that? People like what they like, bro. I don't fucking get it. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, God forbid a motherfucker has preferences. That's so, like, that type of shit is so stupid. shit preferences. I'm not the same as you, dog. You're not on my level. Sorry. No cilantro is valid, but no onions is child. What? Like, who cares which one is valid and it isn't? Like, what? Cilantro's a fucking leaf. You can't eat a leaf. Wow, how childish. Like, see how retarded that sounds?
I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got?
If not himself, all
I
he has
did it.
lost. Yep. Because I said so.
I think I've perfected it, Gerald. I've made a sustainable, healthy alternative to meat. I want you to try it.
It's a hamburger?
It's a Tegrity burger. Go ahead, try it.
Hegrity burger.
Well?
This tastes like shit.
Yeah, it's plant-based. But keep eating it, though.
I just don't think it's very good.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, right?
Oh, it's really fucking good, man. This is like the best burger I've ever had.
And you can eat a lot of them and not feel bloated. Tally's had like 12.
Best burgers I ever had.
I think I've perfected it, Gerald. I've made a sustainable, healthy...
Why is that the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen?
If you like me as an artist, would you mind sharing my videos? You don't even actually need to send it to someone. You can just hit like copy link.
Okay, now put it on a shirt and sell it. Because I want one.
If you like me as an artist.
I knew I was
I
in
mean,
trouble
yeah.
when your name became more of a feeling, rather than just words at the tip of my tongue. I knew I was in trouble when your
The cyberpunk city. You don't know how true that is. Holy fuck. Like, yeah, they got big buildings, but they also, like, you know, they love violating those rights. They love those massacres of, you know, minorities in China. Cameras everywhere, like they're monitoring you, like it literally is the cyberpunk city. Sky's full of smog. Yeah, probably. Wanna go with my girl, bruh. Is this your dream? Big buildings, wow. I mean, it looks cool. I just don't know if I'd like to live there.
Better catch a bet.
I close my eyes. Can I get a kiss?
So this stuff really works?
Certainly does.
Oh, well, lots of luck!
Pretty much. Replace that with nuclear, though.
As a scientist in the United States right now, I feel like I have a really good understanding of what climate scientists feel like all of the time. As a scientist in the United States right now,
Accurate. Accurate.
Wake the fuck up, soldier!
I simply take pride knowing where it originated. That'd be cool, but people have too much ego for that. Okay.
Oh man. That guy's cake is way better than mine.
Holy shit! 2 cakes!
Oh man. That guy's cake is way better than mine.
Oh shit, yeah, one of those. Yeah, definitely his creation. I wonder if we showed them like some child cancer patient that's just bones and fucking and shit, if she would say the same.
The U.S. stock market lost $5 trillion in value in 3 weeks, which sounds bad if you don't understand economics. And if you do, you know it's really bad. The U.S. stock market lost $5 trillion in value in 3 weeks, which sounds bad if you don't understand.
That is a good thing. More people will buy. I wonder which people are gonna buy. I truly wonder which people are gonna buy. And then also, where did the money go? Whose money just disappeared?
You have no honor, and you are a slave to it. You have no honor, and you...
Isn't it strange how paradoxical your world feels? Learning something new makes you feel dumb, before it makes you wise. Working out makes you feel weak, before it makes you strong. Facing your fears makes you feel terrified, before it makes you brave. In order to heal, you have to suffer. And in order to have peace, you need chaos. Because life disguises growth as failure and progress as pain. But if it feels hard, it probably matters. Because becoming is messy. It breaks who you were to make room for who you're meant to be. You don't build strength by feeling powerful. You build it by showing up when you feel powerless. So if you feel tired, uncertain, and behind, you might just be in the middle of becoming. And that's exactly where you're supposed to be. Isn't it strange?
You're a bad-mannered, bad-tempered, outrageous female, but I've discovered I cannot live without you. It's a shameful confession for a sane man to make. You're a bad-mannered, bad-tempered, outrageous female, but I've discovered I cannot live without you.
Hey, if you like me as an artist, would you mind sharing my videos? You don't even actually need to send it to someone. You can just hit like copy link.
But Oscar Wilde said that if you know exactly what you want to be in life, a teacher or a grocer or a judge or a soldier, you will become it. That is your punishment. Actually not knowing what you want to be, reinventing yourself every morning, not being a noun, but being a verb, being moving in life, not being fixed in life, is a privilege. Oscar Wilde said that if you know exactly what you want to be in life, a teacher or a grocer.
Mm. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty damn much. Why we gotta make this beauty political? What do you mean? What do you mean political? It's only around because of politics. Like, the fuck are you talking about? It would have been political either way. Like, it's just inherently political. Since, it's federal land, it's owned by the government, or everything is owned by the government. As long as that's still in place, it's always gonna be political. Like, man, before the election, there was always hella, hella Trump supporters, hella just dumbasses in these comments, like everywhere. It didn't matter what. It was always political. There was always some like always some liberal pussy and some retard MAGA guy. Like, now there's no one. No, the liberals are out. The liberals are out still complaining, but no, where's the MAGA guys? Never mind, here's one. They need a place. That was the case even before this whole immigrant shit. Like, we already had a terrible housing crisis even before the whole, oh, we have too much immigration bullshit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? 90% of the people who voted for him, have never seen this. I feel like I just swear they haven't. True. I don't know why you're playing John Lennon though. Oh, oh, fuck yeah, dude. Close that. Trust the world slow. Oh! The feeling I can't shake, 'cause I'm so stuck. And I'm doing the right thing. I'm so stuck. I might say hi if you meet me out in Europe. I'ma talk. Oh! Get the fuck out of the way! Oh my god, this guy almost killed me, dude. Couldn't be me. It's been rocks, it's my fault. My life's the worst story told. The sweat till I'm old. Understood. To myself. I'm a strength. Maybe we'll talk over phones around sometimes. So it might be nice. Wait, never mind. It was fucking you. You scared the shit out of me, man. Oh, I thought he was gonna fucking slack me. Near on the dark night. Fuck. Ah, fuck it. Ooh, those boots are not bad actually. And I forgot lockpicks. What the fuck? Oh my god. Please don't turn. Please don't turn. Oh no, he died. Died. These guys both died. Oh my fuck. Wait, is there a res in this room? And there's people. I mean, I don't know where to go to res. Oh my god, I have to clutch up now. Dude, I don't know if there's another res next door. And then there's a guy here. Ooh, lucky little fucker. Oh, wait, that's his! Oh, I didn't know that! I thought that was mine, bro! Oh my god! Wow, that killed me. They had a cleric, dude. What am I supposed to do? He's one shot! Oh my god. Let me see his gear. This guy carried the fuck out of them. Oh, clerics. Fucking clerics. Fucking clerics, dude. That was a 2v3 though, and me and that guy were... Oh my god. I mean, we were still going kind of crazy. Ah. I'm the one to know. Where's the fun? Sure, sure. Give me the perp. Give me the perp. The purple dexterity. Knowledge cloak.
Catch my breath and hold it for me. I'm wasting my time trying to make up my mind. Well, I'm sitting here as the chandelier is whispering in my ear, saying, can I get a cigarette? I know you'll never be mine. Can you come around tonight and sing me a lullaby? Just take my heart and break it. Can you come around?
Did I not have? Was it?
I might be the enemy, but nothing quite hits like you.
Remember, am I fucking stupid? Which one was I looking at?
Take this pen and write me. Oh, write me a song.
I don't know, man.
Try to forget it. I was standing there as the man of
Oh, that's a no-brainer. Clearly we got all attributes. Drop down on a camera. I go pressing to the. I think it's good enough.
Baby, there's no flight. My daughter still goes, Mommy, can we go on our plane again? And I'm like, baby, there's no flight.
No numbers. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Isn't that
Okay.
He's not wrong. I have looked at some protests, but they're all far as fuck.
Uncle Stan, I want pancakes.
With the fancy flour they use these days? What am I, made of money? Tap, tap.
Aw, Uncle Stan, I want.
One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope. Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not
Why was
give
he
in to the
fired?
lies.
Or why did he
I
quit?
will not give in to the fear. One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't.
What? This is rage bait. Yes, 242. What? Hey, well, see, this is like a problem. Like, Jesus Christ. Can't wait for your grandkids to die in school. Like, Jesus, okay. I don't think you need to say that, but maybe. They have 200 fucking posts though. See, okay. It's another private account. 14 posts. And it doesn't have a profile picture. I did. I said right through your terrible lie. Right. Oh, oh God. Thank goodness this clown is gone. They're all private. This one doesn't even look real. This one just like if you went up to a foreigner and asked them to describe an American guy, that's who they're talking about. I don't know if he's real. I don't know if he's real. I don't know. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Just meant to do that, do this, do that. Ah. What the f- Ooh, okay, that's fine, I guess. I go by Ventella. Oh, thanks. I should have brought more heals. I'm gonna sit down actually. I'm not even gonna use a bandage. Not worth it. I'm not. Oh. Like. You fucking kidding me? Ah. It's easily the most boring part. Say to me, I need something to you. Everybody does. Everybody thinks this is the point. I guess we're going down. Oh no. Give me a sign. There's no time. Your time. Everybody sees that this is the thing you do to me. Oh my! Why did he open the second door? Idiot! This guy almost fucking died. Fucking idiot. I don't care what you say, I just count your days. Great. Great. Oh wow, I never fucking drank it.
You turn my guitar on.
And I give up the world without you. Yes. And all I can see there's a shrine right there. On a mist right now. Oh, fucking idiot. Ah! Oh my. Another moment in truth in the light. What? What the fuck? What? How am I missing? Like, did they shorten the fucking reach on this thing? Oh no, it's an axe console. Oh my fucking god. Oh my, the lag, the lag, the lag, the lag. Lag! Lag! The lag almost killed me. I'm waiting for this to come back. I'm gonna wait for this to come back. This guy, oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking Christ, that was such a damn hassle. Lag, man. Oh, stop, hit him. Oh shit. Ah. Ah. That was probably the most dog shit loot I've ever gotten from a mini boss. Oh, and he's about to die. Oh, okay, it's fucking scaring me. I thought he was going for people or something. No.
Or heart disease, or cancer, or you're feeling depressed. Maybe you need more of this thing that costs $100.
Isn't this the same as the dude that sells elixirs? The tonic. From the back of the wagon? Right.
The snake oil salesman.
Snake oil, yeah.
What about fluoride in the water?
These types of broader public health initiatives, if you take them away, it's not going to harm everyone equally, assuming there is a benefit.
During COVID, we really saw kind of a bit of a disaster around our social contract that people leaned into what they would call freedom, but it's really a version of selfishness. I'm sorry to say. It's a tough word,
Okay, so there's been a failure on the civics front.
And an individual front. Do we remember that there's a thing called the social contract?
So anecdotes being presented in place of evidence is an immediate red flag. And there's a saying, the plural of anecdotes is not data.
Nice. I need that on a t-shirt.
This is Star Talk, Special Edition. And when it's Special Edition, you know we've got Gary O'Reilly. Gary.
Hi, Neil.
Chuck Knight, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's
happening?
Show without you.
Oh my god, that's actually fucking crazy. I need to leave now.
It's very nice, even though that's not true.
So today, we're talking about medical misinformation.
I don't believe you.
Of
Hey, they started early.
medical misinformation. Gary, take me into this. What do we got?
All right, well, we live in a data-driven world, and we actually always have, haven't we? Better information makes for better decisions. So why would you want to purposefully create disinformation? You know, talking about spreading medical disinformation that can threaten people's lives, potentially. How can we tell the difference between fact and fiction?
Oh my
What does
god.
the actual
Come
science
on.
say?
Give me a unique,
It's
man.
expert time. Yeah, and for that we went to a TikToker/YouTuber who is on the
We'll
front
keep it, though.
line where this battle is taking place. Plus, Neil, we're going to sit you down with an Academy-nominated filmmaker responsible for the vaccine documentary A Shot in the Arm, and that would be Scott Hamilton Kennedy.
Coming up in this very
Yes.
podcast, yes.
Hmm.
So I have in my office here at the Hayden Planetarium of the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, who flew in from Boston for this interview, Dr. Knock.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
Dude, this is a clean-cut guy as you've ever seen.
I have to tell you, you are the whitest dude I've ever met.
He's not wrong. He's like super white.
I appreciate it, though.
It's not a bad thing, but he's just like textbook white.
You have a PhD, so you're an academic medical professional, we can call it that.
That's right.
In pharmacology?
Yeah,
Just from-
pharmaceutical sciences.
Pharmaceutical sciences.
Drug development, the immunology of drugs.
Oh, cool, man.
Okay. And these are drugs invented by lab scientists to achieve some effect in our physiology. And that is your expertise.
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. And you're definitely
They heard
a
that, bro.
social
You're
media
cooked. Like, they
influencer.
heard that.
And there's a word I just learned today.
There you go.
Medfluencer?
A
boy.
medfluencer?
For better or for worse.
Medfluencer. Like a medical influencer, medfluencer.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
I
here.
got you. Listen, I was trying to get clear
The
on
word
it.
sucks. Let me
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
No, we'll get used to it. That's
Right.
just my word, to get used to it. And so you've taken it upon yourself to try to correct the internet with all of its misguided ways regarding medical doses, medical choices.
Perhaps a misguided mission, but yeah, that's the goal.
That's not. No, that's a great mission.
That's, you know.
Yeah, the internet is a cesspool of misinformation and disinformation. So.
And what makes you think you could? I mean, you say, let me take on the whole internet,
Right.
A
Like-
whole system.
Yeah, are you the guy that in that meme where he's like brushing back waves with a bush? You ever see that? The guy with
That's a
bush-
really bad
he's on the beach
exit.
trying to brush back the ocean.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Oh!
The internet,
Oh my!
When did the internet become such a safe place?
Oh my god! I'm literally gonna die. I'm literally gonna die.
The
I'm literally gonna
transition,
die.
obviously, from print to radio to television to now social media. I think it was that last gap,
You
which is really
fat
democratized.
fuck.
Anybody can sit down in their car and make a piece of content.
Because you can't sit on your car and make a TV show.
No.
Right. So
right. There's
some-
these
there's
editorial layers.
filters there. Yeah.
Right. Which, is a bad thing because
Oh,
not
fuck.
everybody could get their thoughts out there. But now, of course, the downside is that everyone can do the same for positive information. Awesome.
Wait. So the tightest way to say what you just said was, it was a problem that not everyone could get their information out when it was limited to TV.
And now it's a
everyone can get their information. It's a problem
that everyone can get their information out.
Yeah. And so there's been this big shift, and of course, it's now entertainment. The medical information on TikTok and Instagram, you're competing with people who are dancing.
I gotta go. I gotta go, bro. I gotta go. Sorry, dog. Sorry. I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm not.
Make it entertaining, or no one's ever gonna see it.
True. You do have to make it entertaining.
The truth is boring and nuanced, and takes
Yes,
a long
it
time to
is.
say.
Very boring.
Amazing, isn't it? where you can find an environment where the truth is exactly what you need it to be, yet some people will turn their back on it because it doesn't have a cat or it's not entertaining.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I find that in all the work that I do with climate.
He's got a second life where he's a climate advocate.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's so hard to have like very succinct, entertaining messaging because the other side has stuff like drill, baby, drill.
Yeah.
And we don't.
Slogans.
Right. Slogans. And
Yeah.
slogans are great. That's why you see them on bumper stickers because they work. You know, but make a sustainable economy through renewable energy, baby, doesn't work.
Yep.
Just
Yeah,
doesn't.
baby.
Yeah, right.
Sounds like you've tried though.
And failed. So we've got here what might also be
Jesus
echo
Christ.
chambers, where people hear what they want, or they look for information they look for their understanding of information to be affirmed. And you do a Google search and you'll find it. You'll find there's 7 other people who think exactly the way you do, and there's a false affirmation. So how do you sort that out for people?
Yeah, so I mean that confirmation bias is really
confirmation bias.
really hard to escape. And unless you're very thoughtful about doing so, you won't escape it. You have to be intentional. And
Right.
being intentional, of course, takes
Go to hell.
mental energy, which you may not have. If you pull up Instagram, usually you're not
I have to
looking
go
to
to
change your
hell.
opinion on something. You're looking to spend 5 minutes while you're waiting for, a train or something. So it really takes a very intentional effort to get out of this type of bubble.
Yeah. Do the algorithms still push things towards people even though, like, your confirmation bias is wrong? Does it still say, let me go get more of this information? Because that just makes it even worse for you then.
Yeah, so the way I think of algorithms is really of people's attention. Like, what is holding people's attention? And so, inescapably, platforms seek to optimize how long are people going to stay on our platform and see more ads.
The business model.
It is, and it works extremely well.
Yeah.
And it's good for the consumer because you are interested and you're entertained while you're watching it. But the dark side is sometimes the things
What
that
do I-
hold your attention the most.
What do you mean
are
everything's
not what you
rare,
would
dog? What the
intellectually
fuck are you
choose.
talking about?
If you tick off on a paper ahead of time, I want to watch videos about this. You find yourself slipping
What
into
exactly is the problem?
rage-baity content, things that are
It was a-
arousing these negative
Rage baiting.
emotions. Yeah.
Yes. And you know what's funny about that? I'm embarrassed to say this. I just found out, I think it was our producer Alex who taught me, you can just go up and put not interested and it says, okay, we won't show you any more of this,
Yeah.
which I did not know.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, and then all
There's
my
a whole lot of crap showing up on my line. I'm ready to.
and I'm like, so I'm like, am I an angry guy? Every video is somebody beating the crap out of somebody. What is going on? Like, why is this happening?
It's your inner self.
It is my inner self, I guess.
I think there's truth to that. You can learn a lot about somebody just by looking at 10 videos on their feed or something. Probably it's one of the deepest ways to,
That's scary.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
scary.
It is. Yeah, but now I just hit not interested
Okay.
because although here's the problem, the reason I hit not interested is because I was watching it. This stuff would come across and I'd be like, oh my God, is it Tuesday? I just spent the whole day watching people get the crap
Oh,
beat
it's
out of them.
common.
And this is a topic of research. If you ask people, do you want to see negative content and emotional content, they'll tell you no. But if then you track what happens when it comes across their feed, they stick through. It's like a car crash. Everyone turns to look their head at the last second. You almost can't escape watching this content, even if intellectually you think it's not good for me.
So as an influencer, you need to be sensitized to that, so you know how to navigate it for what you create and what your expectations are.
Right.
For the audience. So Gary, why don't you give us a laundry list here?
All right, before we do, because you're fighting this disinformation, you can't just go on to your platform and say, don't watch that, don't listen, you're dumb.
No.
Because this is immediately causing a problem. So what are your strategies to actually get across and make this information more acceptable to people?
I
who
want to
don't
use Earth
necessarily
Elemental. I'm going to change up some spells. You know what? Let's change up some spells here.
In English.
Why should anyone listen
I have
to
to
your
go Wind
voice
Blast.
instead of anybody else if you're both talking medicine online?
Yeah. So there is this tension of who are you trying to talk to? Is it people who already agree with you? In which case you may sort of go for sensationalized approaches to a topic. Or is it people in the middle who are undecided? In which case you may take a more nuanced approach to discussion. If you want to change minds, you have to do number 2. The problem with doing number 2 is it's inherently less interesting than speaking to people who already agree with you.
It's not as good clickbait.
It's not. So you have to figure out strategies in the first half a second, 5 seconds.
I kind of want to
to try to
suicide
make it
bomb
entertaining.
myself.
Whether it's, and I've done some pretty embarrassing videos where the whole theme of the video is POV, point of view. We're dancing at a party. And I'm like dancing on screen while I'm exploring some medical topic. And the only reason I'm doing these bad dance moves on screen is to keep it entertaining while I'm
Just
discussing.
to be clear, they're bad dance moves, not badass dance moves.
Well,
just to be clear.
It depends on the video. But there has to be something to get people watching.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there's some common medical topics that people have strong opinions about and have chosen their expert who feeds them this information. So you compile the list.
All right,
What do you have?
let's start off with one that's obviously quite popular. Is there a cure for cancer that they are keeping secret?
It's always they.
The they.
They.
Yeah.
They.
The pharmaceutical companies and the government researchers and the university researchers collectively, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people.
Because
There's
it's easier to make money off of the treatment than it is the cure.
Yeah.
And I'm like, clearly you know nothing about pharmaceutical companies. Because let me tell you something, if they had a cure for cancer, it'd be like, yes, we have the cure. It is $1 million per pill.
And that happens. That's part of the answer. There's a few ways to answer this question. One is the biology of the cancer itself. One is from the pharmaceutical company's perspective. And one is from social media perspective. But certainly, like you're saying, there are cures for some cancers.
Right.
You can't consider all cancer one thing. It's hundreds of different diseases. There will never be a treatment for all cancers. But we have right now some really, really good treatments for cancers, where 50 years ago, 70 years ago, survival rates were basically 0%. The most common pediatric cancer, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, ALL, literally from 0% in the 1950s. Today, it's something like 90% success rates with treatments.
Wow.
No, but I want stone skin. Oh wait, this needs to go over there anyways.
Like CAR T-cell therapies, which happen to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but are super effective.
Yeah.
And so the point is, over time, research does develop treatments for specific cancers. When they work really well, you can charge lots of money. And you can bet that if pharmaceutical companies could sell that treatment for all cancers and multiply their market size by 30-fold, they would be jumping at the opportunity to do so.
Right. Yeah.
So where's the ethical compass for a
On the
pharmaceutical
pricing.
company on the pricing? Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it's the twisting of the mustache. That's how the compass works.
Yeah. So in that example,
right. Or the biting of the pinky.
you check the bank account balance and notify the shareholders.
Right.
So
Literally.
there's this
The
limited
damn
period of
shareholders.
exclusivity where you make as much money as you can to try to justify all of your R&D that you've done up until that point, and then you get generics which are much cheaper. So
No, 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 no! Don't put me in, please.
Testicular cancer used to be super low survival rate. Then researchers discovered cisplatin, this drug, it reduced mortality by something like 2/3, I think, since the 1970s.
Wow.
It's generic now. I think the cost of a vial, I don't know exactly, it's like tens of dollars, hundreds of dollars. So you get this initial period where you can make a lot of money off of a new drug.
Right.
And then everybody else gets to compete with you in that drug. You see the
And
same.
how much time is that?
I can't remember the exact
Approximately,
number. I
is
think maybe 10 years, 15 years. It differs for chemical drugs or biologic drugs.
But wait, biology is just an extreme expression of chemistry.
Yeah.
So how do you distinguishing chemical drugs from biological drugs?
So chemical drugs being like small molecule, maybe a better example, biologics like antibody drugs, where it's this protein that's been synthesized by cells.
So vaccines would come under that category.
Vaccines, I think, are biologics.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But you see stuff like metastatic melanoma used to have a median survival time, and when I say used to, I'm talking about
Oh, wow.
2000s, like 2010, median survival time of 6 to 9 months.
This is skin cancer.
Skin cancer that has spread to your lymph nodes and maybe other places in the body. Horrible prognosis. Until people developed what is currently a very expensive treatment.
Melanin.
And the reason it's expensive is because it's hard as hell to be black.
Tell me I'm lying.
Well,
So dumb.
For sun-induced skin cancer.
Yeah, okay, so you can't totally discount risk of skin cancer.
Of course.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to be precise, the evidence that I know says that white people are 25 times more likely to contract skin cancer than black people.
Jesus.
Melanin. But the risk is not zero.
No.
Bob Marley died of skin cancer.
Yeah, he was light skinned though.
Hmm.
No, stop. No.
Did I know
The
that?
bottom of his foot. So it wasn't sun
Oh
induced.
wow, it wasn't sun induced. It was just yeah.
Back to your
Yes. Anyway.
Yeah.
How do you get skin cancer at the bottom of your foot?
Median
What?
survival time 6 to 9 months. Today, I think it's almost 10 years. And so the difference is that people have been doing all this basic and translational research. Now we have drugs called checkpoint inhibitors that modify your immune system. So your immune system can now go attack the cancer cells.
Right.
And they're very expensive.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
they're currently on patent. I think most of them are on patent. They're going to become generic. They will become less expensive. But I can tell you the companies that make them right now would love to sell them for every cancer out there if they had data showing it works for every cancer out there.
Also, you get to re-up the patent for the different uses. So, if you can modify the drug in any way to treat something else, that's a brand new patent now.
There's a downstream effect of these drugs.
Yeah.
They find out they've got other applications.
Why am I lag?
With it and try to be cute and then say we got a new patent.
Right.
Because what people will do is say, well, that's not a meaningful difference. We're still just going to use the generic of the first drug. It works just as well. So you really do have to make.
You really got to make it has to be a true alteration.
Right.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Does Big Pharma suppress?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Say no. That's the start to that question. There's actually a huge number of drugs that have natural origins. I'll think of a few examples. Aspirin's a good example.
Aspirin.
From
Jesus fucking Christ. Why was that so loud?
Or whatever it was for the same properties. The chemist figured out, I forget what year, but this is the active compound in the willow bark that's having these effects. If we modify it a little bit, it reduces the gastrointestinal side effects. We sell that now as aspirin. And clearly, aspirin's not very expensive. Yet.
Or should that be the buffered aspirin that protects your stomach lining?
Right. Acetylsalicylic acid versus salicin. I'm not a chemist.
But go ahead.
But basically,
yeah, he's not
that's one
listening.
example. I think I forget the number. 30-40% of all drugs, FDA-approved drugs, do have a natural origin, either directly from nature or it's been modified a little bit and then.
And how much of that was studied from indigenous cultures that had long traditions?
Some of it
healing
was like if there's this story of people have used this plant for hundreds or thousands of years. Researchers take it, isolate all the compounds, put it in this huge panel against a cancer target, for example.
And you get a psychedelic. Those were found.
Yeah.
Every culture's found that.
Without a doubt.
With the plan.
So the misconception, I think, is if it looks like a pill, it's not natural. But it's very possible that the molecules in there came from the bark of some tree or something.
I hate when I hear people say, oh, it's not a natural remedy. And I'm like, here's the thing. Everything that's happening in your body is happening on a molecular basis. So these people have found a way to figure out a way to isolate the molecular compounds, and it's the same thing. So now you don't have to eat a bushel full of weed. You just take the pill, dummy. It's called progress. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, so progressing. Our raw diets.
What is he doing? Why is he just?
Because they're more natural. And then we've got a caveat here. What about pink Himalayan sea salt versus regular table salt?
Okay, man.
Very closely related.
Yeah, see that shit, man.
Watch where you step there. I have Himalayan salt, and I spend a lot of money on it.
Yeah. People will claim, the pink salt has 400%
Shut the fuck
of this
up.
mineral compared to regular table salt. If neither of them in the first place were supplying
They should add
a
aliens.
meaningful amount of that nutrient or mineral to your health, it's not a difference.
They actually go for
And so the
everything.
risk
That's
is
crazy.
actually if you
What
think
you're saying is 400 times.
It's actually still going.
Exactly. Right. It's 1% versus 4% of your daily intake, and you're getting more from eating a mango or whatever it might be otherwise. And so the risk is if people think pink Himalayan sea salt is healthy for me, now you're using more of it on your food, and the real health impact is second order. It's now you're eating 3,000 milligrams of salt per day instead of 1,500 because you think it's giving you these health effects, and then you'd have risk for hypertension or whatever.
And the number one contributor to hypertension is salt intake. So, I mean, aside from heredity, So, first is all that kind of stuff. But first is being black. Then
Okay.
Let's be honest, okay? Listen, you black, you're gonna get high blood pressure. But then it's your lifestyle and then sodium intake.
Yeah, and the raw milk is similar. There's no meaningful benefits to consuming raw milk.
The fuck?
The pasteurized version. And so people will blow this.
What just happened? Oh my.
Tribalize on social media. You have people who very passionately only drink raw milk, or who otherwise say, if you do drink raw milk, you're going to die or something.
Right.
Oh, so that's the polarization of that decision.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
And so people's lived experiences are, well, I drink raw milk all the time, and so do my friends, and none of us have died. What are you talking about?
Right.
And realistically, maybe hundreds or a couple thousand people are hospitalized per year from doing it. It's not a big risk, but it's an unnecessary risk because there's no benefit from drinking raw milk compared to pasteurized.
But the people who say there is a benefit, what
Dumbass.
are they giving?
Yeah, and what are the supposed benefits? Because this is.
I might need to kill myself here.
A couple of months ago.
And it's because of this people like identify as raw milk as an anti-establishment statement almost. And
No, I didn't think that was gonna kill me.
enzymes or live bacteria in it, which mechanistically we think will help your health. I haven't seen any evidence to support any of those actual benefits as being truly beneficial.
But somebody came up with it.
Yeah, they did.
To assume that it's true.
Right. And I know who that guy was.
Okay, moving on.
Wait, what were they talking?
Yeah. And
Oh, raw diet. Liver King, wasn't it?
Really big a couple of months ago.
It was Liver King.
It was a movement.
And it's because of this people like identify as raw milk as an anti-establishment statement almost. And there are proposed things like it's got these denatured proteins or enzymes or live bacteria in it, which mechanistically we think will help your health. I haven't seen any evidence to support any of those actual benefits as being truly beneficial.
Okay.
Somebody came up with it.
Yeah, they did.
To assume that it's true.
Right. And I know who that guy was.
Okay, moving on. Are GMO foods bad for your health?
For your health? No. I have no concern eating a genetically modified food. The fact that there's a modified gene in there or leading to a modified protein, you digest it just like any other protein or DNA in all the food that we eat.
Right.
There is, though, sort of a second level of effect. It's not bad from you eating the modified corn or whatever.
Right.
And I'm not an expert on this part, but what are the environmental impacts of now having this monoculture and having companies being in control of the seeds that are used to make that particular product, or different pesticide use that are specific for those modified things? Those are all separate questions from, if I eat this modified soy or corn, is it going to directly harm my health? To that part, the answer is very clearly no.
Right. So what you're saying is that there are separate arguments that you can make against GMOs, but not the one that talks about whether or not it's harmful for your health.
To you physiologically.
Right.
Right. And there's quite a lot of decades of research from very large populations showing there's not health risks from eating the modified version of this.
And by the way, aren't most crops monocrops?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
whether or not it's GMO, I mean,
I don't know the answer to that. I know for like corn and soy and stuff, I think like 90% plus are GMO.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So if you're eating any corn-based product, and maybe there's something to be said there. If the process of GMO makes corn more available in our diet, and that meaningfully shifts the overall food profile that we're eating, maybe that has has nothing to do with the corn itself versus unmodified corn.
And by the way, I don't know if you've ever seen heirloom corn, but screw that crap, okay? Like the corn that's modified is juicy and delicious.
Yeah, and sweet and everything. And large.
Not this pink and purple and blue shriveled up little thing that you know they call corn.
Yeah.
So
I think there's very little food sold in a supermarket that matches its ungenetically modified
ancestor.
Oh
yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
So all of it. So if it's not laboratory GMO, it would be farmer GMO.
Right. Because at some point
selected over centuries.
Yeah, and I don't have people say they should label the food if it's GMO, and while that's surely not necessary, if you did do that, I would say label it GMO and then have one branch say, and is it scientist GMO or is it farmer GMO?
Right.
And then every food item in the
would be
GMO of some kind.
Anytime you make a hybrid or crossbreed or do anything like that, you're genetically modifying the plants.
Yeah.
It's carrots, isn't it? Carrots originally were purple.
Yeah, by the way, I love purple carrots.
There you go. Right, moving on. What about fluoride in the water?
These types of broader public health initiatives, if you take them away, it's not going to harm everyone equally, assuming there is a benefit. Who's it going to most deeply impact? The people who have least access to dental care, who have least access to fluoridated toothpaste and regular toothbrushes, right? There's a large chunk of society who possibly wouldn't see as much of a big health impact compared to another section of society who may see massive disproportionate impacts.
That's never discussed. Nobody ever talks about
right,
that.
Right.
And certainly, if you happen to be in a very privileged stance, you can't decide just based on yourself for very broad public health met. You shouldn't. You certainly can, and people often do.
Yeah, so following up on your sort of comment and clever as it was, what are some of the red flags that content might be misinformed? What gets your ears pricked up and go, oh, hello?
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's a strong overlap with the type of content that is very
Chicken
intriguing
nut.
to watch.
Is it not?
And so
Oh,
you
he's not gonna
see
take that. I'll take that.
being presented. I have 3 friends who had very late stage cancer.
Right.
They took XYZ medications, and now none of them have cancer.
Hydroxychloroquine. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't going to name medications.
Yeah.
This isn't a different podcast that is frequently done. So anecdotes being presented in place of evidence is an immediate red flag, but it's also really compelling.
They think it's evidence. They think it's evidence when they present an
And
evidence.
it's the same. The plural of anecdotes is not data.
Nice. I need that on a T-shirt. Yes, but only scientists have even their slogans are boring. The plural of anecdotes is not data, which is beautiful to say. I wish most people got
Get back to
It's not our placement for a controlled clinical study where you're monitoring all these different variables that otherwise can easily confound whatever you're
Dumbass.
What I tell people when they say, oh, I have an aunt who took this herbal cure for cancer and she's doing just fine right now, and I say, the 9 people who took that herbal cure and are now dead are not being interviewed by anybody.
No.
There was another one? Oh my god, dude.
That's a major red flag. So if you see somebody telling you, oh, this autoimmune disease and this cancer and this heart disease are all due to a deficiency in these 3 vitamins, which if you go to the link in my bio, I happen to be selling in a vial for $90 per month. Can you really trust that these very broad statements, first of all, making broad statements like that, there's a reason why people see individual nutritionists and dietitians and doctors. It's because you can't give prescriptive advice like if you take more vitamin D, you can solve your autoimmune disease. That's simply not true. But if you're selling a vitamin D capsule, you're very motivated to make that type of statement.
Okay, so that's another red flag.
Yeah.
However, just because they're selling it to you doesn't mean it doesn't work.
Correct.
So this would only mean you just want to be a little more cautious.
Right.
But it's not an immediate disqualifying event.
Exactly. So I would start from a place of
Oh.
skepticism to start. And then if you see, oh, there's conflict of interest, and they're presenting only anecdotes, and they're being sensationalized and exaggerated, and they're claiming that this one particular treatment is helping with 5 different diseases.
And they're really charismatic.
And they're really charismatic. Then your guardrail should be almost
Ooh.
So that's the universal cure tablet potion lotion.
Yeah.
This is another team. My team's, yeah, they're dead. My team's dead.
Or heart disease, or cancer, or you're feeling depressed. Maybe you need more of this thing that costs $100 a month.
Isn't this the same as the dude that sells elixirs?
The
and
tonic.
The tonic?
Yes.
From the back of the wagon?
Right.
The
in
snake oil
1880s?
salesman.
Snake oil, yeah.
Exactly.
Isn't that the same thing, but on the
Ooh,
internet?
I think I.
Working with the same principles.
The
You're
same
working
principles.
to the same audience.
Same.
You're vulnerable to those
Susceptible.
I think
And that's exactly it.
I'm gonna
It's when
switch
you're feeling
classes.
vulnerable,
Go
when you feel
solo.
like, I've been to the
Grab
doctor,
that.
They told me they don't know exactly what's going on. But this person says
And get
maybe
out.
they do. And they've got this thing they can sell me. Maybe it'll work. If you weren't feeling vulnerable in that moment, you might easily identify that as, oh, they're just grifting. They're trying to make a buck.
So they're looking for the desperate, the last refuge.
Or the desperates find them.
Yes.
Right.
All right, the other one here, false dichotomies and polarized thinking.
Yeah, so this is another example. Things that perform super well on social media. If you say, if you don't eat a totally plant-based or a totally carnivore diet, you're at risk for all these different diseases. The reality is in between. Like, obviously, if you eat more whole plant-based foods and vegetables and nuts and legumes and whole grains, that's better for your
And
health.
I
But
don't
it's
think
not
I got
that
a
you can't
pickaxe.
occasionally have some non-plant-based foods. It's a spectrum. But the type of content that's always going to perform really
Nice.
well is where you make these really big,
Yep.
bold,
I
sensational
didn't.
claims that aren't necessarily reflective of the scientific reality.
How is one to know that? Is the evidence that they're making an extraordinary claim?
Yeah.
That's the evidence.
That's one of these things where if that's ticking a box on the content, they're making this super exaggerated claim.
Wow, so this should be like a toolkit.
Like a checklist.
A
Yeah.
checklist you send around.
I'm just gonna wait here because I don't have a fucking.
Medical misinformation is known to be misinformation by the people peddling it. Or do they actually think it's real?
Yeah.
Because if they think it's real, then
There's no way they do. There's no way they do. I refuse to believe. They know it's not real. They're doing it maliciously. They have to be.
Life Hacks for Boomers, Part 2. If you're in a party of 10 waiting at a restaurant and a party of 2 is seated before you, that means you're at an evil restaurant that hates you. But don't worry, you have an ace in the hole. The last thing a waiter wants to hear is that you will take your business elsewhere. Life Hacks for Boomers, Part 2. If you're in a party of 10 waiting at a restaurant and a party of 2 is seated before you, that means you're at an evil restaurant that hates you. But don't worry, you have an ace in the hole. The last thing a waiter wants to hear is that you will take your business elsewhere.
How'd that get in there?
Calling you to say
That's been nice. Hmm. Hold on. Well, that could possibly just be like a change of season, right?
What? No, I don't want to do that.
You're going to have a great time.
No.
You might meet some new people.
No.
You may even make some new friends.
No.
Okay, now I can go in.
See that Starbucks down there? You know what that used to be?
An orange grove?
No, a Burger King. You can still see some of the architecture. See that Starbucks
Pretty much.
down there? You know what that used to be?
An orange grove?
Someone else has to know it's misinformation and not the person who's delivering.
Well, it becomes misinformation, and then if they know that it's false and
Then
they
it's
still share it, then it becomes
disinformation.
disinformation.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there's both. I think a lot of the time people do genuinely believe the things they're saying, even if they're selling the product to fix this deficiency. Or whatever. They're not doing it. Sometimes they may be, but they're not always doing it knowingly deceiving you.
Most of the
A lot
time they are.
I think people do believe the things that they're peddling.
And that boosts their sincerity on camera.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
They get all
and I
welled
don't
up
think you could
and
do
they-
it otherwise. You can't sit in front of a camera and lie to people for years, knowingly just extracting money from them. Some people can. Most people, I don't think, could.
Well, I think what people do psychologically is convince themselves. So they lie to themselves first until they believe their own lie.
Because that can happen.
And then they're able to promulgate that lie convincingly because they actually believe it.
Yeah, and this, up until recently, I wasn't sure if some of the biggest sort of peddlers of disinformation and questionable supplements really believe what they were talking about. I watched this crazy video about Joe Mercola, one of the largest sort of supplement salesmen and pushers of misinformation. Investigative reporting showing he consults with what he believes is an entity from the causal plane. He gets on Zoom sessions with this sort of seer person who is relaying messages from this other plane of existence. It was astonishing to show that, you know, he truly believes that this person is channeling this other entity.
Dude, you're in a Zoom call.
The types of information. He's going to be one of the top 10 suppliers, like medical institutions in the world. It's stunning to see the videos of these Zoom sessions and realize he's not making this up from his mansion just to try to sell people more supplements. There's something deeper going on here.
Right.
Disinformation, misinformation is one thing. When you angle it,
That's
and
just
you
fucking
bring
weird.
it in an anti-science way, this can't just be, we don't like science, let's move on. There must be strategies. There must be ways in which this messaging is being pushed and delivered.
And by the way, it's not only anti-science, it's also, well, I don't trust scientists. You know, you have the urge to say, well, trust me, I'm an expert, but then anyone can say that. And so why should I trust you and not someone else?
Right. Or someone with the exact same credentials. Right? PhDs, doctors all the time make statements that are totally incorrect.
And many of them have the pedigree of what school they attended or they were awarded in. And so...
Yeah, I think that your comment about trust is a huge one. If most people think about the FDA or the NIH or the CDC, there's probably not a face that comes to mind. That's the opposite. At all. Maybe one person, but even if there is one person, they don't know what that person is like in their free time. They don't know what if they have a family or what they enjoy. That's
He's talking about Fauci.
On social media. You develop these deep, like personal relationships almost with people that you see, whether they're pushing misinformation or evidence-based information. And I think it takes that human connection to actually build up trust in whatever someone is saying.
Wait, so you're saying that the people who are peddling misinformation are developing a relationship with their viewer where the viewer trusts them?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so how's the trust going in your TikTok channel?
Yeah, so aside from medical
You're a
information
friendly,
videos,
personable guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
and I'll
Do
do
you get
videos.
a lot of haters who are just like, you're so full of, you know,
Sometimes there's
you're
some
working for
selection.
the big pharma.
Oh, yeah.
I get
Haters
some.
will be haters.
Haters gonna hate.
It happens. You know, with a big enough viewership, you get all manner of comments. But part of it is not just making, like, I'm going to tell you about ibuprofen today. So, you know, I make videos with my dog.
What the
or I'll do
fuck?
a little silly dancing video or a trend or something. Just to show that you are a real person. You're not just parroting data from a research paper.
With a lab coat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, the most memorable DM I've ever received, this is back in 2020, everyone had questions about the COVID vaccine. So I was talking about that for 99% of the live stream. I come to the very end of it and I say, I've got to go. My wife is almost home from the hospital. I've got to go cook her dinner. And then I end the live stream.
Cool.
And then
All the comments were about that.
the message I got afterwards was, I didn't know if I believed you about the COVID vaccines. I don't know if I can trust you. I don't know if I can trust science. Until you said the reason you were leaving was to go cook dinner for your wife. And I realized, like, you're just a normal person.
Right.
But so, what is the best strategy for viewers who want to know, rather than absorb
great.
information from someone who is very entertaining and very personable, but may not be the right source? Where do they go? Is it do your own research? Is
Have
it
you
go-
done the research?
Neil's talked about it. You've got this confirmation bias. How do you sort of navigate through that for getting the right information?
Right.
Especially since you have a PhD. How many years did it take for your PhD?
4.5.
So for nearly 5 years, focusing on that one topic.
Right.
Right.
Years, journals, papers, published. And there are people who spend half hour in the afternoon saying,
I did the research.
I did the research.
Yeah. Could be listening to a podcast.
It could be. Exactly.
And
Yeah.
watching a
Oh,
YouTube
fuck.
video. And so the short answer is, realistically, I think most people can't do their own research in the way that I
Stupid
interpret
bitch!
research. And so what
They
you're
don't
left
know how
with,
to. In fact, half of graduate school is
Well,
learning
you're
how
so.
to
Oh
be a
my.
graduate student.
it's complex, not just to find the relevant research papers, but to critically interpret their study
Shut the
designs and the
fuck
results in the
down.
context of the broader literature. You're talking hundreds of hours of just
I love lag.
reading in a given topic area. No one's going to do that. Certainly not after watching an Instagram video and then questioning, is this medically accurate?
Yeah.
And so what you're left with, unfortunately, is you do have to identify
Oh my.
people or institutions that you trust.
I was going to say trusted sources is really the key.
You're never going to go do all of the research required on every given medical topic or topic, in general in your life.
So do institutions need to do more to make this accessible in the face of the fact that science seems to have been weaponized and turned against itself?
Yeah, I think there's a critical shortcoming in that. If people were to tune in to the 4-hour discussion section where the CDC talks about the benefits and risks of this vaccine or this intervention, you would very quickly realize these people are taking a very rigorous approach to both the medical risks and the benefits. I trust them to come up with the right answer. You never see any of that, even though it's technically publicly available, because all of the focus, most of the focus, is not on communicating those sort of inner details of how these decisions are made. It ends up being, this is the decision.
Or the recommendation.
Or the recommendation. Yeah. For good reason, perhaps, because then doctors can take that and make that recommendation known. But I think things have shifted, even just since COVID. I think we would really benefit from personalization of these big institutions in a way that people feel they know people at them.
Okay, I'm old enough to remember, this would be mid-'80s now, early '80s, where the Surgeon General, C.F. Koop, came out and said, you got to wear a condom, prevent the spread of AIDS. And I don't think anyone had publicly said the word condom before, especially not a public official. And people trusted him. Plus he had his little...
Sex education in school, and that was about it.
Yeah, and plus, he had a certain grandpa element to him. He was a face of the nation's medicine.
Right.
Yeah.
And Fauci maybe was that, but not really.
No,
so
no.
Is that the solution here?
I think that's a big part of it, is really humanizing the process of how do we come to these recommendations in the first place? And then do we trust your recommendation because we know the process you've gone through? People are never going to sit down and do 300 hours worth of research on a topic.
As someone with a PhD in pharmacology, and I will mention immunology, explain the actual science of how vaccines work and how the body then goes to create the necessary antibodies.
It's actually the same process as when you're infected with a virus.
Right.
And so it's the same answer for both. I'll answer it from a vaccine standpoint. You get the injection in your arm.
Right.
Fuck, it's sum that up.
Most often little pieces of the pathogen. So what happens in your arm tissue? Pretty much nothing right there. You've got one big immune cell that comes in and scoops it up. It takes it to your draining lymph node, is what it's called. So it goes through this whole separate pathway in your body. You've got your blood circulatory system. Most people don't know. You actually have a separate, almost circulation system called
lymphatic system.
So the white blood cells
I've heard of
travel
this.
from wherever you got the injection. It carries it back to a lymph node, and it starts showing it to all these other immune cells. And it says, do you recognize this? No. Do you recognize this? No. Until it finds one.
Oh, it's like a lineup.
It is. And the neat part is all of those cells that are just sitting in your lymph node waiting to be shown something they recognize.
They'll sit there like this.
They exactly like the guy for the car at the
so
airport.
if they don't recognize it, then what?
Nothing happens.
And then the one lymph node is just like, take your time. It's okay.
Exactly. The immune cell's getting tired walking along. But all of those cells were randomly generated in advance.
Right.
So before COVID ever existed, you had in your body T cells and B cells that recognized COVID. And then when you eventually got infected for the first time or got your vaccine, it was like their time to shine, basically. They're like, oh, hey, I know that one.
Right.
When that happens, that cell gets activated. It multiplies. It starts making antibodies that go back to your site of infection, go throughout your whole body. It also activates T cells. So T cells are the ones that recognize, oh, that friendly cell is infected with a virus. I better kill that
I
cell.
have to kill that cell.
Right,
Right.
exactly. So you get this combination of antibodies that are floating around to neutralize the virus when it's in between cells, and T cells to kill the ones that are incubating virus actively. And that same process happens whether you've been infected with a virus. It still takes the piece of virus and goes to the lymph node and activates the B and T cells.
Here's something I never understood. There are people who had pretty serious side effects to the COVID vaccine. If the vaccine is doing what COVID itself would have done, does that mean they would have had those same side effects had they gotten COVID straight up?
I don't think so. I don't know of data to say one way or the other. If the severity of your vaccine response is predictive.
Doesn't know the data one way. Guy's honest.
Honest but boring. That's the trade-off.
I can cope with that.
No, I just want to call out that when a scientist is speaking and they're honest about their work, and they don't want people say, I don't know one way or another. That's honest.
I'd rather that.
Right.
Yeah, I
But
can
you
cope with
could lie
that.
to us and be really confident, and then do what you say.
Yeah, man. If you got a bad fever after the injection, you would have died from COVID. I don't know one way or the other. My suspicion is that there's probably not much of a link between the two. and also that it would be very hard to test because obviously once you are vaccinated,
You're not
then
going
when
to
you
get
get infected, it's going to be.
And by the way, your infection, if you do get it, it's going to be lessened by the fact that you've been vaccinated.
Right.
So yeah, it's
it's like trying to get toothpaste back in the tube.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll do it on my
Let's
road.
talk about the less extreme
Upgrade the road.
misunderstandings about vaccines, starting with, can you have too many vaccinations?
The short answer is no. There comes a point
And
where
I didn't
if you keep
give-
vaccinating against
okay.
a certain pathogen, you don't get additional benefit. There's actually really big results just published for HPV vaccines, 1 dose versus 2 doses.
The human papilloma virus.
That's right, the one that causes cervical cancer. Going from 1 dose to 2 doses is not that much better.
How have I not done that one? Oh my god, I need to do that one like right now.
But that has to be, the trials have to reveal that.
Right.
Otherwise you wouldn't
Am I
know.
fucking
this is the result of
stupid?
Decades of clinical studies.
Yeah.
Maybe to your question, though, of in general, like people talk about, oh, my child's going to receive X number of vaccines over Y number of years. To that one, the answer is definitely no. If you consider the total number of pathogens we're exposed to on a daily basis, think about your entire gut. It's constantly being sampled for bacteria and viruses and everything. And then your immune system is secreting antibodies into your gut to regulate your gut microbiome. An additional 1 or 10 pathogens from a vaccine is a drop in the bucket compared to
everything that's happening
You get
inside
a
your
scratch.
body
That's
all
way
the
to-
time.
And by the way, I cannot emphasize enough that the comparison he
Oh,
gave
fuck
is
it.
very common in science. You can say, will this harm me?
Right.
And
I'll go by myself.
Yeah, but look at all the other things you're doing, and you're not worried about that harming you, and those risks are 10 times as high.
Right.
So
And
that's
it's not a harm. It's
that's very important comparison to make, and it's a statistical comparison that I don't think people are comfortable or have experience doing.
Yeah. Well, because the way they intuit is
the intuition is false.
It's false.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
intuit wrongly because they say, well, if I took this vaccine and this vaccine and this vaccine and this vaccine all at the same time, my body must not be able to handle
Living
that,
statue.
and that is what is causing this disease or this condition or whatever. But the truth is, your body is responding to it because it's responding to that all the time.
Yeah, and separately in parallel, this goes back to the fact there's all these cells sitting in your lymph node waiting for their target.
Right.
Just because you activate this one, this other one is still available, just waiting for its target. You can activate both at the same time. And they're
Because
not competing.
They're doing different things. They're fighting different things. It's not like one is stepping on the other.
Right.
You know, they're both going. It's like a fire.
How many hits? Oh wow.
One fire.
He just
station
died
is
from the
called.
fire.
Then a second fire station is called. They don't cancel each other out.
No.
They help each other do their thing. You know, one takes one part of the house, one takes another. So yeah.
All right, a couple of other less extreme misunderstandings to go through. Can you first
4 hits?
the immune system, or can you boost
Wow.
the immune system?
Oh, great question.
That's wow.
You both cannot boost your immune system in the ways you're thinking of, nor do I think it would be a good idea to boost your immune system. You want balance in your immune system. If you get too much immune activity, you know what you end up with. Autoimmune disease. Right? When you get too little immune activity in your body, that increases your risk for cancer.
Right.
And so it's this balance between having just enough immune activity to respond to acute infections.
Wow!
But even if you could boost
Ow!
your supplement,
Fix the block!
there are certainly.
It's funny because
I should be blocking that.
That's the whole idea. Is not to keep your child away. Just let them go do whatever because they're going to encounter these pathogens naturally, and then their immune system is going to develop accordingly.
Yeah, I should say there are.
Wait,
things you
4
can
is
do
actually
to
kind of
reduce
crazy.
The function of your immune system. So you don't want to be not getting enough sleep.
Right.
I should say it in the way that you should do it. You should get high quality,
You don't double
quantity
negative
sleep.
the thing.
Yeah, I'm confusing myself.
So get proper sleep.
Sleep, nutrition, physical activity, right? Low stress over time. These things are boring. They do meaningfully impact your immune response. If you sleep deprive someone before giving them a vaccine, you can measure differences in the titers they're going to develop, like in the days leading up to and after vaccine.
Wait, in the what that they're going to develop?
Like the
Right,
antibody
I
responses
can't
to that vaccine
cast it at the
may
same
be worse
time.
If you've sleep deprived them for the days leading up to it.
Look at that.
So the basic lifestyle stuff, like
Is
if
that an
you,
experiment someone's conducted?
it is, yeah.
Too bad
Who'd
for
want to
those
volunteer
people.
for that?
Exactly.
So if you're
I get
doing
the flu
those
every
things,
year, and I took the vaccine. No, go ahead.
yeah. If you're doing sort of the basic lifestyle stuff that you know already for every other disease on the planet, that's basically the extent of what you want to do to be caring for your immune system. It's also going to help you with everything else.
Before we go on and bring on my next guest, why is it that some vaccines need to be boosted later on, whereas
Ooh.
others don't?
Great question.
So in other words, you can be immune, you can be vaccinated for life with one kind, but another one you need a.
Measles is like that.
Is that right?
Yeah, if you got a measles shot as a child back in the 60s, you're probably going to need a booster right now.
There's two levels of variability here. One is across different pathogens. Some pathogens are capsular, and it's harder to get longer-lasting, antibody responses against what you need to get responses against. You just need to get boosted.
Right.
Those infections, if you get them, maybe you get infections more recurrently with rhinoviruses or different coronaviruses. It's not like you get infected once in your life and then you never get that pathogen again.
Right.
Over time, maybe your immunity wanes for whatever reason. So there's differences across pathogens just based on their structure.
Oh.
There's also big differences,
When you say
though.
structure, you mean your physical, how the molecules would ever connect.
Yeah, and how that primes your memory immune response to be either longer lasting or not. But then there's also huge differences across
Ah, I didn't block it.
the potency of your immune response and the duration that it lasts. And you can't tell.
Wait, it went away that fucking quick?
Two levels of variability.
That's crazy.
Over population, it works great, but at any given person for any given pathogen, you could see hugely different persisting antibody levels 20, 30 years after vaccination.
I heard the saying, no medicine is good for anyone until it has been tested on everyone.
Wow.
Yeah,
There's some truth to that, right?
That's all I need, pretty much,
So
right?
you can't test it on everyone because you have sample sizes, but if you test it on 1,000 people and there's a 1 in a million
Mummy.
reaction that someone might have to it, you won't know that in that sample of 1,000.
Right. Which is the whole value of doing post-marketing surveillance, which is done very surprisingly
That's your best word,
rigorously.
surveillance. Come on. Please. Post follow-up.
Post-marketing follow-up.
Yes.
Where you've got these databases looking out for signals of potential risk.
I
and
should
if one
heal.
Pops up, that's probably anecdotal, but it serves as the basis for a rigorous investigation that you go do then afterwards.
Got it. And so tell me, and just to end it here, tell me about the vaccine
adverse
effects reporting system.
Theirs.
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, that is
So
on
it's
me.
exactly
You
that type of
fucking
monitoring
stupid
system
bitch.
Where we've tested these vaccines in this number of people. It looks good in that number of people.
Ow, that hit me.
People before we release it, so you release it. And you're getting safety signals. If the same thing starts to pop up over time, you say, well, we should go do a formal study. You look if that's actually associated with the vaccine.
Gives you an excuse to focus in.
Right.
That one is
But things
so
that could be
fucking
very rare that
scary.
you'd never see in a typical clinical trial, even if you had 10,000, 20,000 people in the clinical study.
Because it's 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million.
Right. And so there's some noise because these things are voluntarily reported, and sometimes things do happen by coincidence.
That's what the V stands for, voluntary.
Right.
No, V stands for vaccine.
Yeah, vaccine adverse event reporting system.
Oh, I'm lagging. I'm lagging. I'm lagging.
Logging on and typing in some.
Oh my
effect.
fucking god, the lag almost destroyed me.
Log it, they'll say the person got this vaccine, they had this. Right. But just because it's in the system doesn't mean it's necessarily it's a starting point for investigation, and that's where
That's not gonna reach him, I don't think.
how many reports there were in the system. But of course, what happens if you vaccinate 30 million children? Some of those children are going to have other things happen to them that are unrelated. They may be related.
Might be related, or they may not be.
There's some rare other things time coincident with, and there's not a cause and effect.
Right. And so it's critical to have to identify when there are true signals. You can't rely on it to show that vaccines are dangerous for XYZ.
Right. Yes.
Tell me if I'm wrong here. When the COVID vaccine arrived, and it wasn't yet enough for everybody, so they did first responders and then teachers. I think that
I need to get the fuck out of here.
all of us who remembered things like the polio vaccine and the smallpox vaccine fully expected that once you got that vaccine, you would never get COVID again. But that is not what happened. And then it's, well, there's a new strain, and there's new this, and then people got it twice. Some people got the same strain twice. So it seems to me that fact undermines certain people's confidence.
Yeah.
That was either the right vaccine or an appropriate vaccine, or whether people even knew what they were talking about.
Yeah.
We all know people who had COVID 3-4 times. I was until like 3 months ago, I would say.
Yeah. So I think this is a misalignment of expectations versus reality. We know looking at other coronaviruses, because there are seasonal coronaviruses that mostly now cause the common cold, People get reinfected all the time.
Yeah.
And so there's every reason to expect with a new coronavirus, you have immunity now. That doesn't totally preclude you from infection later.
Yeah, but if I had smallpox, I expect no smallpox.
Right. And so there's huge variability across different pathogens.
Nobody told
based
us
on...
that when the vaccine came out.
Exactly. So I think that's the shortfalling of communication.
Right.
Is saying,
Did they know that that was something they could have communicated at the time? Or was it still on the frontier?
I don't know why I took that,
of
actually.
The progress of the novelty of the virus.
There's a big part of that, too, is being honest, and we don't know for sure yet. This is a new virus. Right now, if you get the vaccine, you're not going to get infected, or it's a 95% reduction in risk. Or your risk of severe disease is reduced by 90%. But how that will change 3 years from now, you can't be totally certain.
If they knew that, they needed to be honest about it, I think.
Yeah.
Because that's how science works. You know what you know at any given time, and you give the best available information. So
Ugh, I'm running out of
we
space, you
want everyone
fucking
to
bitch.
watch your postings. Dr. Knock.
That's right.
Dr.Knock.
That's right. dr.noc.
And that's on TikTok, and you call that also on Instagram?
I've never once picked that up, but
Excellent. Rising through 3.5 million viewers. That should be 20 million viewers, I think.
Even more than that. We need it. We need
330 million viewers. That should.
That's
Next
what
time
you
you come on,
the whole country.
The country.
Thanks for coming down.
farm it or buy it.
Appreciate the invitation.
Coming
How
down
much
to
does gold
live
cost?
into
I
my
forgot
office.
about this.
And it's good to know you're in arm's reach up there in Boston. Brookline is your town.
That's right.
That's right. Right across the Charles River.
Why don't you just give the man's address?
It's kind of cheap. Kind of broke, though.
Now, I wear a disguise at all times outside.
I'm
of the recording studio, so you'll
indeed
never notice me.
kind of broke.
All right, when we come back, Scott Hamilton Kennedy will tell us about his film, his documentary, Shot in the Arm. On the subject of medical
I am
device
actually broke
information,
now.
we can't
Cool. And I
topic
don't have
complete
space.
without venturing into the world of vaccine hesitancy, vaccines in general. And there's one person who's at the front of that conversation, and it's my friend, Scott Hamilton Kennedy. Scott, welcome to Star Talk.
Good to see
What?
you, Neil.
Hey, dude.
What do you mean?
I am a filmmaker,
So
storyteller.
documentary filmmaker,
Yeah.
storyteller, because not all documentaries tell stories.
They try.
They're just
Yeah.
informational.
They can be a little laundry listy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just want to see the other guy. And now, yes. Piers Morgan Uncensored.
What's your main bone of contention with Eric Weinstein?
You should probably ask Eric that.
Sean has been nothing but civil. He's also extremely nasty. But let me say a bunch of things to Dr. Carroll. Dr. Carroll, I'd like to hear your explanation for 3 generations of flavor chiral fermions with the observed quantum numbers of the group SU3 cross SU2 cross U1.
I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here. It's worse than you would think.
How dare you?
How dare you read your paper?
I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube.
So we're not allowed to think about Eric's theory and write a
Says
follow-up
you.
about it.
Says you, motherfucker.
Sean.
I have my disagreements with string theorists, my agreements with them, but I respect it, and I think that they're trying their best.
The first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club.
I have found myself in the awkward and unenviable position of defending the establishment heterodoxy.
Your intellectually insulting aspect reminds me of you as the Marie Antoinette of theoretical physics influencer.
Given I've only understood about 1/10 of what either of you has said for the last hour, I would like to end on a point where none of us know the answer to something. For centuries, scientists have grappled with the most fundamental question of the
Looks
day.
like it's
What
gonna be
is
good.
reality? Well, up until the 20th century, it was considered to be a matter of common sense. We lived in a material and objective reality, perhaps created by God, but one that could be accurately measured and predicted.
Oh, okay.
And then came Einstein, who revolutionized everything by saying that things were a lot more relative than all that. Space could bend time. Mysterious black holes existed. The universe was expanding. But even Albert Einstein failed to truly grapple with what came next, the wild world of quantum physics, where nothing plays by the rules, even Einstein's, and things seem to exist in 2 places at once. Today, the biggest brains on the planet are at loggerheads over what this all means and where science goes next. Are there multiple universes? Do we live in a Matrix-style simulation? Could there be an intelligent designer? For this special uncensored debate, I'm joined by 2 scientists.
He really wants
with very
this
different
whole God
answers
thing to be
to
real,
this
huh?
very big question. Sean Carroll is professor of physics and philosophy at Johns Hopkins University. He hosts his own podcast, Mindscape, and draws audiences of millions elsewhere. Dr. Eric Weinstein is a Harvard-educated mathematician.
He looks so bad already.
Show alone have been viewed 26 million times and is a regular guest on Uncensored.
Wait, did you just go cross-eyed there?
Both being scientific podcasting rock stars, both Johns Hopkins University. He hosts his own podcast, Mindscape, and draws audiences.
There's something really wrong with me.
Eric Weinstein is a Harvard-educated mathematician. His appearances on the Joe Rogan Show alone have been viewed 26 million times. He's a regular guest on Uncensored.
Wait, what? Yo, he's gonna go kill you, cleric. Yeah, he's gonna, or fighter. He's literally gonna kill you.
Hey guys, there's something wrong with me. Something wrong. I'm sorry. Something wrong with me.
The fact that he's on him, he can't get away because he's faster than him. Like that's so retarded.
I'm sorry, guys. There's something wrong. There's something wrong.
Hit him one more time and he's dead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just want to see him kill him.
Oh, wow. Nice job. Oh.
He doesn't want to get the team kill thing. Oh, that's why.
This is what the game has been reduced to. They ruined the game.
No, you did. No, you did. You did. The game's fine. Game's fine.
The game sucks. The game
Game's fine. Game's fine.
just a few days ago.
Game's fine.
Killing people in my blue Midnight. And then they took away my son.
You're a rogue. You're fucking fine. You're fucking fine. Like, he's fine. Rogues are perfectly fine. I don't know why you're bitching. You rogues and barbarians are perfectly fine. It doesn't matter what happens to the game, they'll be fine. Wait, but look at this guy's eyes! Wait, look at his eyes! I'm just gonna cover my screen, because look at his eyes!
Question. Sean Carroll is brave and draws audiences of millions elsewhere. Dr. Eric Weinstein is a Harvard.
Look at his eyes, look at that. Look, 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 look.
Appearances on the Joe Rogan Show alone have been viewed 26 million times and is a regular guest on Uncensored. Been viewed 26 million times and is a regular guest on the Joe Rogan Show alone. Have been viewed 26 million times and is a regular.
What the right there, right there, right there, right there. Let me slow it down. Slow down.
On the Joe Rogan Show alone have been viewed 26 million times.
Look. Fuck.
Sorry, guys. I got problems, man. There's something
Oh, it's this guy.
There's something really
It's this guy
wrong.
again. Yeah, it's this guy again. Yeah, just run. Yeah, it's him again. He's bad. He's bad. Yeah, he's bad.
What's wrong with me?
Oh, we got a fucking autist. We got a retard. Alright,
There's
GG.
something wrong with me. Just kill me.
I muted you already, retard.
He's gonna try and kill you and bullshit, and then he's gonna fucking like report you.
I don't want to kill him. I want to get.
I forgot to report him. I'm a red. What? When did I become a red name? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? How did I get? Whoa, what? What just happened? When did I? Am I fucking crazy? When did I become a red name? What? That's really fucking cool, dude. Oh, I gotta get this done.
Uncensored. Regularly, yes. On uncensored, yes. Times is
Literally, look. His one pupil moved, but his other eye stayed perfectly straight. When people talk about like lizards and like shapeshifters, like this is who they're talking about. This guy's a straight up like lizard. Like, nah, that's crazy.
million times. He's a regular guest on Uncensored. And despite both being scientific podcasting rock stars, Dr. Weinstein and Professor Carroll have never actually appeared together until now. So welcome to you, gentlemen.
It was still doing it. It was still doing it.
Intelligent horns. Dr. Carroll, let me ask you first of all this. Are we actually here?
I think so. I'm here. I don't know about anybody else. It could be a solipsistic kind of thing, but yeah, I think that there's a lot of things that you can imagine meaning when you say things exist, things are real, etc. And I think that if you don't include you and me in tables and chairs, etc., I don't think that you're on the right track in defining what it means to exist. So yes, we're here.
What is your main bone of contention with Eric Weinstein?
You should probably ask Eric that. I mean, I'm a working physicist. I am a professor in a physics department. I write physics papers. I have found myself in the awkward and unenviable position of defending the establishment heterodoxy. Like, it's never what I imagined I would be doing, but there's good reasons why the heterodoxy is the heterodoxy. So I think that academic physics, even though I'm happy to disagree with certain choices they make about what to work on and what emphasis to put on there, is working in good faith. I think that we're trying our best to understand the universe at a deep level. String theory,
No, I
which
wanted
we'll
that
talk
one, you
about
fucking
in the
bitch.
program, is one example of this.
Ooh.
I have my disagreements with string theorists, my agreements with them, but I respect it, and I think that they're trying their best. And if someone else comes up with a better idea, they'll move what they're doing and focus on that idea. It just hasn't happened yet.
For those with smaller brain power than you, what is string theory?
That's a great question.
Smaller brain power.
Very famous string theorist.
Just say retarded, dude.
A very influential paper called "What is String Theory?" Decades after string
Wow,
theory
wow,
started being
wow.
a popular theory to think about. And the fact is, we still don't know yet. It's an approach. You start with a very simple idea that instead of the universe being made of particle-like things at the fundamental level, like the electron being a point-like particle, the photon, etc., which we all knew wasn't exactly right anyway, but we can talk about that later, replace that with a little loop of vibrating string. Now, why would you do that? There's a prehistory that goes into features of strong interactions that motivated people to do it. They looked at this idea, what if the world were made of little loops of string rather than point particles? Problematically, the theory kept failing at what they were trying to do with it, which is explain the strong nuclear force, because it kept predicting the existence of gravity. So eventually, people said, well, wait a minute, gravity exists. Maybe this is a theory of gravity as well. And after many, many years of hard work on the part of people who were otherwise ignored by the community, they showed that it's actually a very successful theory of gravity and possibly everything else. You have to buy a lot of extra stuff, like extra dimensions of space-time that we don't see and so forth. What is called the holographic principle, which again, we could get into if you want to. But the theory keeps moving forward while at the same time utterly failing to connect directly with experiments. So this has caused, a lot of hair pulling among the physics community. The theory looks very promising.
I don't know where the others went, and I just fell down because I fucking jumped off your fat head.
Okay, Eric Weinstein, your response to that?
Well, first of all, I just assume that I'm being simulated by Sean Carroll. So who knows what's real? More or less, whether we're in a simulation or whether we're in not a simulation.
It's a really good question. I mean, before you get into your response, I mean, we don't actually know, do we? I mean, I have sometimes the most extraordinarily vivid deja vu dreams, or I dream stuff and then it seems to happen or whatever.
Yeah, that happens. That's a thing.
Trembling and sweating and thinking, are we all just living in some weird simulation? How would we know?
I just think I have psychic powers. I don't freak the fuck out like we're living in a simulation, dog.
The situation is that I I think that Sean and I probably agree almost completely on everything until 1972. Then you have the first really serious situation where
Wrong guy.
not only a solution to our common vocabulary, called quantum gravity, it takes over as a fictitious history. Central problem of theoretical physics is the quantization of gravity, which is
Oh wow,
not
they died.
historically. You can check it on Google and Graham. No mercy. The object that tracks our progress.
Dude, what even happened? My entire team just died.
Called the Lagrangian, or the action, stops moving in 1973, and there's a bunch of wiggle words that I don't think we have time for between fundamental physics and regular physics. But then my guess is that the first problem that Sean and I will find ourselves at loggerheads over is that I think that making quantum gravity the holy grail of theoretical physics, which is repeated and perseverated ad nauseum, is a terrible crime.
And what is quantum gravity?
Crime,
Again, for those who are not as au fait with this as you guys, what is quantum gravity?
If I may, so there's a standard story that you'll hear, more or less. Sean is a part of a group of about 5 people who do most of the communication of theoretical physics to the American public. Okay, there are different ones.
Okay.
And there's certain tropes that are repeated, and you don't hear anything else. So the trope that sounds something like this: we have 2 theories that are bedrock reality. We have one called the Standard Model, which covers 3 out of 4 forces, the non-gravitational ones, and all of the matter that we see in the universe, as well as something called the Higgs field and maybe some other fields as well. In the other theory, we have Einstein's theory of gravity, which
actually I kind of want to do this one really quickly.
Form before 1920, maybe by 1917. And then the claim is that the incompatibility between the two of them is that one of them is a quantum theory, that is the Standard Model of the nuclear forces, electromagnetism, is a quantum theory, whereas Einstein's gravitational theory, general relativity, has resisted quantization. And then, as the trope goes, that incompatibility must be resolved by forcing the children of Einstein to submit to the will of the children of Bohr. And that explanation, to me, is patently absurd. There's an incompatibility in the classical version of the Standard Model before you get to the quantum version of the Standard Model, which is that one of them is a so-called gauge theory, and the other theory cannot be gauged.
Yeah.
Successfully, at least.
And
so
why
far.
does it matter so much?
Then,
I was like, what the fuck? Did I just get an ad?
Begins. IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who miss the April deadline.
I mean, I did, but I thought I got a YouTube ad, not fucking his ad.
Tax Network USA can still help.
I got ad blocker, bro. What the fuck?
Or if you're a business owner, Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track quickly. They say the IRS is applying enforcement pressure at levels they've never seen before. But even after the deadline, it's not too late to take control. The consultation is completely free. Acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's tnusa.com/peers. Let Tax Network USA make the next move, not the IRS.
Why does it matter?
Yeah.
Well, it depends what you're trying to do. I mean, I can tell you why. The lead tweet in my Twitter feed is assume a traversable cosmos. If Einstein is left in force, my claim is that there are only 2 rocks.
What the fuck?
Chemical rockets can get us to, and that we've allowed ourselves to fall into the misunderstanding of Einstein's theory as the map of gravity rather than the territory of where we actually live. I don't think we live in space-time at all. And Pierce, I just need to get to one further thing, which is that the really significant problem, I would say I am the only person in Generation X to have actually been present in the room when everything shifted towards string theory, which happened in 1983 at the University of Pennsylvania, when a fellow named Edward Whitman gave the first lecture that I think he ever did publicly on string
Which one's
theory.
Gen X?
His will and his mind were so powerful, his influence so completely commanding, that the entire sociology of the field turned on a dime in 83 and 84. And as such, I think I'm essentially the only person in Generation X who saw the old culture of physics become the new culture of physics. And what I claim is that Sean and I probably aren't that divided even on the mathematics of string theory. Where we are bitterly divided is that I believe that Sean thinks that the system works pretty well. I would say he's part of the two cheers for the institutions, meaning that he has a to be sure paragraph saying that the institutions undoubtedly have their problems.
What the how? What do you mean, bitch?
And the ethics, efficacy,
Fuck you.
of this at our deepest levels. And if you're thinking about dark energy, dark matter, dark chemistry, all of the things that physics has done, essentially our modern world has been built by physicists. Even molecular biology and the internet come out of physicists and CERN respectively. With the World Wide Web. So if you think about the impact of physics, more or less the story of physics is the story of the world economy in the modern era. And we will be trapped here almost certainly unless you go in for science fiction tropes, where we will not be able to get out of the solar system, and the moon and the Mars will be our only diversification, giving the lie to Elon's claim that he's going to save humanity by making us multiplanetary. The only real diversification exists as if we shed the one atmosphere we share here and travel the cosmos.
Okay, so my takeaway from that, and was brilliantly articulated, Sean, is that
Of course, there's some fucking stupid bitch.
for the end of civilization as we know it.
Apparently, yeah, I didn't know, but now the weight is bearing down on my shoulders. Look, the story Eric just told is a kind of wacky and wildly misleading history
Okay.
of physics
Oh shit.
for the last 50 or 60 years. The idea of quantum gravity is a very natural one because the world runs by the rules of quantum mechanics as far as we know. This is the International Year of Quantum because it's the 100th anniversary of really figuring out how
Dude, are
quantum
you
mechanics
fucking kidding me?
works. And the thing about quantum
There's
mechanics is
motherfuckers
it's not a theory
everywhere.
by itself. It's a framework in which you can do theories, in contrast with classical mechanics from Isaac Newton that came before it. And gravity, our best current theory of gravity from Einstein, the theory of general relativity, is a thoroughgoingly classical theory.
Can I jump through that?
Certainly the default expectation is that someday we will better understand
No, I
gravity
can't.
at the quantum level. You don't have to think that, 'cause you don't have to think anything. You're welcome to come up with better theories. But again, that's the default expectation. If you have a different point of view, there's a certain burden of proof to convince people that it's interesting to contemplate this other point of view. The idea of actually doing the detailed calculations to quantize gravity goes back to at least the 1950s.
The
But it
fuck?
instantly hit
He was about to
roadblocks.
double?
Physicists were smart enough to
When
know
did they do
it
that? I
wasn't
don't feel like I've
working
ever
the
seen
way they
that.
wanted it to. The very simple thing you do, if I can get just a little bit detailed for a second here, because people never hear this, and I think it's really, really important to understand why string theory is so popular. If you want to invent a new quantum mechanical theory of the world, the first thing you do is you ask yourself, if I have two particles and they come together and scatter, there's a probability that different things will happen. I'm going to make photons, I'm going to make electrons and positrons or whatever, and you calculate that probability. And the famous triumph of mid-20th century physics was to show that you can do that and get a finite answer. If you're sloppy about it, your answer turns out to be infinity, and your theory is on the wrong track. Everything that we know about in the physical world has a nice finite answer in this quantum mechanical realm, except for gravity. Gravity doesn't fit. And indeed, it was recognized pretty quickly that there was a good reason why gravity doesn't fit, and it was almost impossible to imagine fitting gravity in.
God damn
Namely,
it.
that gravity interacts with everything. Gravity interacts with photons, with electrons, with quarks, with
Oh, and I'm
gravity.
already almost
And so
dead?
when you do this scattering experiment, you do the calculation.
No! You're so fucking annoying.
Infinitely big answer.
Oh
you
my
don't want to
god, there's
get.
bitches everywhere.
What you would need is some kind of miraculous cancellation between all the different contributions from all the different fields. And people looked at that and said, we have no idea how to make that happen. Let's not worry about quantum gravity. And then string theory comes along. And again, it wasn't even trying to be a theory of gravity.
I was
but
supposed to
when
go
they
into
do this
trios.
calculation, the miraculous cancellation happens in string theory. You get a finite answer to what happens when you scatter different particles off of each other. That is right now the only theory in which that miraculous happening actually works. And this was finally put together as a sort of sensible, viable theory in the mid-1980s. And it was a calculation by John Schwartz and Michael Green that showed that the theory did not have what are called anomalies. And you can look up the magazines at the time. Physics Today ran an article saying, "Anomaly cancellation launches superstring bandwagon." The point is, the reason why I had to go into those details is many
Of course.
physicists instantly became interested in string theory and quantum gravity who were not before. But the reason they did is not because Ed Witten is a smart guy and he towers over the field. It's because there was a calculation that showed the theory is promising. Physicists are not sheep. If Ed Witten had said we should all work on this, but everyone else looked at it and thought it wasn't very promising, he would have been ignored. But since then, there's no competitor to string theory that has had that miraculous feature that string theory has.
Before I go to Eric to respond to that, your belief
Oh
is that as a
wow.
result of all this,
Exactly what I need.
it is more likely than not that there's a multiverse. There are many other worlds. I'm not
Mathematically, right?
Well, you're saying true
The
things
math
for the wrong
says
reasons.
that,
It's
right?
what philosophers call a Gettier problem. I'm a believer in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. That's a question about the foundations of quantum mechanics, which again goes back to the 1950s. But that is more or less separate from the question of which model within the world of quantum mechanics is the right one. Is it field theory? Is it string theory? Is it loop quantum gravity? Is it something else? So I do believe that the best understanding of quantum mechanics we have right now implies the existence of parallel universes. Again, that could be true, and if we have a better theory that comes along, I'm happy to change
Damn,
my
bro's got a
mind.
scar on
There's
his
also a
face.
separate idea of the multiverse that comes with combining string theory with inflationary cosmology, a scenario of what happened very close to the Big Bang. So those are two different ideas about the multiverse. Many worlds of quantum mechanics says literally every time I make a quantum measurement, now there's two worlds in which different measurement outcomes were obtained. The string theory multiverse says very, very, very far away in cosmological distance, there's a patch of space where conditions look remarkably different than they do here.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights, you might want to try Beam's Dream Powder.
Okay, so string theory says there's a patch of space super fucking far away in our universe. But it's just super fucking far away. Quantum theory says there's just a whole separate fucking universe, right? Or did I just not listen to that?
Happened very close to the Big Bang. So those are two different, the existence of parallel universes. Again, that could be true, and if we have a better theory that comes along, I'm happy to change my mind. There's also a separate idea of the multiverse that comes with combining string theory with inflationary cosmology, a scenario of what happened very close to the Big Bang. So those are two different ideas about the multiverse. Many worlds of quantum mechanics says literally every time I make a quantum measurement, now there's two worlds in which different measurement outcomes were obtained. The string theory multiverse says very, very, very far away in cosmological distance, there's a patch of space where conditions look remarkably different than they do here.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to try Beam's
Still
Dream
in our
Powder.
universe though, right?
Beam is proudly founded in America and run by people who value hard work, integrity, and delivering results. It's a healthy nighttime blend packed with science-backed ingredients to improve your sleep, so you can wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. Dream is a powerful blend of all natural ingredients: reishi, apigenin, L-theanine,
Oh, you
melatonin,
motherfucker.
and magnesium, designed to help you fall asleep and to stay asleep. We've teamed up to give you a massive discount of up to 40% for a limited time. So go to shopbeam.com, Peers, P-I-E-R-S, and use promo code Peers at the checkout. That's shopbeam.com/Peers. Use promo code Peers up to 40%. Sleep better, wake up stronger, and show up ready for your family, your work, and your country too. Okay, Eric, your response.
Yeah, I just got completely misportrayed, and this is actually, I'm glad that this is happening, because this is sort of what happens when you tangle with a group of people who are supportive of this program. I did not say what I think Sean is choosing to either infer incorrectly or imply that somehow the world is not quantum mechanical or quantum field theoretic, and that somehow gravity is given a hall pass to go home and enjoy relaxation where everyone else has to work hard. And what I said was that the idea of forcing gravity to submit to the same quantization procedures that have been successfully applied to other forces of matter has not worked. It has stagnated the field, and that quantum harmonization is far more important. You could also decide to geometrize the quantum rather than quantize gravity and thus quantize the geometry.
God damn, he's just gonna say quantize. Oh god, here we go.
Somebody saying something
Fucking Marvel
outside the
movie.
framework, the inference is that someone ignorantly just said that gravity can be kept out of the quantum framework, which I absolutely don't say. You'll also notice that Sean did not choose to take issue with the fact that one of these is a gauge theory and another one isn't a gauge theory, and so that there's a problem with gauging gravity, and what that means, and the fact that we're getting no actual progress in the harmonization of gravity with the quantum that can give us a green light and tell us where we're going. Like, I would happily cede to Sean all sorts of things, like the string theorists are by far the smarter group of all people trying to go beyond the standard model of general relativity. I would further cede that if the task is to quantize gravity directly, the string theorists and the string theory program have been more successful. But what you just saw is an example of what is actually going catastrophically wrong in the field, that a dominant narrative that has been perseverated into an as-if reality has created two teams, a smart team that gets it, and
lag.
And that kind of toxic sociology is the true problem. And my guess is that that will recur multiple times during this thing, that I will not be heard, and that Sean will continue to have a version of Eric that lives in his head, which shares my name and my beliefs.
And that is, of course, to get past the hurdle of whether we're all here at all.
Oh my.
Eric, you've come up with an alternative theory of everything. It's based around geometric unity, and my understanding is it's a proposed framework aiming to unify the fundamental forces of nature, including gravity and quantum mechanics, within a single geometric structure, introducing a 14-dimensional manifold that extends space-time and
Something's
embeds
coming.
particles and forces into a larger mathematical context. And the observation
Why does it look kind of cool though?
is that while ambitious, the theory remains largely unpublished.
Can I use that cloak?
Literature has not yet been formally tested or widely accepted by the physics community. Now, because you're so smart about this stuff, your geometric unity paper is 69 pages long, extremely complex, way over my head. So we did what everyone in my position does these days. We went onto YouTube and saw if we could find anybody who'd analyzed it and had a conclusion. And we found...
Thank you to Eric Weinstein. It's an avant-garde and creative theory. Kurt here, several months later. This has been so long in the making. Geez, you have no idea. Anyhow, I want to...
Whoa, I'm lagging!
I may have said this before in the
I'm
and if
fucking lagging!
It bears repeating. I haven't seen a theory like this come from any single individual ever. Not one that's this fleshed out or has this amount of unexampled connections within itself, as well as to what's known as the theoretical physics backbone that we talked about earlier.
Now, Eric, there's lots of people doing stuff like that about it. Why do you think that the mainstream physics world is not taking this seriously enough?
Well, first of all, I disagree. You see, part of what's going on is that Sean is part of a group of physics influencers.
Oh my
who
fucking
are spreading misinformation,
God.
which leads to a climate of fear. You know, I, for example, found the following quote of Sean. What I really, really want to get across to the audience is that nobody in physics departments is discussing this with other people in physics departments. Now, I don't happen to be coming to you from a physics department at the moment, but I happen to be on a 5-day visit to a leading physics department. And in this situation, I just had a 9-hour conversation and talk with 3 hours or 4 hours rather of that being an explication of geometric unity. What Sean is doing constantly is attempting to say, look, let's do some pattern matching. We have a man generously in midlife. He's not trained in the subject. He doesn't appear to accept the quantum gravity program. He appears to be possessed of the idea that a single individual, Ed Witten, caused all sorts of people who aren't sheep to cohere into a single framework that has been
Oh yeah,
persevered
Ice
and
Hound is the bitch up there.
doesn't seem to produce fruit. He has a telling of the tale that is, first of all, just not courageous. It's at odds with reality. From my experiences in this physics department, what I can tell you is that we have a situation in which everybody sees the problems. And so when Sean does a 4-hour podcast, which I think maybe 3 hours I'd recommend to anybody, because Sean is one of the best explainers and also extremely good at mathematics and keeping true to actual physics in terms of his understanding. You know, he then goes into this thing that there is no crisis in theoretical physics. And as one of my physics colleagues said last night, the first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club. There's a self-evident crisis. Everybody, I can show it to you numerically. Somehow, the idea is that a small number of people who are either at the top of the
Oh my
influencer
fucker over there scared me.
put Sean, or at the top of the prestige pile in research, have held a view that is completely at odds with reality, whose key feature is the exclusion of different perspectives. So when, for example, I can tell, I probably can guess the AI, Pierce, from which you got the analysis of geometric unity. What you see is a very strange situation where a group of people go around attempting to throw shade on anyone who questions whether there's a massive problem in physics that everybody who's actually in the game
Oh
can see
wow,
with their own
one hit.
eyes. Now, if you ask me what's going on with geometric unity, I can say something very simply that very large viewership will go out to many people. You won't understand it, but it'll be over very quickly.
Oh, cringe! What the f... Oh my...
Lorentzian metric is a section of a bundle of
Nice. Oh, that's fucking sick. That's fucking sick.
With suitable passing to maximal compact subgroup, you get one generation of the epsilon grand unified
I didn't...
fermion.
You killed him, you fucker!
But what it really just said is that general relativity knows the standard model. Anybody of Schron's ability
I needed...
to be able to
Oh
parse
no.
that 20-second sojourn and say, is that something we know? Is that something that might be interesting? Then we
He fucking killed his friend and it didn't count, you bitch.
Conversation in which physicists will ask, do you have a new prediction at anything at electroweak scale? Which is a question that doesn't get asked to the string theorists. So you have a differential treatment in which the physicists remember what physics used to be like in the mid-20th century when they're hearing a competitor, and they choose to forget it when they're hearing something that comes from this other community. Hence, I think what you're going to find is if you look at this 3-hour documentary that was just made on geometric unity, which in itself has flaws, by a person who does not have a PhD, it evidences the highest level of understanding of geometric unity found in a second person over 41 years of trying to have conversations with physicists who tend to be polarized
Wait, did that count?
by one collection
Oh,
of
it did.
theories
Thank
held by
God.
a single individual.
Everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peak's Pure Fermented Teas. These are not your average brews. They're sourced from 250-year-old wild trees in the Himalayan foothills, which are untouched by modern farming. No pesticides, no fertilizers, just nature at its best. Pure delivers a full spectrum of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics, just like the fermented foods found in longevity hotspots.
Oh, he
It
died.
comes in
Oh, wait,
crystal
no, he
form,
didn't.
so there's no messing around. Just dissolve, sip, and feel the difference. It's trusted by health experts, including Casey Means and Dr. Mark Hyman. There's teas for all occasions, and they all support gut health, metabolism, and cellular renewal. The next
Wow,
time you
diamond
ask
perfect.
yourself, is my tea working as hard as me? Peak's Pure Fermented Teas for the gut of a Brit and the longevity of a Himalayan monk. Get 20% off for life, plus a free frother and glass beaker with the Pure Bundle. Visit peaklife.com life.com/peers. That's
It's pretty good.
PIQUE life.com/peers. Okay.
I don't know why I take shit. I don't
Well, I
need
find it
it.
very
If it's not
telling,
purple, I
it's
don't
just
know why
sad
I'm not
that
taking
you're
it.
looking
Or why I'm
for
taking
a
it.
second opinion about geometric unity and you go to YouTube and see what pops up. I don't think that's the standard to which we would like to aspire. There are professional physicists right there in your country who work on understanding quantum gravity, field theory, geometry at a deep level, and you could ask them what they think. Look, there's a lot of talk so far about sociology, and I'd much rather talk about physics. But I would like to let people out there know who might be working outside the academic physics community that it is 100% possible to have a good idea and have it have an impact on what physicists do. But it's not easy. You have to do a certain amount of work to show that your theory is worth the time, that it is respectable, that it is interesting, that it is promising. The first thing you got to do is make sure that your theory makes contact with modern physics as it is understood. If you have a new paper out, physicists are going to look at it. They're going to look for, where's the Lagrangian? Where's the interactions? Is the proton stable? Is there dark matter? Like, how does it fit into what I already know?
Those were
And
all
Eric's
different
theory,
levels of the stack, Sean.
Eric's paper has none of that. You would also ask, has the theory been shown to be viable in a very basic way? Is it
Oh
stable?
no.
Is it free of
That pissed them
anomalies?
off.
Is it finite in the sense of the quantum mechanical calculation that I already mentioned? Again, none of that is there. Are there any new predictions? Eric says, and completely correctly, string theory doesn't make any new predictions either. But also, I really don't want people to get the idea that string theory
Sean.
has some dominant picture. In
Sean,
my department
you're
at Johns
just
Hopkins,
misrepresenting
we
the
have.
world.
Let me just finish, and then you can talk. I think it's a good system. In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have 6 professors in the theoretical physics group. One of them does string theory, and even he only does it sort of half-time. I wish we had more, honestly. This is very typical. Even at the most stringy departments, it's maybe half the people who do string theory. There are plenty of other approaches being advocated, and many of them do make different predictions, and we're looking for them in cosmology and astrophysics and elsewhere. And finally, does your theory solve any interesting problems that we already thought we had? That's the reason why string theory became interesting, because we had this problem with quantum gravity, that it gave infinite answers, and string theory solved that problem. And again, I see none of that in Eric's paper. So it's very possible that somewhere in Eric's theory there are interesting ideas, but he has given us no reason to
It's
think that it is a
possible.
promising theory. I
It's only
encourage
possible.
other people who would like to have an impact on the research agenda of modern physics to take these easy steps rather than going on podcasts and talking about their victimization.
See, like, why could he could have just saved so much time if he just said, your theory is dog shit. That's it. Like, he could have just said that. Cause now, like, look, he's so mad.
Eric, it's
He's so bad, and he
a
just like
pivotal moment in these debates when you put your glasses on.
get
So
it out all at once.
I'm
Don't
bracing
don't
myself.
drag it out, you know?
First of all, Sean has been nothing but civil throughout our relationship. He's also extremely nasty, but I really appreciate the civility, and I attempt to respond in kind. Sean and I really shouldn't be divided, but we appear to be. I don't understand it. He did respond. It just shows that none of this is serious. Speaking about what I'm talking about, he said, this is not something that is going to be a thing. He also says that he hasn't read it. So let me say a bunch of things to Dr. Carroll. Dr. Carroll, I'd like to hear your explanation for 3 generations of flavor chiral fermions with the observed quantum numbers under the group SU3
Here we go.
plus SU2
Here we
SU1.
go. He's just saying shit
In
now.
another podcast, you said, before I listen to your theory, you should listen to my Sean Carroll's theory. My theory is known as the standard model. I can give you an explanation for why SU3 cross SU2 cross U1, why there are 3 generations, why 16 particles in a generation, why the observed quantum numbers are the way they are, why the Higgs sector comes out of seemingly nowhere with a quartic potential with
Quartic.
a quadratic term, why the Yukawa coupling is
Yukawa
just
coupling.
there, just so in order to produce mass when the weak force forbids.
Hold on. I gotta look that up. I gotta look all these damn words up. What the fuck is a Eucala coupling? Wait, okay, say that again, bitch.
A quadratic term. Why the Yukawa coupling is
Yukawa coupling. Okay, particle physics. It describes a type of interaction between a scalar field, like the Higgs field, Higgs boson. I know what that is, but I don't know what the fuck a scalar field is. I know what a Higgs boson field, whatever, is, and fermion fluids, like quarks and leptons. I know what quarks are. This interaction is what gives fundamental particles their mass. This is a highly technical term in quantum field theory. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. And what was the other one?
why the Higgs sector comes out of seemingly nowhere with a quartic potential.
Quartic potential. Is a potential energy function that includes a term. Wait, because. Okay. Is a potential energy function that includes a term proportional to the fourth power of a position variable or field variable. Okay, it's math. It's a lot of math. V times x equals ax to the power 2 plus beta x4, or to the power 4. Fuck. I forgot what what is it, squared, cubed? It's ax squared and then beta x, whatever 4 is, to the power of 4.
A quadratic term. Why the Yukawa coupling is just there, just so, in order to produce mass when the weak force forbids a mass directly in the Dirac operator. Sean knows what every single thing that I just said is in that statement. Operator. Mass when the weak force forbids a mass directly in the Dirac operator.
Dirac? Dirac operation. Dirac operate. No, it just keeps thinking I'm saying the rock.
Mass when the weak force forbids a mass directly in the Dirac operator. Sean knows.
What? Dirac operator? Like how the fuck? How the fuck? Is it DACA? DACA. That's not what it sounds like. Yeah, DACA is deferred action for childhood arrivals. It's immigration bullshit. That's what I was like, there's no way it's DACA. Like what? What is he saying?
When the weak force forbids a mass directly in the Dirac operator.
It's Dirac. Dirac operator. Maybe it's that? No. Dirac AB is a long-term investment company. It's a fucking Swedish investment company. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what that word could be because I don't know how to spell it.
Sean knows what every single thing that I just said is in that statement. Why Sean chooses to misportray the fact that I can say why there should be dark matter, what the dark energy is, what the exact quantum number assignments are for the two families that are luminous that have yet to be seen, I have no idea, because Sean also proudly says is that he hasn't looked at it and hasn't read it. That's why he says that there are no Lagrangians in it. I have no idea where Sean gets this stuff. Sean is insistent with the idea that somehow I am not choosing to go through the usual channels and instead talking as he is right now via YouTube is somehow significant when I've just given talks in 3 different
Wraith.
countries on dark energy. And by the way, every time I talk about talking about this, somebody is telling me don't talk about the fact that you're actually in a physics department. And what I'm trying to tell you is I give talks in physics departments, I hang out with physics colleagues, I'm welcomed at places like the Institute for Advanced Study, MIT, et cetera, and yet I have to deal with this nonsense. I talk to both physics colleagues. You know, right now you've got a giant problem called something called DESI or DESI, the dark energy, what is it, spectroscopic instrument, which is at the moment going after Einstein's unwanted cosmological constant.
I just go here, I think.
Is not a constant term. That is the only
Pots
term that you can
and
put into the
Wraith.
Einstein field equations, because the Einsteinian curvature satisfies an automatic differential equation called divergence free. So if you have another term in the equation, it has to have the same property. There's only one known automatic equation, which is that the metric of Einstein that creates space-time is annihilated by its own Levi-Civita connection. And Sean, you're misrepresenting things, because I'm going to give a formula for the dark energy. I do all sorts of things that you have no idea of, because your attitude, which you repeat in other podcasts, and I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube, is that this is not a serious
That's an ad hominem, right?
seriously, and your misportrayal of the situation
Or am I stupid?
is nearly constant for reasons that completely elude me.
Sean? The good news is I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here, right here. And it's worse than you would think. You know, it just very quickly, it starts off by saying the author
Wait,
is
did
not
I?
a physicist.
Oh, it's a
He's
mimic,
no
not
longer
a.
an active academician, but is an entertainer and host of a podcast. This work of entertainment is a draft work in progress, and it may not be built upon. So we're not allowed to think about Eric's theory and write a follow-up paper about it. In
No, you're very much allowed,
contradiction
Sean.
to everything that is normally done in scientific discourse.
The fuck are you doing?
Hope that people build upon your theories. You don't try to prevent them. And later on, it says,
Sean,
this document is an attempt to begin recovering. I'm going to read this. This document is an attempt to begin recovering a rather more complete theory, which at this point is only partially remembered and stitched together from old computer files, notebooks, recordings, and the like, dating back to as far as 1983. And this is why this paper is not going to appear in the peer-reviewed literature. It's not serious. It's a dog ate my homework kind of thing.
Jeez.
If you have a dark matter thing, if you have a dark
How
matter
dare you, Sean? How dare
I want
you?
to see a plot in the paper. I want to see redshift versus distance. I want to see a calculation of a relic abundance so I can figure out how much dark matter is supposed to be. If you do that, people will pay attention to the theory. It's very possible.
Sean, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, if you're going to go
read your paper?
No, Sean, how dare you cast shade and aspersions of the kind that I wouldn't seek to cast on you, but I will now.
Okay.
I'm not seeking your favor, nor do I need to seek your approval. As you know, you failed to gain tenure at the University of Chicago, highly regarded in the field. And again, I'm only returning the shade in which you just yourself cast. I wouldn't have done this otherwise. You then spent time as a non-tenured faculty at Caltech, and you only gain tenure in a non-standard professorship. You're not a leading person in the field. My belief structure about this is that you imagine that I'm coming to you saying, "Oh, Sean Carroll, tell me which graph I should do so that I can please you." As you know, because you've read the paper, What you said about Lagrangians is false. What you said about predictions is false. My concern is what you did is that you seized upon something where people have built on my ideas since 1994. The equations that Natty Seiberg and Ed Witten introduced that took over the world were called the insufficiently nonlinear equations when I was at Harvard in 1987 and introduced them. The question is why appear as an entertainer rather than as a physicist? First of all, neither you nor I are trained as physicists, Sean. You're actually trained as an astronomer. What you have in this situation is that you and I are both interloping in a field that is not the one to which we trained. That doesn't bother me about what you're doing. I've enjoyed some of your papers. I've thought very poorly of others. You have a wide range of interests. I think you're very creative. Your intellectually insulting aspect reminds me of you as the Marie Antoinette of theoretical physics influencers. I'm not here to please you. You know that there are tables in the document that you're reading that have plenty of predictions. You know that it solves plenty of problems. What you are doing is creating an environment of fear where every university worries, what does it mean to talk to this person? And what I would say to you is you are commenting on the effect that you are in fact inducing. You and a small cadre of people are like intellectual border collies of the physical sciences, casting shade and aspersions on those who are succeeding where the quantum gravity, string theoretic, and M theoretic programs are failing.
Sean?
Look, I mean, I didn't say anything about Eric as a person, his history, or anything like that. I said things about the paper. Everything he says about me is like 90% true, as many things he says. The paper is not giving us any reason to think that this approach is promising. There is no quantum mechanics in the paper. There's no attempt at showing that this solves any of the known problems of quantum gravity. Again, it's not just about Eric, it's about anyone. If you want to make an impact on the physics research community, you have to give them a reason to think that what you do is promising.
Sean, you have a serious problem of dark energy that you're developing, and it's going to go right through having being a problem of lambda CDM to eventually being a problem with the Einstein field equations themselves, perched as they are.
Hold on. These fucking skeletons here drop a lot of gems.
Space of field content. What you've just said, and what the aspersion you have just cast, you are simply not qualified to say. What you have said is that I have given no reason. Let me imagine that paper, which was a draft rushed to get to an April 1st date, remains in a world where Sam Altman and...
Hold on, motherfucker. There's hella gems down here, bruh. There's hella gems down there.
At some point,
those AIs...
Oh, I didn't know there was people.
Paper and said, holy
let me push in, let me push in.
That is exactly...
Come in, boys,
what we've been missing. This thing solves all sorts of problems, and the problem that we have is that a group of influencers with a penchant for being... becoming one of my least favorite words, although I didn't have any negative association until recently. Debunkers. The problem, Sean, is that you and I are naturally alive on almost everything. We're not very far apart. I don't disagree with the standard model. I think the standard model is the most beautiful piece of differential geometry before it becomes a theoretical physics. But one of the things that you just said is that it's a classical music, classical field theory that is not quantized. As you well know, there was a revolution in the 1970s which said that we blew Hamiltonian analysis.
No! Wait, Lantern? Oh, he had shield slam. That's actually just luck.
Locally, as if that's
Or that's just bad luck.
The curvature of a line bundle, and the L2 sections of that line bundle form a Hilbert space, and the P and Q coordinate functions can be promoted to operators. It's said that wine is what you get when you stop grape juice from becoming vinegar. And in fact, Hamiltonian analysis is what happens when you take a physical problem and you stop it from quantizing itself. That was one of the great errors of our time, that Hamiltonian analysis was actually pointing the way to saying that most classical problems contain the seeds of their own quantization. You know all this stuff, and I know this stuff. We know the same people. We probably can work in the same notation. My guess is that if you and I got over whatever this bizarre tension is between us and buried the hatchet, My guess is that after 2 days, you'd say, boy, I really just didn't understand what he was saying.
You know what? I would love that to be the case, and maybe you guys can make that happen. Talking of dark energy, a little bit of dark energy has crept into this debate. So I'm going to try and end on a slightly lighter note, and these will require much shorter responses. I just want to see whether you guys, I mean, as you said, Eric, you agree about a lot of stuff. Do you agree about...
Most things.
Yeah, most things. I want to ask whether you agree about some of these fundamental things, which have struck me as interesting about where we are. Professor Stephen Hawking, I did the last television interview that he ever gave before he died.
Oh, did he?
He said that the biggest threat to mankind was if artificial intelligence learned to self-design. Do you agree, Sean?
No, I don't think that's the biggest threat to mankind. I think that AI is a threat, but in a completely different way than is usually portrayed. The AIs that we're working on now are not really the kind that will reach general intelligence in the way that we think about it. There's no obstacle to reaching that in principle, but the currently popular architectures aren't on that trajectory.
Okay.
The real problem, as we saw just this week with the Chicago Sun-Times, is people are lazy and people use AI for the wrong reasons. This was a very, very trivial example where they published an article about the fun summer book reads this year, which was completely hallucinated by an AI, and they just published it in the newspaper. That doesn't really hurt anybody, but when these architectures are being put to work in things that could actually hurt people, that's when AI is going to have a really bad impact.
Eric?
I would say that I completely
I
agree
need the
with
bots,
Sean.
don't destroy them.
The biggest problem and threat to humanity is that we share a single atmosphere. We can have different land masses, but we have to share one atmosphere, and that pathogens, radiation, and climate are all bound up in this one resource. And I would say that the biggest problem that I'm seeing is a general madness in the American political system on both left and right, where we went from being the thing that was like the control rod stopping the world from going critical to a crazy isolationist perspective.
Yes, we did.
Able to restrain the worst excesses of the Republican Party and conversely. And I fear that what we're going to see is a move towards nuclear proliferation, which remains the single greatest threat, which is what we physics people unleashed in November of 1952.
Isn't he a mathematician?
Since we've never used such a thing in anger, and we've had a test ban treaty since the early 60s, we are completely unprepared for what the cost is of retreating as the world's policeman.
Fascinating. Sean, will we ever be able to time travel, either forwards or back?
Well,
really?
I time travel all the time. Yesterday, I time traveled 24 hours into the future, and here I am. I mean, that's not that hard. Einstein showed us that there's a trick. You can even travel into the future faster by either moving near the speed of light or by hanging out in a strong gravitational field like a black hole. Backwards in time, no. I don't think that we're going to be able to do it. I've written papers about it. It's something that is, I would say, conceivable but not plausible. We know how it
Nice, my team died instantly.
But all of the indications are it's not going to work in practice.
Eric?
Well, as Sean has thoroughly digested my paper, he knows that I believe that there are either 5 or 7 dimensions of time in a 14-dimensional world, which is split 5 of time, 9 of space, or 7 of time, 7 of space. So when you talk about time travel, it's times travel. And only when time is one-dimensional is there an arrow of time. If there were 2 dimensions of time, you'd have a whirlpool. 3 dimensions would result in a right-hand rule of time. These things are technically called orientations. One of the things that is really interesting about multiple dimensions of time, which leads to something which is very poorly studied called ultra-hyperbolic equations, is that you have the opportunity of going back in time without going back through time. So just as you can play a record, and when the stylus comes to the inner circles of the record, you can jump again to any track that you like. On a cassette tape, you have to go back through time. So my belief is that we will not go back through
the bots are glitched.
But we will have to figure out how to stop thinking in terms of initial conditions, because it is only in the case of a single dimension of time leading to hyperbolic equations that you have that luxury. So I think that times travel is going to be perhaps the most interesting thing to come out when you ask, why should we worry about these things? Buckle up.
Fascinating. And my final question is my probably the biggest question I can ask any guest. I've asked quite a few of them.
Bitch.
I have to say, with very limited responses. So I'm asking two highly intelligent people at this question, which is, I happen to believe in God, and the reason I do,
Oh,
apart from the fact I was
God.
reared as a Catholic by my mother, is because I genuinely think there must be a superior being out there who is able to answer this fundamental question in a way no human being has been able to answer it for me, which is, for those who believe in the Big Bang Theory, what was there before the Big Bang? In other words, what was nothing? And what was there before nothing? And because I do not believe a human brain can answer that question, there must be, de facto, a more superior thing out there that can. Sure.
Well, I'm glad to be the one who frees you from your religious convictions, because
Oh,
the human
God.
brain can absolutely tackle that question, and it does so all the time. I encourage
Freeze you.
viewers/listeners to listen to the upcoming episode of my podcast called Mindscape, where I talk to Nies Afshorty and Phil Halper about exactly this question: what happened at or before the Big Bang?
Yeah.
We don't know the answer. We don't even know whether the Big Bang was the beginning.
Well, there you go.
So
the
God
fact that
exists.
We don't know.
Easy.
Doesn't mean we can't know. Those are two very different statements.
Well, if
We
you
have-
don't know, you can't know at the moment. Surely you have to admit you don't know.
At the moment, yeah. At the moment, but like not ever.
Yeah, but with respect, Sean, with respect,
Like not
it's utterly
ever.
impossible. You will never, as a human being, be able to tell me what was there before nothing. How can you? You can't comprehend it, can you?
I come up with a theory. I show that the theory fits the data. That's how we do it.
What
That's
was there
science
before
is.
nothing? Go on, that's
Well, I mean, I think he does. I don't think he knows what. I think he's thinking there's when there's nothing, there's like, you know, nothing, like literally nothing.
What was there before that?
No, it's infinite.
But isn't it like even when there's nothing, there's still like, you know, like quantum fluctuations or whatever the fuck. Like there's still something, but it's so little that it's basically nothing. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it's not what he's thinking.
It's infinite in time in both directions.
So what was there before? So you mean it's never ending?
Yeah. I wrote a book, if you want to read it, Pierce.
I do.
From Eternity to Here. It's a great book.
I do, but what's there before eternity?
There was no such thing as before eternity. What is less than minus infinity? That's not a sensible question to ask.
Yeah, but I think it's a cop-out by you, if you don't mind me saying this very respectfully, to say that something is infinite, because if you're saying it's infinite, you don't have to answer the question. You've just made that up. You don't know it's infinite.
This very often happens in the progress of human knowledge, that a question that we thought was an interesting one becomes not answered but shown to be uninteresting because we get a deeper understanding.
Nice, my team died.
See that, I'm sorry. I'm going to come to you, Eric, on this. That seems to me a very pompous answer. That is basically trying to apply a superior intelligence to a response to a lesser mortal.
No.
My attempt to answer.
My team is so bad. Everyone
so
just dies
stupid that
instantly.
There should be no need by the brain power in front of me to answer it.
No, it's exactly the opposite of that. I don't know why people are trying to psychoanalyze me and think about what I'm thinking of them. What I'm saying is the question of what happened before the Big Bang is prima facie a perfectly sensible question to ask. But we need to be open to the possibility that there is no beginning to the universe, that the universe is simply...
Yeah, but that is a ridiculous thing to say, because you know that your human brain cannot comprehend something that has no beginning. How can it? We can't.
I can comprehend the real numbers. They go from minus infinity to infinity. I don't see why it's harder to comprehend infinity years versus 14 billion.
Fuck the mud shield. 4 seconds?
Eric, am I
Like that's the mud. They need to fix mud shield.
No, I mean, look, one of the things I like, Pierce, is that you invite me on this program often not to do battle, as we heard in the previous segment. So let me try something as an offering to the good Dr. Carroll, and he can tell me whether this matches anything, because I also share atheism at some level along with him. what I believe is that you're conflating three different category problems. One, you're talking about something observational, which might terminate at what we would call the surface of last scattering, the thing that we cannot see
I should
beyond.
have killed myself there. I'm so stupid. I should have killed.
That takes place
I'm so
along
dumb.
the
I should be
lines
using
of
plasma
something,
blast.
let's say, called the cosmological model, which is a reduction
One
of
more and I'm
state
done.
equations assuming greater certain
I'm gonna
symmetry.
make sure to kill
That
myself
is
this
a 1,
round.
3 problem where you have one dimension of time, 3 of space, and you can prove that there's something called an essential singularity in the center of a black hole, a Schwarzschild singularity, and an initial singularity, and what would be called a Friedmann-Robertson-Walker metric. So that is a map of the territory that we are trying to observe. But there's a third thing, which is an assembly sequence, which also has an ordinal concept of development, which could be confused with a
We gotta go kill
chronological
some
one of
chickens,
time.
brother. Would you be
What
down
is
to
it
come
that
with
built
us?
the manifold so that time could progress? Now, the thing that's truly radical about
Oh
geometric
shit, that
theory,
was
and
the
I think
wrong
Sean
spell.
would probably
It was
agree
supposed to
with
be
this if
levitation,
he's
not
read it
wind
all, and I'm not
blast.
sure that he has, is that it is the only theory I know that begins from almost nothing and tries to get, and by theory of everything, we don't mean all knowledge, we mean a complete set of the rules of the universe. What it says is that 4 degrees of freedom are all that is necessary for the quark, lepton, CKM,
Oh wait, I
mass,
actually need to kill
etc.,
this one.
etc., the NMS structure of the universe. That basically sweet, salty, sour, and bitter, or treble, mid, bass, and reverb is all that's necessary to create a universe. But the point of a theory of everything, which is almost never discussed, by the way, I would point out that I quite agree with Sean.
I'm gonna.
Philosophy, when done well, is an essential complement to understanding physics, lest we be tempted into the wrong kinds of thinking. What I would say a theory of everything is a theory that starts from a minimal assumption, recovers all of the rules, and demotivates the further scientific study of the initial
How do you
set
fucking
of
fight those
data
things?
used to construct the
You
model.
just.
Not that the model,
Yeah,
not that the
we need a
initial set of
cleric.
data is uninteresting, but
Cleric
that
does
it'd be
most
interesting to
most
theologians and
damage to that thing.
philosophers rather than be motivating to mathematicians and physicists. And what I would say is, if it's true, imagine we were on the branch where geometric unity has proven itself, and the good Dr. Carroll agrees. What I would say is, at that point, why
That's his own theory, isn't
4
it?
degrees of freedom is not a scientific question. I don't think anybody that I know would be motivated to try to figure out how to get 4 degrees of freedom from nothing. That would be an interesting question, and that is the question upon which your God hinges. But I would say that in the case of a scientific atheist, what we're trying to do is to come up with a complete set of the rules of chess, as it were, for the physical universe.
Wait, oh shit, never mind. I was gonna ask you to hit it in the head because I want to see how much damage that fire orb does.
Demotivating to
I got it.
everybody who studies partial differential equations or group multiplication.
14.
But just to be clear, Eric, like Sean, I think I've got a point of where you both come to the same place here. You don't actually know, do you? What was there before nothing?
No, absolutely not.
I would love to. You know what? I would love to.
That was 12.
Given I've only understood about 1/10 of what either of you has said for the last hour, I would like to end on a point where none of us know the answer to something, because it makes me feel slightly less stupid. Fascinating debate, gentlemen. I'm glad we ended up with a bit of unanimity at the end there. I appreciate you coming together. I realise you are at loggerheads about a few things. I suspect, as Eric said, Sean, if you spent a couple of days together over a few pints of foaming British ale, or whatever your tipple may be, you probably find you end up best buddies. And I would love to do that interview if you ever do that. So thank you both very much for joining me.
Thanks. Thanks for having us, and Sean, thanks for doing this. Maybe a cocktail instead of some lager.
Bit bitter, just bitter to be clear. But thank you both very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent.
How dare you, Sean? How fucking dare you? Forgot about this one. And the Jordan Peterson one. Oh my god, I forgot
It's
about
a lie
that
that's been
too.
repeated over and over and over again that every conservative will not believe until the day that they die, because once you believe a lie that Trump has told you, you can never, ever, ever disavow that lie. The easiest way to pull the plug on this argument is if you really cared about saving money for the government, then the number one most efficient program to put money into is the IRS. So this American president is the worst in all of human history for the U.S. debt.
Obama tried to do this too. Like, he tried to make cuts. It was like trivial cuts on the margin, shutting down old websites. At the end of the day, what's happened is clearly our government by itself is not sufficient to actually solve this problem. No, I'm a first-generation immigrant. My parents came from Ghana. They really didn't lie. I'm experiencing this dynamic in the conversation between us where you're talking to conservatives, I'm talking to you.
Protests are erupting across the country. Some people believe that Trump is our best chance to save America. Others think he's the biggest threat to democracy.
Fuck. Wrong thing, but isn't it possible that he could absolutely get deported? This guy, if he's a first generation immigrant, he could absolutely fucking get deported. Like like, has he seen the, like this shit? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. He's seen the news though? Like motherfuckers who are even like here legally are just getting thrown the fuck out. This guy could absolutely become a victim.
Some people believe that Trump is our best chance
And the
to
fact that
save
he's still
America.
supporting him,
Others
even
think he's
after
the
all
biggest threat
the
to democracy.
illegal
So
fucking
tonight, we bring
deportations.
clarity. Up until now, we've
Like,
only
that's
asked
crazy.
people on the street these questions, but in this special episode of the Nate Friedman Show, I'm joined by Destiny, who is known as the most skillful and seasoned debater on the left.
History moves in one direction, right? Why? Because of time?
His debate with Ben Shapiro made shockwaves, getting over 12 million views. Today, he goes head-to-head with Kaizen, a
Why?
creator that Elon Musk calls a clear thinker. Kaizen is a repeat guest on Piers Morgan and gets hundreds of millions of views every month on his analyses.
Last 2 weeks of Senate confirmation hearings for Trump's cabinet have revealed to me exactly why I left the Democratic Party. Watch this.
Gentlemen, it's an honor to host this debate. My job is to talk as little as possible, but to also be as fair as possible. So the topics of today's debate include tariffs,
Oh my, legendaries.
Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine,
In the
and
common lobby? Goddamn.
is a dinner table conversation just like millions of Americans are having every day. The only difference here is this argument might actually change someone's mind. Let's get into it.
Probably not.
To start off with Destiny, tariffs. Destiny, you believe tariffs are impeachment worthy. Can you explain why you believe that?
For the statement of impeachment worthy, I mean, I would say that the president was granted, I think, an understandable ability to take extra special measures in
I'm almost for sure I
times
heard a
of
bard.
national emergency. And I think that what he's done is he's taken the ability
I actually need
do
to leave.
those measures,
Like now.
using tariffs, and he's kind of fabricated a national emergency by claiming
I'm gonna
that
stay for
because
that-
we have
that door.
big trade deficits, it's somehow a national emergency, and now he's using that to unilaterally conduct economic policy as the president. Whether or not I think the tariffs are a good or bad idea, I know everybody knows my opinion on this. I think they're a horrible idea, especially the way that he's done it. He shouldn't be doing these unilaterally. These should be passed through Congress. The president is not the sole source of our econ policy in the United States of America.
Can you go into more of why you believe it's like a horrible idea, tariffs?
Internally, they lack consistency. They say that they want to bring back manufacturing, but then they say they're willing to cut deals with other countries. So I don't know what that means. If we cut another deal with another country, wouldn't that undermine our own manufacturing? They say that they want to use the tariffs to bring back manufacturing, which implies there's going to be a whole bunch more jobs here for, I guess, blue-collar workers or whatever. But then they also say that most of the jobs that come back here are going to be high-tech jobs.
No, I don't want to help you fuckers. I have to leave. I have a
Say that the
I just finished a quest and I have legendary pants. Like, I don't want to fucking help you.
Incredibly low. I think it's still at about 4.5%. So I have no idea where all these new workers are going to come from. They don't exist right now. And then the workers that we do have that likely would take those jobs, they're trying to deport in record numbers. So like no part of it seems to make sense in any way, size, shape, or form. The actual economic analysis is also just completely devoid of any logical rationale. Like the idea that just because we have a trade deficit with a country means that somehow we're losing, I think betrays a very poor understanding of macroeconomics. I mean, there's like a million things I could talk, but yeah, I'll just cover that.
Sure. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. So first, I think it's important to just zoom out and look at what the macro issue is that we're trying to solve, and then where does tariff fit into the strategy to resolve it. So I don't know what you call a national emergency, and I guess that's a bit of a qualitative assessment, but we have a 127% GDP to debt ratio, or debt to GDP ratio. That's the highest it's ever been. And with $37 trillion of debt, $2 trillion deficit, we need to restructure things in America, otherwise we're going to have a bona fide emergency. So first, do we agree that there's something that we need to head off at the pass, whether we agree that's an
Yeah,
emergency
weren't
right
we
now,
getting
or
better under Biden, but then
I think this is given
he fucked it up all over again?
I would ask you very simply, what should the debt to GDP ratio be?
I know it's the highest that it's ever been, including wartime, right? So the highest it's ever been, even post-World War II, was 119%. And I think we could agree that there's a point where it is too high. Could I give you a specific number? I couldn't.
But it's not even a general number. Like, what's a country that's doing better than us? And then what's their debt to GDP ratio? I think that this is a truism that's given with zero thought. I don't think Trump's thought about it. I don't think Lutnick has ever given a justification. I don't think anybody has ever thought about it. It's just kind of like a truism. Like, the debt is bad. Like, what should our debt even be? Is 50% good? 70%?
Well, part of it is, the issue is it's a confidence meter in a sense, right? So it reaches a point where the debt to GDP ratio is too high for anyone to want to take on American debt. Now, do we know...
when we say confidence meter,
hold on,
oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's finish what I'm saying.
Sure.
So obviously, I can't discern from here what that point is, right?
Wait, I need to kill the...
Point where we
Where's the Wraith?
over the cliff, and we're trying to avoid that. So to the question of, are there nations with a higher GDP to debt ratio that are doing fine? I don't know, genuinely. But the question is this something that we need to get a handle on at all? So if we don't even agree on that, then the discussion on strategy is kind of moot. But do you agree that this is something that needs to be resolved?
I don't know what we're even resolving it to. So, like, for instance, when you said confidence meter, the USD was about as strong as it's ever been, despite supposedly this debt, being horrible and about to take us over a cliff. It was when Donald Trump started to take corrective measures on it that the USD started losing a lot of power, that the bonds market started to shake, and it made it look like...
Yeah, now our credit, now the US credit is down.
I feel like there's a lot of truisms given about the debt and about macroecon, but like when you look at any of the numbers, you can't find any justification for it ever at all. Like, nobody can talk about it. It's just kind of like these are just truisms given for like political points.
Okay, so you don't think that this is proven to be an issue that we need to prioritize right now?
Whoa, audio fucked, audio fucked, audio fucked.
Healthy discussion to have around what should our debt look like, how much debt should we have, and what policy should we take to alleviate that. None of those conversations are happening right now in this administration because they don't even understand what the debt is or really anything about economics in general.
I need to leave.
Like, just for instance, because we have a trade deficit with the country, that doesn't mean we're subsidizing them. Trump says it over and over again. It doesn't mean we're losing out to them. Trump says it over and over again. And it doesn't mean that it's weakening our economy, but Trump says that over and over again. So how can you even begin to have a discussion on what the debt should look like if we don't even have a basic understanding of, like, what a trade deficit is, I guess?
Yeah. So where I agree with you is Trump administration has not been good about messaging some sort of comprehensive idea of what the debt should be, why it's too high, why we need to get a handle on it, and what the limits of that handle should be. So I agree with you there, and I'm not here
to be clear, real quick, we don't agree on that. I'm not saying they're not messaging on it. I'm saying they don't understand it.
Okay, and I don't know that they don't understand it. I'm curious what makes you confident that they don't understand it.
Because every single step they've taken has been bad for it.
Yeah, so this is one of those things that I personally don't feel confident that I have such a strong grasp of macroeconomics that I could say that A, every move that they're making is illogical, and B, that they don't even have a strategy. What I can say is that I'm pretty confident that having a $37 trillion debt and $2 trillion deficit is unsustainable. And at minimum, we need to correct the trend, even if we think that at the absolute...
It was getting corrected, bro. It was.
Debt to GDP ratio. So with that being a given, the question is, what should we do about it?
Because Biden did it fucking legally and the right way. It took a long time, and also because he fucked us so hard.
Right? We talk about tariffs in terms of wanting to reshore manufacturing, and then it turns about we need to turn it into some sort of methodology for...
I'm watching this. I don't care. I'll stay on. I'm watching this.
And then it's about blue-collar workers, and it's really unclear. But I know that the overall strategy is to at least cut the deficit to zero by increasing revenue on the revenue side through tariffs and reducing costs through DOGE, which we're going to talk about in a moment. And to me, that's something that Howard Lutnick has said. It's something that Scott Bessenson said. To me, that's at least a compelling directional approach to dealing with this. And I think it's very hard to assess where tariffs fit in the overall picture because we're also talking about things like deregulation. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's not as simple as, hey, we're going to put a tariff on this country and there's not going to be any negotiation past that. So, so there's been mixed messaging. I do like directionally, though, that someone is putting a stake in the ground and saying, hey, we need to resolve a deficit because at least intuitively, this doesn't seem like something that we can sustain indefinitely. Tariffs are supposed to at least help with that.
Let me get rid of all my blue
Bring
shit.
back American manufacturing, and then that raises corporate tax revenues that we can tax more on the corporate side. They've also said some things about cutting income tax below
Those are kind of good,
150K
though.
and using tariffs to replace income tax. So for me, I just like that there's a president who's actually addressing this. And I think many of the American people feel this.
I mean, it's true. That is what a lot of people likes.
So this American president is the
Even if it's wrong and stupid.
for the U.S. debt in terms of adding to the U.S. debt. So if you want to deal with the debt, there's two ways to do it. You can either raise more revenue, which he's opposed to doing because he wants to cut or he wants to extend the Trump tax cuts, or and he's also caused an economic contraction to happen now, despite the fact that he came in with a booming economy. So the economy's gotten smaller, which means less tax receipts. He wants to extend the tax cuts, which have had a massive impact on our deficit. So you can either raise revenues, he's done the opposite of that in both worlds, or you can decrease your outlays, and it doesn't seem like this president is willing to cut any outlays either. So you have the fact that they asked for another $150 billion from the Pentagon, the fact that they're asking for trillions of dollars increase to the debt ceiling, and then the fact that, again, this is one of those internal inconsistent things. We're saying tariffs are going to raise revenue. Well, the only way that the tariffs would raise revenues and the ways that they calculated it is if the consumption remains the exact same, which it won't, because obviously people are going to adjust their consumption based on the tariffs. And two, why would you want them to make a lot of money on tariffs? Why would you want the U.S. to make money on tariffs if the whole point of the tariffs was so that people stopped ordering international goods and started ordering domestic goods? That doesn't make any sense, right? We'd want to reduce the consumption of international goods, which would reduce the amount we collect in tariffs. So even if it's not even directionally good, it's just all of it is just horrible. It's just all of it is horrible. None of it is actually furthering anything to reduce the debt or the deficit, which is why by the end of this admin, the deficit likely won't go down. The debt absolutely won't go down, and there will be a failure on both those fronts, just like there has been with Doge. We'll get to that. But I don't think any of the Trump people will even be willing to admit that.
Yeah. So obviously it's difficult for us to prognosticate. I would say if, look, at the end of Trump's presidency, the debt and the deficit have not gone down, that is a failure. And then we'll just objectively know because they said they were going to do this thing. They said that all these policies are meant to do this thing, and then they didn't do that thing. What I would say is that we need to consider the tariffs, again, as a toolkit in the overall toolbox. Because one of the things...
Right, it is a tool and a toolkit.
That doesn't make much sense to me.
But he's using the tool like a fucking idiot.
Right, so you mentioned, for example, that assumes that consumption remains even. But if tariffs raise prices, then consumption will go down because prices will just be...
It's like if you're when you're a fucking kid and you're with your dad and he's like working on something and he asks you to he asks for like a fucking wrench or something and you bring him like the fucking vacuum. Like that's how bad he fucked it up. It's not like it's a tool. But he's not the right person for that tool at all.
Too high, right? Well, then we have to consider other things, right? So if we deregulate, for example, and we make it cheaper for companies to actually make goods in the U.S., might prices actually remain the same and consumption remain the same? That's possible.
That is impossible. That will never be the case. I'll bet any amount of money right now because in the United States we just can't produce. We don't even have the companies necessary. The capex, the type of investment that we're looking to build those factories and train those people, we're at least a decade out in a lot of industries for this ever happening.
Yes.
There's no world where you peel back a couple regulations and all of a sudden magically the United States is competing with with Thailand and China and Taiwan when it comes to manufacturing. That's never ever happening.
Okay. Well, I'm not so confident that's never going to happen, and at least we see early.
Well,
signs
never,
that
but
to make it happen, and that's why
maybe not never, but
trying to invest in America. Yeah,
companies have always been investing in America. Most of the investment that Trump tries to credit for came from the CHIPS Act.
So Stephen, this debate's not going to go very well if you interrupt me and I don't interrupt you.
Sure.
So
okay.
Yeah. So we've seen Taiwan Semiconductor do that recently. This past week, we saw Saudi Arabia make investments. Obviously, that's more sovereign, not private companies. But we've seen many companies. We see Honda say that they're going to make the next Honda Civic over here rather than in Mexico. So we've seen companies at least making moves to try to reshore manufacturing. Whether it's going to happen by the time that Trump exits office, that's
Honda isn't even an American company, isn't it? It's a fucking Japanese one.
No, this is just
swear to God it is.
I'm not sure how you can be so confident on that. I'm not confident. There's a level of confidence.
I thought it was supposed to be American manufacturers.
In either direction, but the point is that moves are being made. We see early signs that companies are responding to it, and there's an open question of is it going to be sufficient, and how much are tariffs going to lend to the strategy or take away from it. So look, my general note with economic discussions, I mean, even actual professional economists get this wrong. And this is one of those things where, honestly, I think what's underlying this whole debate for a lot of people is fundamentally, do you trust that this is a problem that needs to be solved? Do you trust the person trying to solve it? And do you trust the strategy that has been articulated? It sounds like where you're at is you don't trust that this is a problem that needs to be solved. You don't trust that Trump is a person to solve it, and you don't trust that there's a strategy. I trust that this is a problem to be solved. I'm unsure if Trump is the man to solve it. I am unsure on whether he has a correct policy to solve it, because you haven't heard it thoroughly articulated comprehensively. But I think we need to do something, because I don't think this is a sustainable track. And personally, I'm just happy that someone's trying to solve this.
Yeah, I don't know how we can say we're happy someone's trying to solve it at all when Trump has proven, he had his first full term where he proved he was horrible on things like the debt and the deficit. He added more to the debt than any president prior to that. A lot of the debt that accumulated even under Biden's term was a result of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and a lot of the debt that we ended up, and a lot of the interest we paid on the debt that was accumulating under that. So there's no reason to believe that Trump would do anything good here, because he failed on his first term, he's continuing to fail on his second term. Maybe something magical will change. The thing that bothers me the most when we say, is this something that we should talk about, in terms of like what is a healthy debt to GDP ratio, I think there probably is a good conversation to have there, and I think there's a good set of steps that we can probably take to alleviate some of the fiscal burden that we have in the United States. That conversation can't take place now because nobody has any idea what it should look like. A lot of people are deluded into thinking the debt should be zero, and a lot of people are now fixated on, should we have a worldwide tariff policy that's been enacted unilaterally from the executive branch from a guy who has bankrupted casinos. And there's no reason to look at any of this and think that it's going to end positively. Nobody internationally thinks it's going to end positively. The markets don't think it's going to end positively. No foreign governments think it's going to end positively. Half the United States. Like, there's just, I mean, like, the frustrating part is that all of this will end up not working out in 4 years, and everybody's going to, on the conservative side, will be scratching their heads, like, thinking, like, well, who could have guessed? And it's like, well, you know, we saw it didn't work in the first admin. He added record levels to the debt and the deficit, and now it's not going to work in the second admin. He's taking even more catastrophic steps. So I don't know what conversation, you know, we can even realistically have about alleviating the debt now.
Trump on the campaign trail promised to hire Elon to cut waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. If you were to give Doge a grade, how would you grade them?
Okay, so I'd say, you know, Doge's stated goal is to remove $1 trillion from the deficit on the spending side. Today, if we take their numbers to be accurate, they've saved 170.
Is that you? Or does
Some of this is pending congressional approval to actually concretized. But that's, I consider, a pretty good clip considering that they're less than 170 days even in office. Now, in order for them to save as much as they want to, I think they probably need to do more than just efficiency cuts, and then we get into more sensitive conversations about entitlements and things like that. My general thesis is, and this kind of goes back to the debt conversation and deficit conversation, something radical does need to be done. So I proceed from the basis that I'm happy something's being done at all. My biggest criticism of Doge is I think the messaging has been really poor. It's been really unclear what their criterion is for making cuts or for laying people off. It's been unclear how much of this is politically motivated, like when we consider the stuff with USAID versus actually about massive efficiency gains. That said, what I've seen from him is a level of flexibility when it comes to making cuts where they're actually not impervious to feedback and they're amenable to making changes. So for example, I know that they cut about 10,000 jobs from Health and Human Services, and they ended up reinstating 20% of them because they realized, hey, we actually need those jobs. I think it was similar with the Nuclear Security Administration.
Huge mistake. Yep. Stupid mistake. Like, how do you make that mistake?
And they ended up reinstating a lot of them because they realized they need them.
I mean, if Biden did that, they'd be on his ass. But he just casually mentions that.
But they've shown that they are willing.
If any Democrat did that, they'd be on his ass. Their ass, I should say.
The way that they've been treating the layoffs in particular has been a lot more humane than they've been given credit for, because the vast majority of the employees who have been let go have received severance, in many cases 8 to 12 months of severance. And that runs contrary to a lot of the dialogue on, like, hey, people are just losing jobs and it's just complete chaos, and they're using a cudgel for everything. So overall, I would say I would give them a B+. I think it's a little early. I know it's meant to
But I said trillions. And we got 79. No, I can't use those.
Much more objective about how much they cut and whether it was enough.
But I guess they got a B+.
Yeah, I'm positive on the changes that they've made. I'm positive on the fact that they're willing to take feedback. And I think one thing that people don't understand about the way Doge is structured is they don't actually have statutory authority to make cuts unilaterally. It's not like Elon or anyone else in that department is just going in and cutting things without consulting with the agency or department heads. So given that in many cases they have an engineer, a lawyer, and then some sort of liaison for Doge embedded in the department, and the department is actually agreeing, hey, yeah, we can make these cuts. I'm just happy that there's some sort of influence in these departments that is looking at this with a fresh eye and recommending cuts. B, I'm glad that the departments are agreeing with those cuts and following through. And
Agreeing.
I think this is necessary.
Because they have a choice, I
On
guess.
the margins, are they doing as good of a job as the ideal Doge could do? So for me, it's B+.
Yeah, that's an easiest F in the world. Doge came in promising $2 trillion in cuts, and they've walked away with anywhere from 50 to 150 billion, maybe. I don't know in what world you miss your target by an order of magnitude and still manage to get a passing grade. Also, Doge's mission was to come in and find waste, fraud, and abuse, not try to make personnel cuts in programs that they don't like. So they didn't even hit their original mission at all. I'm going to be honest, I think every liberal was a little bit scared to see Doge come in and find a whole bunch of waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, because obviously that would look pretty bad. I did expect them to find some stuff. I'm actually astounded that they came in with like an open book to go through everything and came away with absolutely nothing. There was not a zero credible claim of waste, fraud, or abuse that Doge came away with, despite the firings, despite going in and, you know, kicking out security guards, despite getting to go through as much data as they wanted to. The only thing we've gotten is a worse understanding of a lot of these agencies, because Elon Musk himself has been involved in the proliferation of a lot of lies about them. For instance, spreading the lie that Social Security is paying out people that are over the age of 120 or whatever. This is a lie that's been repeated over and over and over again that every conservative will not believe until the day that they die, because once you believe a lie that Trump has told you, you can never, ever, ever disavow that lie. They didn't manage to find any credible amounts of waste or fraudulent behavior or abusive behavior. They just went through and they Control-F for DEI and cut every whatever program they felt like they didn't like. I think it's a cowardly way for Trump to try to curb the size of the government rather than presenting to Congress, here are systematic cuts that I think we should make in large, or programmatic cuts that we should make in large government programs to save money. They haven't done that. They're just trying to like fire random people to make savings. So, I mean, I don't know. They came in looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. It seems like they found none. I haven't heard of anything regarding that. No credible claims.
Small oak
and they
chest.
missed their mark by at least an order of magnitude, maybe 2 orders of magnitude, if they end up getting only, you know, 20 billion or whatever worth of cuts approved by Congress. So I don't know what world that's ever, especially given all the political capital expended on it, all the drama related to it. I don't know what world I could ever be seen as like a success in any way, size, shape, or form.
Cool. So it sounds like we have some facts to reconcile before we can even get to the subjective analysis. So let's just see if we agree on this. So I have heard from Howard Lutnick and Elon that the goal is 1 trillion. Maybe at some prior point they said 2 trillion, but my understanding is their most up-to-date goal is $1 trillion in cuts to the deficit. Have you heard differently? Because you said 2 trillion.
Elon himself stated 2 trillion multiple times. They might have walked that back to 1 trillion. Even at 1 trillion, it's still an order of magnitude miss in terms of the cuts they found, or found they recommended it.
Okay, cool. And do we agree that the goal is to sunset Doge by July 2026? So any cuts made now is not actually...
Yes, but my understanding is
not
that
actually complete with the process.
Yes, but my understanding is the majority of what they've suggested is basically done, that they've kind of like taken a step back now. So they might find little things, but basically the majority, the bulk of the work is done at this point.
Okay, my understanding is not that. So my understanding is that Elon is a special government employee. He's there for 130 days. He's used up the majority of that, so he can't be full-time on the team. But they have other people in Doge. They have Amy Gleason, who used to be in the government, well, was in the government. He's a full-time employee. And this work is going to continue until July of 2026, which means we have a full year to make up the gap between, you're calling it, 30 to 150 billion. They're saying on their website.
That's crazy.
Probably the truth is somewhere in there, I don't know. And then there's a question of how much of this actually gets approved by Congress and Congress. But to say it's an F, for me, this sounds hyperbolic because we're literally not doing it. And if we expected them to cut $1 trillion to $2 trillion, 130 days in, I think that was an unrealistic expectation.
Fine.
Now, if it is true, and I have not heard that the cuts that can be made have already been made, then obviously that's a failure. But my understanding is no one is warranting that. The bulk of the work that Elon can do in this fiscal year has been done directly, but there's still a team. There's still dozens of Doge employees embedded in these departments who can. So again, this is one of those things where, unfortunately, the timing of this debate is such that we're a bit early in the process to assess the long-term impact of things like economic shifts or changes to spending. But I think to have a sense of proportionality, like we're not even halfway in to the amount of time that's been outlaid to make the changes on the Doge side, and to already call it a failure doesn't make sense to me.
Well, have they found any waste, fraud, or abuse?
Well, so the Government Accountability Office in 2022 said they identified
I saw him.
$250 billion
Over here.
in improper payments. Majority of that was overpayment, right? So
Yeah, you're on him.
Tons of.
Yeah, but what you just said, that was like Government Accountability Office, not Doge.
Yeah, and Doge is looking into the particulars of what those improper payments were. So what I'm saying is there's a bucket of at least $250 billion here that we know that in 2022 was wasted. Now, how much of that is fraud, how much of that is abuse, I don't know. But that's what Doge is looking into now.
I don't think Doge is looking into that. I think the Government Accountability Office and I think that the Office of Inspector General are looking into that. The easiest way to pull the plug on this argument is if you really cared about saving money for the government, then the number one most efficient program to put money into is the IRS, of which they're trying to pull people out of. There's some $400 to $600 billion annually. That's every single year of money out there that the IRS just can't go after because they don't have the manpower for it. And Republicans gleefully try to pull employees out of it or take employees out of the IRS. Trump just bragged about it. So I mean, like, I just don't think there's any real genuine effort there to actually save money, because if they would just fund the IRS.
Okay, so there's a discussion to be had about what should they be doing instead, but let's not talk about what they have done because you think they haven't done anything. So at minimum, there's the 20 to 30 billion.
Why does it say zero?
Payments that were identified, and we don't know where the money went. We don't know what it was for. We don't know if it was coded to the budget, but it was identified.
Jesus, man, I almost fucking headshot you there.
Anyone who's ever worked at a corporation where you have to pay things on behalf of the company, when you pay for things on behalf of the company, you tag it. You just like tag
They
it
do that in the
field.
government. Every time that Doge brought that up, it was a lie. Every single time it was a lie.
My understanding is it's not a lie.
That's fine. It is a lie. That's why there's no prosecution that's been referred. That's why nobody's talking.
It was identified that, hey, this is a very simple thing. For anyone who's ever worked at a corporation where you've had to pay things on behalf of the company, when you pay for things on behalf of the company, you tag it. Just like tag
They do that in the government. Every time that Doge brought it up, it was a lie. Every single time it was a lie.
My understanding is it's not a lie.
That's fine. It is a lie. That's why there's no prosecution that's been referred. That's why nobody's talking about specifically
But hold on,
anything.
let me just finish. So you're saying it's a lie. Let me tell you how, if it were true, it would work. It's literally, there's a field that's optional where you can indicate what the payment is for. It was not indicated. And this doesn't mean that there was a mass amount of fraud, but it was one of these very simple things where, hey, the systems were not properly designed to make sure that we have accountability and transparency over how every single dollar was spent. Now, how much of that is incompetence? How much of that is malfeasance? I don't know. You're saying it's completely a lie, and I guess I don't know what the implication here is, that every single payment is tagged and we know exactly where every
They
dollar
know
went.
government stuff.
Right.
If you know anybody that works in government or does anything, they're pretty carefully accounted for. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what appeal to authority. I don't know if it's like someone in government.
Appeal to authority.
At minimum, if we agree that we trust the GAO and we trust that when they say that there's $250 billion in underpayments, overpayments, and payments that they don't know where it went, then the question is, okay, well, how much of that $250 billion at least has Doge captured? I'm identifying 20 to 30 billion and saying, hey, we know that, or allegedly, according to them, and you don't believe them, but I'm taking it at face value, they're saying it was not tagged, and now it's getting tagged. So that's a very simple change that's been made that it doesn't get us all of the way there, but it's a demonstrable difference in moving the needle on actually cutting the amount of spending that the government is doing. In addition to that, I mean, the Social Security Administration for years has identified that yeah, there is fraud in Social Security, there is fraud in payouts, and Doge has been on top of looking at that too. So unfortunately, it feels like there's just a bit of an unbridgeable divide, because if you're just saying it's a lie, like, I'm actually interested in how you can prove the negative here.
Well,
Like,
it's super simple on my side. So when you're talking about those mistags of payments, okay, fine. Let's say that there was some fraudulent behavior there. Who's been recommended for charges? What is the FBI or the DOJ going after? The answer for these is always going to be nobody and nothing, because all of it is a lie. Whether or not there's like a payment tagged on a database, anybody that's worked with a sophisticated enough system knows that there's sometimes multiple systems, sometimes stuff is tagged, sometimes it's not. Just because it's not tagged doesn't necessarily mean that it's fraudulent, wasteful, or abusive, or that somebody else is accounting for it. A really great example of this is the claims that Elon Musk and Trump have made about the Social Security Administration paying people that are over the 120 years old or whatever. There is a file externally that is the SSA updates called the DMF, the Death Master file. That file they'll update sometimes with cause of death or death that other agencies or creditors
either legalize.
Oh no!
1 countries in all.
SAID, or we came away with personnel cut recommendations, which are neither waste nor fraud nor abuse. So it's an easy F.
Yeah, so I would say that personnel cuts can be cutting waste. I mean, if there's a certain country that you think don't do that.
Democrats do try, but Republicans are half of. These are programs that we need to make. We actually need to make programmatic cuts to huge.
They actually have saved, so there's something. It's not for licenses we're not using anymore, canceling old contracts that we're not using anymore, and just modernizing and making things more efficient. And the proof of that being done effectively wouldn't mean necessarily that people are going to jail.
Where was I?
Flexible with correcting those overcuts. And I also think that the way that they've been treating the layoffs in particular has been a lot more humane than they've been giving credit.
Deficit. He added more to the debt than any president prior to that. A lot of the debt that accumulated even under Biden's term was a result.
That said, what I've seen from him is a level of flexibility when it comes to making cuts where they're actually not impervious to feedback and they're amenable to making changes. So for example, I know that they cut about 10,000 jobs from Health and Human Services, and they ended up reinstating 20% of them because they realized, hey, we actually need those jobs. I think it was similar with the Nuclear Security Administration. They cut, I want to say something like over 100 or 177 jobs, and they ended up reinstating a lot of them because they realized they need them. So there are
Elon Musk himself has been involved in the proliferation of a lot of lies about them. For instance, spreading the lie that Social Security is paying out people that are over the age of 120 or whatever. This is a lie that's been repeated over and over and over again that every conservative will not believe until the day that they die, because once you believe a lie that Trump has told you, you can never, ever, ever disavow that lie. They didn't manage to find any credible amounts of waste or fraudulent behavior or abusive behavior. They just went through and they Control-F for DEI and cut whatever program they felt like they didn't like. I think it's a cowardly way for Trump to try to curb the size of the government rather than presenting to Congress, here are systematic cuts that I think we should make in programmatic cuts that we should make in large government programs to save money. They haven't done that. They're just trying to like fire random people to make savings. So, I mean, I don't know. They came in looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. It seems like they found none. I haven't heard of anything regarding that. No credible claims of that. And they missed their mark by at least an order of magnitude, maybe 2 orders of magnitude if they end up getting only 20 billion or whatever worth of cuts approved by Congress. So I don't know what world that's ever, especially given all the political capital expended on it, all the
already been made, then obviously that's a failure. But my understanding is no one is warranting that. The bulk of the work that Elon can do in this fiscal
saving money for the government, then the number one most efficient program to put money into is the IRS, of which they're trying to.
And this doesn't mean that there was a mass amount of fraud, but it was one of these very simple things where, hey, the system
was around here,
designed accountability and transparency over how every single dollar was spent. Now, how much of that is incompetence? How much of that is malfeasance? And we trust that when they say that there's $250 billion in underpayments, overpayments, and payments that they don't know where it went, then the question is, okay, well, how much of that $250 billion at least has Doge captured? I'm identifying 20 to 30 billion and saying, hey, we know that, or allegedly, according to them, and you don't believe them, but I'm taking it at face value, they're saying it was not tagged, and now it's getting tagged. So that's a very simple change that's been made that it doesn't get us all of the way there, but it's a demonstrable difference in moving the needle on actually cutting the amount of spending that the government is doing. In addition to that, I mean, the Social Security Administration for years has identified that yeah, there is fraud in Social Security, there is fraud in payouts, and Doge has been on top of looking at that too. So unfortunately, it feels like there's just a bit of an unbridgeable divide, because if you're just saying it's a lie, like, I'm actually interested in how you can prove the negative here.
Well, it's super simple on my side. So when you're talking about those missed types of payments, okay, fine. Let's say that there was some fraudulent behavior there. Who's been recommended for charges? What is the FBI or the DOJ going after? The answer for these is always going to be nobody and nothing, because all of it is a lie. Whether or not there's like a payment tagged on a database, anybody that's worked with a sophisticated enough system knows that there's sometimes multiple systems, sometimes stuff is tagged, sometimes it's not. Just because it's not tagged doesn't necessarily mean that it's fraudulent, wasteful, or abusive, or that somebody else is accounting for it. A really great example of this is the claims that Elon Musk and Trump have made about the Social Security Administration paying people that are over the 120 years old or whatever. There's a file externally that the SSA updates called the DMF, the Death Master file. That file they'll update sometimes with cause of death or death that other agencies or creditors can kind of like use just to look at it to help them monitor stuff. That's not the same record, for instance, though, that the Social Security Administration uses to pay people out. The idea that we're paying
help me kill the Wraith.
was a total lie that was said over and over again, and is still said to this day.
I need it for Quest.
By Elon, but when you actually read, because the SSA has its Office of Inspector General, you can read the report. It's been known that updating that Death Master file sometimes is like really difficult for a variety of reasons. It doesn't mean there are fraudulent payments going out. When you're talking about payments going out as a result of inappropriate payments, my understanding is about 60% of those are recovered, 40% aren't. Sometimes it can be as simple as like a person dies and then an SSA check goes out like the next day, and then they have to like recover it. Most of the time it's pretty easy to do, it's pretty trivial. I don't think Doge is helping recover any of this. And like I said, if there was any actual like waste, fraud, or abuse, then I would expect we would see some type of criminal charge or something recommended to the DOJ, and that just hasn't happened, and it won't happen.
Yeah, so I mean, again, we're prognosticating about whether it will happen. We're very early into the administration. Maybe it happens. Maybe they actually do prosecute people. And in many cases, I don't think a prosecution is needed, because if it's simply waste and it's simply error and it's simply entropy, you don't need to prosecute someone for that all the time. As you just acknowledged yourself, sometimes there's many systems. Some of them are antiquated. Some of them are not talking to each other. And even in the case that 60% of these funds are recovered, 40% are not, then there's a 40%, there's a largesse that we can actually recover and we can actually be looking into.
So fund the SSA.
Sorry?
Stop pulling employees in from the SSA. Fund the SSA.
Yeah, and it might not be an issue of funding the SSA. It might be an issue of making the SSA more efficient and actually updating the systems and updating the
By
GMS.
firing people.
Or, as I understand it, there are systems that are coded on really old code called COBOL, and people don't. There's not many coders who actually code in COBOL anymore. So it's like, why are we using old systems? So some of this is just modernizing the systems that we have in government and getting off of old software.
Wait, let me
licenses
loot
or
that one. I need
using
this request.
anymore, canceling old contracts that we're not using anymore. And
I
just
need this
modernizing and
small
making
oak
things more efficient.
chest.
And the proof of that being done effectively wouldn't mean necessarily that people are going to jail. The proof of that would be that the actual amount of spending goes down. So again, as I said before, the proof of this should not be that people are going to jail over waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, the fraud for sure. But the proof of this should be that the actual number is going down. And you've acknowledged that there's somewhere between 30 and 150 billion that they actually have saved. So there's something. It's not nothing, as you've been saying sometimes. They're reporting that's $170 billion in saving. Even if the truth is somewhere in between, even if we cut it at halfway, let's say we take the halfway point and it's somewhere between 80 and 120 billion, that's substantive. And my question to you, Stephen, is do you think that there should be well, actually, it's not fair to say that, because you did say that there should be a plan presented to Congress and that's the way that we should do it. I would say, well, we've tried that so many times. We've tried that so many times. The best that we've been able to save is like $30 billion. And I'm glad that there's some sort of different approach where we're bringing in people from private industry. We're focusing on not just conventional government planning to actually reduce the amount that we spend and actually trying to modernize systems, make them more efficient, and just update government. So yeah, that's why I give it a B+. I can understand why you wouldn't want to give it a B+. I don't understand how you can give it an F, given that we're literally not at July 2026.
Doge came in to find waste, fraud, and abuse. They didn't find waste, fraud, and abuse. They came in to make suggestions for cuts to programs because Republicans have given up on trying to govern this country. If Republicans want to cut from the government, if they actually want to decrease the amount that they spend, then you go to government to do government. You don't get to bring in a guy who's frying his brain on ketamine to try to make a whole bunch of arbitrary cuts in personnel because you're too lazy or stupid to figure out how to actually write the bills to cut the departments. I don't like this idea that conservatives go, well, it was too hard, so we brought in a guy unilaterally to just start hacksawing stuff, and this is our way of doing it. Doge was brought in to find waste, fraud, or abuse, not reread to me in a less coherent voice things that are on Government Accountability Office or Office of Inspector General reports from 2022 or 2023. It's a waste of money. It's a demonstration of a lack of ability to do business. Elon Musk became everybody's worst middle manager. Anybody that's worked in private industry knows how to just get random emails from some C-level exec saying, send me 5 things that you worked on this week. Like, it's so annoying that half the cabinet heads were like telling their departments. I think Kash Patel, Randy Hegsteth was saying like, guys, don't waste your time responding to this. This is stupid. Okay, this is dumb. It was a total failure in every single like size of the way you can measure it up. It was a failure. They came in looking for waste, fraud, and abuse.
No, that's mine.
With personnel cut recommendations because they don't know how to recommend these things to Congress. And the small things we want to take credit for Doge, like you're talking about optimizing systems, that department was already in place. Obama put it in place. It's called the USDS, which is what Doge kind of like became a cancer onto. It was the United States Digital Service, which was supposed to go around and optimize government systems. If they want to, and I don't like this because Trump will suggest something crazy and stupid, and then when it comes in it fails, everybody tries to walk it back to a more reasonable program. If Doge had come in saying, we want to help the USDS make the federal government more efficient, we think there are ways that we can do that, okay, well then fine, that's cool. That wasn't what was promised. What was promised was Elon Musk saying $2 trillion
Oh, what the fuck?
$1.7 trillion
He got me in the fucking head.
on the discretionary level. By finding waste, fraud, and abuse, the
Yeah,
numbers
res me, bruh.
crazy. And at the end, we came away with drama relating to shuttering
God
departments.
fucking damn it.
Or we came away with personnel cut recommendations, which are neither waste, nor fraud, nor abuse. So it's an easy F.
Yeah, so I would say that personnel cuts can be cutting waste. I mean, if there's a certain amount of people doing a job and we can do the job with fewer people, then anyone above that we don't need. And that's unfortunate because obviously it sucks for those people who are doing the job to be removed from the job. But this is very normal in private industry. You say, hey, we actually have too many employees to do something that now either due to better systems or better technology we can do with fewer people. So I would say that laying off people does constitute removing waste. I'm not sure what you consider waste that wouldn't be personnel cuts. There's obviously examples of waste that are not just personnel cuts, but I would say personnel cuts falls under the category of waste. So to say, oh, well, all you did is cut employees, that's not actually resolving waste, fraud, and abuse. I think it's categorically not true.
I don't think there's any way
let me
to
finish what I'm saying. some of what you said, I mean, Elon fried on ketamine, and Republicans are not trying to govern the country. I mean, this is like theorizing about people's state of mind and ad hominem. I don't think that's really necessary, and I'm not really interested in speculating on what Elon's mental state is or Republicans' motivations. But again, we go back to the higher level problem, which is that we have a massive deficit. In my mind, we need to get a handle on it, at least directionally we need to get a handle on it. So does it increase? We've tried the traditional approaches that you've identified. We've tried the conventional government agencies, audit other agencies, and then make recommendations to Congress, and then Congress approves those changes, and it hasn't been working. And that's why we need to, as annoying as it could be to have a private industry middleman involved in the picture, look to private industry. And this is not completely without precedent. I mean, Henry Ford helped the government, Howard Hughes helped the government. We've had business magnates help the government at stages in the U.S.'s development before.
Now, whether you think Kaizen or Destiny is winning the debate so far, one thing is for sure, your data shouldn't be part of the argument. This episode is sponsored by Private Internet Access, the VPN trusted by millions to protect their digital freedom. Now, right now, every time you browse, stream, or scroll, your IP address, location, and private info are just floating out there for your ISP, advertisers, government censors, or even hackers on the same Wi-Fi to grab.
Damn, I didn't know the maze was.
With a secure tunnel and hides your IP address. This shields your digital life from those who seek to exploit your private information. And it's not just your privacy. You want to stream that show that isn't available in your region? Get cheaper flights or block ads? Done. Now, with servers in 91 countries in all 50 states, you can access more content than ever before, anywhere in the world. Now, plus, PIA never logs your activity, ever. That's not just a promise. It's been proven in court and verified by a third-party audit from Deloitte. PIA works on Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android, plus it protects unlimited devices at once. Go to piavpn.com/Nate Friedman to get 83% off plus 4 free months. That's just $2 a month.
What are we doing, man? I'm guessing we're dipping.
Now, don't browse naked. PIA has got your back.
So the question
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Individuals from private industry. The question is, how do we actually get this deficit in hand? And I haven't seen any public sector approach that's been successful. I see a private industry success that is at least more successful than every approach. Because the most savings that we've ever gotten is around $30 billion, and if that's a low end of your range, then Doge is actually already doing better than they've done in the past. And I think that's something that shows early signs of promise. Again, if we don't get it through Congress, a lot of this doesn't actually end up mattering at the end of the day. But I would like to hear what is an approach that we haven't tried, that we should try, that doesn't involve private industry, that you think would work.
A real approach would be having people come together when you go to make the budget and suggesting these are programs that we need to make. We actually need to make programmatic cuts to huge parts of the federal government. But the problem is nobody wants to do that because they know that U.S. citizens generally enjoy those programs, and so they're too cowardly to actually cut from any of those programs. So that's one way to do it, is to cut from the programs. The second way to do it is to keep the programs the same size, but to continue to grow the economy. And Trump is doing the exact opposite of both of those. Our economy is contracting right now because he's destroying faith in the USD and faith in the United States at large across the world, and because we're reducing our tax receipts, our revenue, by way of economic contraction, and because he wants to extend the tax cuts for the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So again, if we were ever going to have a conversation on the debt, on the deficit, I think that we could have that conversation, but now we're even further from having that conversation because we're fixated on whatever Doge is or whatever this is. We're not going to, like, if the deficit, the budget deficit, and of course the debt will grow, but if the deficit grows or stays the same, will you admit that it was an utter failure the entire 4 years? If after a year or two will you say, okay,
simple
well,
and
this is failed, it's
patterned.
not working?
Yes, because then enough time will have expired for us to see the objective result, and the objective result was not met. So absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Stephen, I mean, obviously we don't know each other well, but you know, when you say like conservatives or Republican, I consider myself neither of those. I know you're not necessarily saying I am, but we're addressing a party that's not in the room, and I'm not here to argue on their behalf. What I'm saying is that there's a problem that needs to be addressed, and the way that the first solution that you propose, which is that we propose programmatic adjustments, we tried that. And it hasn't worked.
No, the Republicans aren't trying that.
No, Republicans and Democrats don't do that.
The Democrats do try, but Republicans are half of Congress.
And all of Congress doesn't do it. And we don't accomplish it, and it doesn't seem to matter who has the majority. It doesn't get done. Obama tried to do this too, right? He tried to make cuts. It was like trivial cuts on the margin, shutting down old websites. At the end of the day, what's happened is clearly our government by itself is not sufficient to actually solve this problem. We need a creative approach to solving this problem. This is, hopefully we can agree, undoubtedly creative. It has some clear downsides. What I agree with you is this public spectacle around Doge and like constantly like people arguing on X about whether a program should be cut and all the partisanship around it is sad, unnecessary, and distracting. So that's why for me, it's like I'm not willing to give it an A because the messaging has been so politicized and so hyperbolic. But we need something different. And you're saying the Republicans won't get in line. To me, neither house seems to be getting in line with it because no cuts are not popular because yes, many Americans like these programs that we have and no one likes to have things taken away. And what I've seen, you know, to your point about like programs getting cut, that's what Doge has been doing. Now, if we have a disagreement on whether these programs that have been cut should be cut, I think it's a healthy discussion to have. Like we can talk about USAID, whether that should be removed. We can talk about the departments that have been downsized. We can talk about Health and Human Services getting rid of 2,000 employees. All these things are reasonable discussions to have. But what I don't think is a reasonable discussion to have is discussions about whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans and talking about these hypotheticals where all the Congress people get together and solve because it just hasn't been working. And frankly, as
fucking seriously.
and someone who's been observing government from the outside for years now, it's like I'm just glad that we're trying something different.
I mean,
Even
like,
if it's even if it's been fucking us over.
And it's the meme comment
Nice.
of we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. If Republicans want to govern, the country is here to be governed. But as long as half the country is just having an epic time following Trump into whatever abyss they're happy to follow him into, nothing is going to get done. Like none of the Doge stuff is probably going to get solidified by Congress. Most of the people in Congress are not happy with any of the suggested cuts. It's just nothing. Like when Republicans decide, okay, well, we have to actually come together and we need to start writing legislation, then something will get done. It's not a both sides issue. Democrats are able to pass way more legislation. The economy and the budget, both, so fiscally and the economy, tend to do better under Democrats. Every time a Democrat comes back into office, they have to waste the first year or two trying to bail them out of whatever catastrophe the last Republican got them into. When Obama came in, it was trying to recover from the housing crisis. When Biden came in, it was recovering from COVID. And then afterwards, you get a Republican who came in. Look, you've got Donald Trump coming in now. He came in off of Obama's heated economy and tried to take credit for the economy growing out of that, even though Trump added record levels to the debt and deficit. And now Trump has come in after the economy was doing great under Biden. We were dominating OECD and G7, like in every conceivable way. And now he's like managed to cause an economic contraction after a quarter. It's frustrating to see a Democrat comes in and has to clean up after the last Republican. The last budget deficit, or I'm sorry, the last budget surplus we had was under Clinton, was under a Democrat. It's just frustrating. The Democrat has to come in, clean up the mess. The Republicans come in, they make more and more of a mess. They spend like crazy, and then everybody goes, "Wow, both parties in the United States sure are messed up right now." Like it's just that blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really want to make this a partisan conversation, but I think the framing of Republicans mess it up and then Democrats clean it up, I don't think that's accurate at all. I mean, even if we talk about Clinton, creating this surplus, he inherited the conditions for a surplus to be created, and for sure he stewarded that. But those the deregulation efforts that created the economy that was booming by the time he entered office and early when he entered office, that was instantiated by Reagan. So if we're going to say that, oh, well, it's the Democrats just inherit messes and then they spend the first few years cleaning things up, I don't think that's true. In Bush's case, I think that was true because I think Bush was one of the worst presidents of all time. And I think Obama had to recover from Bush, and we saw the housing crisis.
And Trump inherited Obama's economy and took credit for it and massively spent. He did a huge tax cut without pairing it with any spending cuts.
And they all spend, right? And there's been no
they all spend.
Sure
no shit, they do.
And Trump. Yeah, sorry, God.
In point of fact, I'm pretty sure Biden actually spent more than Trump. Now, obviously, there was a black swan event in COVID, and Biden had all of COVID. Trump only had part of COVID, but I'm pretty sure, in point of fact,
most of the extra
more.
spending under Biden was because of the tax cuts from Trump, the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that they're trying to renew now. Like all of the extra interest on the debt, and then all of the extra, basically lost revenue from that was passed from Trump that was carried over into Biden's admin.
Yeah, but we can't do this thing where Republicans are not responsible for any success that they ride the tailwinds of, and Democrats are not responsible for any failures that they have to ride the headwinds of.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I can point to measurable Republican failures over and over again.
Yeah, but I'm saying you say Trump inherited Obama's economy.
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah, he stewarded the economy that he had. It didn't go off a cliff, and there's something to be said for that. And similarly, Clinton did the same.
Didn't go off a cliff until the end of his term.
He overheated it. And then they cried about inflation a few years later. He came in under Obama, and the markets went from growing 10, 15% every year to 20 to 25% every year for 3 years. And he did that with a massive deficit spend by cutting all these taxes and not pairing them with any government spending cuts. And then the same Republicans now want to come in and say, well, Trump's going to be the guy to save our budget. He couldn't do it when the economy was going well. Why would we expect him to do it now?
Well, I would say in the case of like overheating the economy, remember a lot of these changes were made in, as we both acknowledged, prosperous economic times, and then COVID hit, and then the same tax cuts and things that they did in times pre-COVID were not that effective post-COVID. And I will say to Biden's credit, I think he inherited a really difficult situation and he prevented it from going completely off of a cliff. But again, when we say, oh, well, if we talk about what level of confidence that we should have that Trump is able to resolve the debt and the deficit, given that he didn't do it the first time, I'm not confident that he was even trying. I think he was taking the economy that he had and trying to add more gas to it, and he did that until the point where it was no longer a viable option per COVID. And when we say that, oh, well, Trump is inheriting an economy that was booming under Biden, I don't think that was the experience of a lot of Americans on the ground. I mean, yeah, I guess equities were doing well, and I guess some of the top line was looking really good, but a lot of the reason why Trump got elected in the first place is because the average American, the cost of their groceries and their gas and their eggs and the things that they actually experience on a day-to-day basis were going up. And then over the longer term, the cost of houses were going up because interest rates were so high too. So even this framing of, oh, well, he inherited this booming economy, I guess it depends on what you call economy, but the actual economic experience of the average Americans was not good under Biden, and that's exactly why Trump got elected. And so, again, I'm talking about this fundamental framing of, oh, things were good, and then Trump either came in and just rode that high, or he messed it up after things were good. I think it's demonstrably not what happened last year.
I mean, I think you can look at literally any economic indicator, and every single thing on paper will agree with the assertion that I'm making. And I just want to say it's a fantastic way to frame Trump's first 4 years as saying they were bad because he wasn't even trying when he was the president of the United States of America. But
well, I would say it wasn't a priority. Like, as I recall, debt and deficit were not as much of a priority. And I don't think it's been, honestly, a big priority for any president in terms of actually trying to make substantive changes. I mean, maybe it's something that you mentioned in the campaign. Everyone says, I want to cut the debt and the deficit. But I haven't seen anyone actually make really substantive changes to try to do that. And I don't think Trump one had much of an emphasis on that.
I would argue that Biden expanding the IRS workforce by, I think they tried to do 80,000 people, would have been a really big step, although I think the Republicans have defanged that almost entirely now. And then I would say that at least the Inflation Reduction Act, the fact that they tried to pass legislation that had government spending that was offset by cutting part of the government, I would say that was an effort. And then you see things that Trump is trying to take credit for now that you mentioned earlier, all these investments into the United States from Taiwan chip factories or whatever. A lot of those are largely spurred on by the fact that Biden passed the CHIPS Act, which was more than just a tariff, but it actually provided for large-scale subsidies for domestic manufacturing investments from foreign investors. So, I mean, I don't know. Like Trump a long time ago, I mean, there's videos of him saying that the economy seems to run better under Democrats. I mean, I agreed with him then. I think it's still largely true, but I guess we'll see after the end of these 4 years how people try to rationalize away everything that's happened so far.
So there are millions of people in the U.S. who are here illegally. What should be done with those who are already here? And what, if anything, should change to prevent illegal immigration moving forward?
Sure, yeah. So we touched on, or Stevens touched on this super briefly when we talked about deporting the people who are doing a lot of the jobs that actually are necessary for the economy. And I agree, that's something that needs to be reckoned with if we are going to deport people. But before we even talk about things like the economy, or some people incorrectly believe that immigrants are committing crimes, and that's not true, or at least not at a higher rate than the average American, I think fundamentally and instinctually what's going on is a lot of people just feel like it's unfair to allow people to enter the country illegally. And to give you a very simple analogy, it's almost as if you're standing in a line, right? So let's say you're at an event and you're standing in a line, and you're standing in a line not because someone is wagging their finger and saying that you should do it, but because there's a basic understanding of it. There's a social contract that we all stand in the line, even if we don't like it, and we wait our turn. The perception,
even if that line is 20 years long.
And it's from a humane point of view, I totally understand a lot of these people are leaving desperate situations. A lot of these people are just like everyone trying to live a good life, and they want to live it in America. But the reason why America is actually so desirable is because we are a nation of law and order. We've actually created a system where we have relatively reliable judiciary system and legislative system and executive branch, and they work together, unlike a lot of these countries that people are coming from, especially in Central and South America. So not only does it feel unfair to the average American to watch so many people just bypass the rules, while, by the way, there are many people who are trying to enter the country legally and not willing to break the rules, it also undermines the very thing that makes America desirable to be in the first place. Because if it's a nation of law and order, and we're allowing people to enter the country while violating law and order, then very soon the community that people are trying to break into is not actually desirable anymore. So from my standpoint, this is about fairness, and it's actually not a moral claim. It's a claim about what actually creates a sustainable community. And I don't think it's sustainable to have a community where we have this perpetual underclass of people who the only difference between this underclass of people and the other and legal immigrants is that this underclass of people managed to make it into the country. This underclass of people is now getting actually abused because they're working jobs under the table. A lot of the time they're getting scammed. A lot of the time, you know, they don't have worker protection because they're undocumented. And I don't think it's a good situation for those people. I don't think it's a good situation for people who are legally. I don't think it's a good situation for people who want to be in the country legally either. So in my
Fuckers are
opinion,
opening all the chests I need.
we can't do this in the middle thing where we have like second-class citizens in the country and we say, oh, well, they're providing, essentially, we're saying cheap labor. Like, oh, they're building our houses and they're farming our crops and they're doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. We need to either legalize all of them or we need to remove them
That's what
all.
people were saying.
So if we look at these two branches, like, okay, well, what's the relative upside and downside of this? The upside of keeping these people in the country is certainly from a humanitarian point of view, it's more palatable because no one wants to force 10 to 20 million people to leave the country. They have communities here. They have bonds here. It would feel really bad. No one wants to see women and children crying as IC kicks down doors and kicks them out of the country. But what we would lose there is a fundamental sense of trust in American systems of law and order. And I
Right,
think that would
because
be,
people had so
it
much
would
trust
actually not just
before.
create internal distrust, it creates external distrust too. Because imagine, you know, I'm a first-generation immigrant. My parents came from Ghana. They waited in line. They waited in line. They followed the rules. They came here. They continue to follow the rules. So that would be the upside and the downside there. On a humanitarian front, it feels better, but I think from a social compact point of view, it's worse.
Wait, I have
The
4.
other
I don't need that
alternative is
many.
remove them all from the country. Now, I think a lot of the time, my criticism of the way conservatives talk about this is it just lacks compassion. It's about, hey, let's forcefully remove them here. They're illegals. Like, even the terms that they use are just really unsavory. I would like to see us find a solution where we actually incentivize people to leave the country of their own volition by actually just enforcing the law. Like, it shouldn't be legal for corporations to employ people under the table. It shouldn't be legal for people to enter the country, so I'm glad that we have locked down the border. I think that's something that Trump has done objectively well. To your question of like, how do we prevent this from happening in the future? I think we should be incentivizing them to self-deport by actually paying them to self-deport. I think that would be a lot more palatable and from a humanitarian standpoint and logistically more feasible. And you know, I know they actually offered $1,000 per illegal immigrant who self-deports. I don't think that's enough. I think it goes $1,000 goes further in a lot of these countries that people are coming from than America, but it's still not enough. But yeah, I would like us to raise the amount that we incentivize these people, help pay them $5,000, and give them a time frame where they get to choose when to leave. But this in-between zone where we allow people to be here as this weird underclass, second-class citizens, and then we rationalize it economically.
Seriously?
It goes against the spirit of America. And it's not sustainable, and I think it needs to be resolved in this administration.
Yeah, I think that
Right, so make
for illegal
the path
immigrants,
to
they are
get
fiscally
citizenship
beneficial because a lot of
easier.
them pay into government budgets.
Or
We don't get them
don't, I
during
mean,
their
not
child years
easier,
when they're
but
making big
not as
investments in them
fucking
to raise them over
long.
their tax-paying years. And then economically, they're beneficial because we're hungry for workers in the United States like crazy.
Like, I don't, like, those people don't want to be here illegally for fucking ever. But the process takes way too long. That's one of the biggest problems. Is how long it actually takes for you to get processed.
Our unemployment has been incredibly low for long periods of time. The idea of deporting 10 to 20 million people is just wholly unrealistic. I think it's a fantasy wet dream by conservatives that it just serves some emotional end. It would just be disastrous in so many different ways. The additional funding we would need for ICE and CBP to do it, the additional funding we would need for, I think Texas was trying to volunteer giant facilities to hold people, the processing, everything, it would just be a disaster. I feel like the best way to do it would be, nobody wants to actually tackle this politically, but it would be some kind of like path to amnesty. If you want to make them pay a fine or something, that's fine. If you want to restrict them to just having green cards instead of ever becoming citizens, you know, whatever. But I think some type of path to amnesty where they can stay in the communities they're already at, they can continue, you know, paying for whatever housing, paying into whatever communities, paying whatever taxes they do, but just giving them some kind of tax ID or number, and then more formally tracking them. I think that that's like the no-brainer solution if you actually want to solve the problem. Everything relying on deporting everybody, I just think is fantastical. Conservatives will say things like, we need a big wall with a big beautiful door. I haven't heard any of these conservatives talk at all about making immigration into the country any easier. I haven't heard any of them talk about the fact that it takes 20 or 30 years for a legal person to legally immigrate from some of these South American countries or from Mexico into the United States. So it seems like at the end of the day, they just want to kick out a bunch of people. They have no alternative plan to replace them, and then they're just going to pretend that somehow that's all going to work. And I just think that would be a catastrophe on like 7 different levels.
So before we talk about this, I'm experiencing this dynamic in the conversation between us where you're talking to conservatives, I'm talking to you. So what about my suggestions that we incentivize self-deportation by paying them more?
I mean, my response would be the same. It would be, why would we destroy all the markets of these people overwhelmingly working like that? Where are the workers going to come from?
We can import them legally.
So would you be in favor then of dramatically increasing the amount of immigrants that we accept or making it much easier to immigrate here?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that was a position that anybody else took, I think I would probably be okay with that. Although at that point I would say, why deport somebody, just have them reapply? Why not just do that? That basically sounds like amnesty with more steps.
No, so I wouldn't say you necessarily bring back the same exact group of people that you just deported. I would say, hey, you get back in the line, but you do get penalized because there are people who have not.
Golden chess. Okay, I need to go rogue for this.
Do the same job, who are willing to enter here through legal means. So I wouldn't say it's amnesty for the same group because I think we're talking about a different group of people.
But then why would we shuffle?
Let me just finish what I'm saying. One group of people came here illegally and they're being removed from the country. The other group of people is here trying to come into the country legally, and I agree we need to make that significantly easier, and we need to have some sort of criteria for admitting people legally into the country that is transparent and needs-based. So if people are saying that, hey, illegal immigrants farm crops and they build houses and all these things, I agree. They're providing tons of value to America. But let's have people come into the America on the right foot by following the rules and doing those jobs. And there's plenty of people in the world who would love to come in America and do.
Right, but like, the thing is, so most of these workers, why would we not just like naturalize them, make them citizens? If they haven't committed any fucking crimes, if they've just been working, trying to build up their income, their wealth or whatever, why would we not just naturalize them? Why do we have to get rid of them? Like, they've been working, they've been a good person. Why the fuck would we not just naturalize them? Like, who cares if they came in illegally? Like, it's been, like, you had a time to deport them, you didn't do anything about it because they were adding to the fucking economy, they were doing shit for you, you're like, leave them, who cares? So now I think they deserve it. Like, you didn't give a fuck back then, I think they deserve it now.
Do those jobs properly, legally. So
obviously if they're a criminal, like, yeah,
well, maybe the
fucking throw them out, like, who cares?
You let me know if it's not really a concern for you. But I think the deeper question here is, why would we cause economic disruption given that these people are integrated into our economy? And I would say it's the price of fairness. It's a price of restoring trust in our systems.
That's not restoring trust, that's the stupidest argument ever. That's gonna restore trust in the American fucking justice system? Fuck no, it's not.
And one of the reasons why now twice Trump has gotten elected on a campaign that makes immigration the top issue is because I think
like, no, it's not about the fairness or whatever the fuck. Like, no, that getting rid of a bunch of people who have contributed to the fucking economy isn't gonna bring back trust in them in like America's justice system. The way you do that is by prosecuting the fucking motherfuckers who did like MK Ultra, the motherfuckers who like just insisted on invading Iraq. Like, there's so many, like, I hate to agree with some of these people, but like all these Instagram conspiracy theorists, like some of them do actually have, like, they are referencing like actual terrible, unethical, illegal things that the government does or has done, and nobody's been punished for it. Barely anybody mentions it. People only know about it because they saw some YouTube video when they were like a child. Like, who's been prosecuted for MK Ultra, man? Like, I'm blanking on all the crazy shit. Like, like, what, the biggest one just is MK Ultra. Like, the fact that they took people and tested them, abused them, like, sexually, physically, mentally. That's fucking insane. That's fucking crazy. And then what? Watergate. Like, I just remember that. Didn't nobody got prosecuted for that, right? And then the whole like, oh man, it's you fucking weirdo. What are you doing? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, but there's been so many like unclassified documents of just absolutely horrible things we've done. Like I know a lot of these commie fucks mention like all the government intervention that we did in all these foreign countries. Like, yeah, this just getting rid of a bunch of illegals is not restoring faith in the justice system, dude. That's so dumb.
Intuitively, people just feel, hey, this is not how we do things in America. We don't get to selectively enforce rules. We don't get to just
Yes, we do.
eye.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We do that all the time.
What made this country so great? It's so great that people want to join it in the first place. So yeah, I mean, again, I just want to. I'm gonna continue to push back every time talking conservatives because, like,
I just realized, yeah, and then like we're banning books, like we're deporting people for criticizing like the Jewish government, like we got an anti-Christian task force, like what we're just that's just fundamentally against everything America like was founded on. Get rid of that, and then maybe we'll restore faith in the government a little by a little bit. Or I guess just deport a bunch of people who, like, the majority are just kind of contributing to our economy. Not even really doing nothing. Oh! I knew it! Oh! Fuck. Of course you're in the fucking doorway, you weirdo! Get out of the doorway, please. Oh my. There's a guy over there. Fuck you, motherfucker. I mean, why were there so many mobs? There's so many mobs.
Like, I'm Kaizen. I'm not conservatives. I'm
Sure.
not these other
Yeah,
people.
I understand. I'm sorry, but I mean, like, obviously, I'm speaking to largely the conservative argument. I mean, if you want to talk about fairness, it's hard because you're defending, or you're not defending, but you're saying that Americans care about this in the same breath. Trump is a 34-time convicted felon who's dismissed cases against him, impeded his own
Also that,
investigations, and engaged
yes.
in
Also
more
that.
overtly corrupt forms of lawfare than anybody, probably combined, every single president in U.S. history. So the idea that Americans have some intuitive feeling about fairness is just
I
completely
forgot our
totally
president is also a
unsubstantiated, in
fucking
my opinion.
felon. How could I
Number
forget?
one, and then number two, like, again, if you want to find
And I
people because
forgot
you
a
think something's not
pickaxe.
fair or whatever, I agree that illegal immigration, it's not fair, I guess, that they came in illegally, but the amount of economic harm that you would cause to this country, like, if we were a shining beacon of law and order, you know, through and through in every way, then I could see maybe there being some argument for it, but not with this president elected a second time. Absolutely not.
Okay, well, now we open Pandora's box and we're talking about Trump as a person and, you know, his legal breaches or ethical breaches and the Stormy Daniels case and these 34 convictions. I personally don't want to go there. I feel like it's been litigated till kingdom come.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know that we're going to convince anyone during this, and I think there's better things
Sure,
to
I only
do
bring
there.
that up in response to the idea that we're like the law and orders nation. It seems like we are pretty
Yeah,
flexible.
the
in
Law and
breakdowns.
Order
Well, I think
nation was
we've been
probably the
flexible on it.
stupidest fucking argument I've ever heard.
Across every president, Democrat and Republican.
Nobody compares to the current one, not even remotely close. Yeah.
When we talk about this specific issue, which is people coming into the country illegally, and I don't want to blow out the conversation by talking about Trump and whether
I mean, even Reagan suggested amnesty, right?
Yeah, he did, and I think it was actually a mistake. He didn't just suggest amnesty; he gave amnesty in California, and I think that artificially distorted the political environment there, and that's why I'm actually considering moving from LA, because I think it's become a place that doesn't respect law and order and has a ton of inefficiency and is actually squandering a lot of the largesse that it naturally has. So I think that's actually the effect of providing amnesty. It's like it erodes the social fabric fundamentally. in a
Oh,
way
fuck
that
off. You're such a. Why is it black? Why is it black? What the fuck? Why is it black?
I'll be willing for my life to be
Isn't
harder.
this normals?
We're gonna show these people the door.
Why is it
as
black?
compassionately as we can. We're gonna have them self-report by enforcing the laws and providing incentives as compassionately as
What?
we can. And we reset
What
the deck
the-
and we do this properly, because no president has been willing to do it properly. I will say, as a critique of Trump, he has not talked about reforming the legal immigration process at all.
Why
And I think
is-
that's a failing, because I think the way that comes across is, hey, not only do you not care about immigrants more generally, because it kind of
Why is it black? I'm in fucking normals.
saying that's what it is, but
Hello?
that's what it can look like to a lot of people. I agree that illegal immigrants are providing a lot of value. and
That's
we need to get that
fucking
value
sick,
from
dude.
somewhere. I'm just saying we can get it from legal immigrants, and as a point of fairness, those legal immigrants should be the people
I'm
who
not
have
even in
worked
high roller.
patiently to get into the country the right way, not people who broke the law and are already here and for whom it's inconvenient to leave the country because we started enforcing the law.
Sure, but if Donald Trump suggested tomorrow he can push a button to deport 20 million people with no path to getting anybody else in here, would that be something you would support?
Sorry, say the question again.
Let's say that we could push a button tomorrow and deport 20 million people, but there was no realistic mechanism to replace even a tenth of that. Would you support that? I just don't understand because the fact that you even had to think about it says enough about that question. Because apparently Americans were so, and this is also a thing where I have a hard time figuring out what anybody actually cares about. Before we said Americans were so concerned about the economy, they were so concerned about like the cost of groceries and everything, and now we're like, I think we can actually sustain hundreds and hundreds of billions of economic damage to deport people that. For a lot of these people, they don't even see them every day. You know, people in swing states have these super strong feelings about illegal immigrants that are like in Texas and California. It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, the reason I had to think about it is because it's actually a nuanced question. Like, what's worth it? What is it worth it to you to just solve the illegal immigration problem, take the economic damage, and have no route out? And I would say probably not, and that's not what we should be doing.
Oh, there might be
anyway.
one
I
in
think the better
here.
question is, are you in favor of removing people and simultaneously making legal immigration more viable, or would you just rather keep people in the country and make legal immigration more viable? It sounds like you're in favor of just keeping people in the country, and it sounds like we both agree that legal immigration needs to be made more viable. I am saying I would rather we gently remove and incentivize people to remove themselves from the country, because I agree forceful deportation of 10 to 20 million people is not logistically viable, and we do this the right way.
Why can't we just do in Ellis Island, there were a ton of people that came in. They sort of name in a book. Well, I know from Cuba, you had the Mariel boat list or whatever. Tons of people, tens of thousands of people just came in and they're like, okay, yeah, we'll take it. Why not write a law in Congress saying like, listen, if you're here, go to your office, sign up or whatever, and we're going to figure out a pathway to at least having a green card since they're already embedded. They're already, like, imagine if you're like a landlord landlord, or imagine if you own a business and all of a sudden, like, the federal government has just excised half of your tenants or excised half your employees, and it's like, holy shit, I have to wait for all these other people. Like, the harm would just be unreal.
I agree, and that's why I'm saying the ideal solution is not to just do one part. Let's do all of it at the same time.
But that's not what you're suggesting is impossible, right?
Sorry, why is it impossible?
That for every one, like, if I'm a landlord and I've got 10 tenants and say I don't know this, but say 4 of them are illegal immigrants, you're gonna take one out and then in the next day swap in a legal immigrant.
Oh, no. I'm not saying do it in a single day. This can be drawn out over time.
But businesses and landlords, businesses and cities and people that have these people integrated into the parts of their economy, companies, they can't wait months and months and months with no employees, with no renters, with no...
Yeah, and I'm saying that's why, yes, we have to land the transition properly. And maybe this is something that happens over the course of a year. Maybe over the course of a year, you say, hey, look...
We're letting the guy who bankrupted casinos, like, he has to do some, like, timing fucking... Some timing macroeconomic bullshit, like, okay.
We should stop the IRS, I agree, so that we can
I guess it's the guy to do it.
Because you're not going to be able to continue to pay people under the table in perpetuity. So we give people a heads up, we give them a grace time to transition, and we do this delicately. It doesn't need to be we push a button and we remove 10 to 20 million people out of the country. I think the framing of that question is like, that's why I had to think of it as like, I mean, I don't really think it's a fair question because that's not what I'm proposing at all. But yeah, I think you pointed out a good trade-off. Like, are we willing to just remove 10 to 20 million people from the country illegally with no alternative? I think we should have an alternative. Let's just do this right.
Oh, that just is not a realistic thing in any way, shape, or form. The frustration I have is that these are real problems, and I think we need, like, real solutions for them. But it's always these, like, pie-in-the-sky things that, like, this wouldn't even escape a Republican-controlled supermajority Congress of, like, we're going to push a button and deport, not push a button, but we're gonna find a way to deport 10 to 20 million people. It's never happening. And then as a result of, like, entertaining these types of delusions, we just kick the can down the road and indefinitely never actually
delusions.
It's so frustrating because these same people will then show up in 4 years and say, this is a huge problem. And it's like, okay, well, can we actually do something about it?
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to slowly deport 20 million people while making legal. No, we're not. That's never happening, right?
Well, maybe just call me an idealist. I think it can happen. I think with
what odds would you, if we were to bet $1,000, what odds would you take for that? Like, I would give you 100 to 1 odds that we're not deporting 10 million people. 100 to 1 odds. It's a huge betting odds that we're not deporting 10 million people in the next 4 years. It's not happening.
Yeah, I don't think Trump is going to do it the way he's doing it. I'm talking about the way that we should do it, and I think that the way that we should do it requires generational leadership, and it's totally possible. I don't see anything infeasible.
I don't care about what's possible. A lot of things are possible. 1 in a trillion things are possible. We should go for what's feasible and what's probable. Like, what can we actually do?
So please explain to me what's fundamentally infeasible about overhauling
Okay,
our legal immigration system, providing incentives to illegal immigrants such that they self-deport, stepping up our forceful deportation so that the people who don't choose to self-deport, we do actually have to forcefully deport, unfortunately, and doing this with enough proper messaging in advance so that it can be done properly.
So the feasibility for number 1 is DOA, because it seems like nobody even wants to have a conversation about what legal immigration should look like in the United States, because we don't even know what... I guess I don't even know what people's actual positions are. So, for instance, if you would have asked me 6 months ago or 4 months ago what conservatives thought about asylum, I would say conservatives don't even believe asylum seekers are real. That's, in my opinion, that's what they would have said. But now, apparently, for white people in South Africa, apparently asylum seeking is like the most important thing ever. And so these people are coming here for asylum, and we're all clapping for that. So I don't even know what a reformation of the immigration system looks like, because I don't even think we've come to the table again to discuss. A lot of people are under the assumption, for instance, that we only need high-skill immigrants. But then the H-1B situation popped up. I was like, actually, hold on. I don't think we need medium high-skill immigrants. I don't want these people at all. And then for people coming from South America or from Mexico, it's like, well, we don't need low-skill labor either because reasons, I guess. So I don't know. So that's the first thing. The second thing, in terms of deporting people, it's a catastrophic impact to start deporting people en masse. If you want to talk about, like, doing these deportations where ICE is like going
oh,
into,
you fucking weirdo.
They find some people that are they don't have good immigration.
No, and I didn't bring a pickaxe. I didn't bring a pickaxe.
Integrated into a community that are working, that have their kids going to school or whatever, but they're undocumented or illegal persons, and then you start kicking these people out. It's not just even giving money to those people to make them right or
stop, bro. You're so weird. You're so weird.
About a ricochet effect through these entire communities. You're talking about
You're so weird, dude.
That aren't going to have payments made on them. You're talking about properties that are going to be abandoned, that aren't going to have rent paid. You're talking about companies that are going to lose employees, that aren't going to have workers. Like, all of these effects are happening for some vague notion of fairness in a country that elected a guy who's a 34-time convicted felon. Not to point anything out in particular about Trump, I'm just saying that it's interesting that we're able to make some concessions on fairness in some places, but then in other places we're like, we have to do this exactly 100% the right way. But that right way could never include some sort of amnesty, even though we
Oh, I got stuck. Why is it on me?
the example was one I gave. It just there's a path forward where there's a discussion where I think it could happen. We need some kind of amnesty thing. Otherwise, we're never getting rid of these people. These people aren't self-deporting unless you're offering them a ton of money. So we need some kind of amnesty thing. We need some kind of immigration conversation. We need people to come together and have a conversation on this. But instead, it's this. We're going to figure out a way to really deport 10 to 20 million people. And it's like, that's never happening.
Okay, so I feel like maybe there's just...
We're going to make it happen.
Maybe what we think this conversation that we're having right now is meant to do, right? Because I'm not here to defend Trump. I'm not here to rationalize for conservatives.
Fuck, I didn't think the Capitol was going to get invaded by a bunch of fucking
the best possible solutions to the problem
cultists, but
what I'm hearing
they
you say
did.
is that you're fundamentally pessimistic that some of the ideas that I'm advocating can even be done. I guess I'm optimistic about it.
Like, I didn't think a fucking felon would ever be a president, but it happened.
And I think
it indeed happened.
Conversations like this, where we can at least identify what the best thing is, we can start changing the political will of the masses so that we can create enough political will to get them done. And
He sounds like a socialist. Like that's something a socialist would say, literally.
I don't think it's logistically infeasible to give people incentives.
This bro sounds like a liberal.
I don't think it's politically infeasible to enforce the law so that companies aren't paying people under the table, because we can do that. Or we do it selectively, so let's just do it all the way. I don't think it's politically infeasible to force some people out of the country, although we should keep that to an absolute minimum. Recently, DHS reported that part of the reason that they're giving people $1,000 to self-report is because it costs $17,000 to force report. At $17,000, I agree with you. We're not going to do it. And that's why I'm saying, let's find this more useful way to do it. So I think it's just a matter of providing proper incentives, enforcing the law, and increasing the throughput of the legal immigration system. And if you're saying, look, the conservatives are so intractable that it's just not possible.
Wow.
I guess I just disagree. Like, I think it's totally possible, but there needs to be enough public awareness of what is possible. There needs to be enough public desire to do something about it. I do actually think there's enough public desire to do something about this situation. Unfortunately, I think it's been channeled into a lot of animus toward illegal immigrants and just wanting to rain fire and brimstone and kick them out of the country. But I think underneath that, especially for people who are not strongly on the right, is there's probably a majority of the country who says, yeah,
Actually,
we
need
some
that.
level of deportation. And in fact, there were surveys done around the time of the election saying that people were supportive of some form of deportation. And people just need to be made aware of a better way. So, yeah, I believe it's possible. I think this conversation hopefully helps people become aware and change their mind and become open to that. And that gets channeled into the will of Congress people through the legislative branch, because that's the way government's supposed to be enacted. But yeah, when you're talking about this vague notion of fairness, I'm going to say, again, yeah, it's abstract, but it's incredibly, incredibly important, because right now we're the most divided that we've ever been. There's a least level of public trust. Things are being done forcefully because we can't do things through reconciliation and actual conversation. And if we just give up on the whole project of democracy and communication and doing things properly, yeah, you're right, we're not going to get anything done. But I think it requires us first acknowledging that, look, maybe we can change things, and maybe there's actually a moment right now in American culture where people are open to change.
Yeah, I wish those conversations would be realistic, I guess, and then maybe they would be.
Let's have the realistic conversation. We're right here.
Let me just add something real quick. So, it seems something you would both agree on is that we should incentivize legal immigration. Am I correct?
Incentivize
legal immigration.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Great. Do you agree?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
I think there's a sort of a disconnect on unfeasibility, and I want the viewers to decide what's feasible, but I want you guys to lay out your
Wow.
plans. So, Stephen, you were talking about fast tracking the illegal immigrants who are already here toward green cards. Kaizen, if you could go into a little bit more detail of what your plan would be, say you're chief advisor to the president, and you've got Congress majority, you've got Senate, whatever. What would be your
Finally,
plan,
fuck.
and you can let the viewers decide of what's feasible.
Sure. Okay, cool. So let's say we have a 1-year window to execute this entire transition. And first, we need to let people know what's going to happen before it actually happens. So we tell people, hey, look, we're overhauling our entire legal and illegal immigration system. Over the next year, what we're going to start doing is talking to businesses. We're going to enforce the law. Like the existing law is fine. We're just going to make it so you can't pay people under the table to work at your businesses. You need to account for that when you think about your labor force planning. You need to account for that when you think about what kinds of goods you produce. Yes, there's going to be some economic disruption, but this is necessary in order to at least reinstate the level of social trust that we actually need to be Americans together. Illegal immigrants. We totally understand why you came here. You're not bad people. We understand that you're just trying to create a better life for yourself. But the way that you came into the country, the fundamental rule upon entry was violated. You came into the country by breaking the rules. It's not fair to other people who are following the rules here in America. It's not fair to other people who have been waiting in line to get into the country. And it's just it's a non-starter. And the reason why America is so great and the reason we want to come here is because we're a nation of rules. So,
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
but over
definitely
the
why.
next year, we're going to ask you to leave. The way that we're going to ask you to leave is we're going to help facilitate you leaving. Like logistically, like we can arrange public transit so that we fly people out to their home destination. We can make deals with people in these Central and South American countries so that they accept these people back. Like that's what we've been doing, obviously on the most negative way possible with El Salvador, accepting prisoners from here. But we're going to ask you to leave, and we're going to incentivize you to leave with a resettlement payment. It can be somewhere between $5,000 to $10,000 per illegal immigrant, and that gives you time to get your affairs in order. And if you don't do that voluntarily,
I'm gonna give you a job. I'm gonna give you some roommates. Those roommates might have some sketchy tattoos, and your room might be really small. And the work you might be doing might seem like slave labor, but it's not. And you're totally not in an El Salvadorian prison.
unfortunately, we're going to have to forcefully deport you at the end of this year. So you have this grace period to figure it out. And then as far as the legal immigration system goes, I agree with Stephen. We've been incredibly inconsistent with our legal immigration system. I think we saw it with the H-1Bs. I think we're seeing it with the white South African Afrikaners. It's not transparent, like what refugee status, asylum status, who gets to be here. It feels like a bunch of pet projects. So instead, we should have a very transparent system with a criteria. And we actually do have a criteria already in our immigration system. And admittedly, I'm not super learned on exactly what the issues are that are making it so inefficient. But the commitment is, hey, if it's a staffing issue, let's get the staffing better. If it's a database and systems issue, then let's solve the databases and systems. But there needs to be a way to do it, not just because we think we want to just open the doors to legal immigrants, but because we actually need people. As Stephen has identified, we actually need people to be doing these jobs. Let's prioritize the people who have been waiting in line and are willing to do these jobs. And by the way, before we had masses of illegal immigration, we had seasonal workers come in and do these jobs. So it's not like we've never had some sort of system where people from very similar backgrounds were doing these jobs. What's unprecedented is the amount of people who have been coming here illegally. So yeah,
get the fuck. Are they gonna move, man? Oh my god! Like, get the fuck out of the way! These damn skeletons.
Whether we can actually get Congress to be on board with doing it, but I believe that's possible too. I think it just requires deft leadership.
Cool. Do you want to add anything to your plan? For since he was delivered a more comprehensive plan, do you want to add to yours?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid situations that are politically unfeasible and are economically unfeasible. The reason why the feasibility matters is because there's a lot of idealistic plans that can exist, but like it doesn't matter if it's idealistic. So for instance, I could solve all drug issues right now in the United States if I would just tell everybody to stop doing drugs. If you have an addiction, just stop, right? But nobody's going to do that because they have an addiction. Much the same that, like, if you're saying we should pass this plan, and then if we pass this plan, everything will be fixed. Well, if nobody wants to pass the plan, the feasibility of passing it is part of the feasibility of the plan itself. When it comes to a path to amnesty for people that are here, the reason why this works the best is because it avoids a whole bunch of really tough economic questions. So, for instance, if you've got a bunch of people that are renting apartment units to illegal immigrants that are now going to have to close up shop because their whole building is emptied because
You're so weird, bro. You're so fucking weird.
They might not even know some of these people are illegal immigrants, and they lose a ton of their labor force. All of these small businesses, all of these apartment complexes, all of these places that rent, cars or anything else to any of these people, all of these people are going to be hurt in bad ways. So you avoid all of that by doing some sort of path to amnesty, number one. Number two, you avoid very convoluted or very difficult legal questions. So for instance, let's say that there are two illegal immigrants in the United States. Let's say they have kids. Let's say both those kids are 16, 17 years old. Those kids are citizens. Well, what do you do now? Now you're in a weird world where we deport the parents. Do the kids stay here? The kids probably have to go too. And it's like this, just nobody wants to deal with the situation because it's like, you know, fuck, like, are you really, you know, we had this pop up with the 2-year-old that got, you know, sent away with her mom, and that just puts you in a weird situation in terms of like the legality and the morality of it. There's also another fiscal involvement here where it's like, well, if you have illegals that were here, say like DACA kids, these are people that don't commit crime because the DACA people are registered with the government, and they're people who are in their heavy investment years, meaning we've spent all this money.
Oh my god, nobody's killed it.
And then now when they're hitting adult age, for the DACA kids especially, now is when they can start contributing back to the economy by paying taxes, by having jobs, and by buying stuff. To ship them out at that point is like, holy shit, we've just educated this person and made them a citizen of the world and have given them the ability to work, and now we're putting them to another country so they can go and work and make money for them. It's just like, why would we do that? We're shooting ourselves in the foot. So the path to citizenship, or at least the path to amnesty or a green card, manages to keep all those people in place, integrated into the systems that they've organically already sorted themselves into, and then it just basically moves us into a world where we can start to account for them legally because now they've all registered for, you know, some type of green card status. If you do undress the green card thing, at the very least you avoid the uncomfortable issue that Republicans have where they're like, well, we don't want them to take over voting majorities in some places or whatever. Maybe we can even reshuffle how you apportion delegates from the House, because some people don't like the fact that if there are more citizens or more people living somewhere, even if the green card holders, you know, whatever, you can figure those things out. I just think that path is a way that protects us, like, morally. It makes people feel
Oh my
okay,
dude,
generally.
where's the fucking
Legally,
golden
you're on a
chest?
understanding. Politically, you've got a more feasibility to a plan there, and economically, you're avoiding a lot of the harm from moving people out of your markets, and fiscally, you're accounting for all of your government budgets a lot better. I just think that plan is way better than trying to shuffle 15 million people in and 15 million people out of the economy, in my opinion.
So speaking of shuffling, sorry if I can add something really quick. So Kaizen presented sort of an ideal plan. You did as well. So in the interest of feasibility still then, you know, how would you go about delivering the, like you're saying, green cards for illegal immigrants? How would you choose which ones get it? And, you know, part of on my channel, I've spoken to many illegal immigrants, and they have hearings that are years into the future. So how would you sort of fund it? How would you make this plan feasible of delivering green cards to, correct me if I'm wrong, but millions of people?
I think in general, politically popular plans are plans that fund themselves. So if you really wanted to, you could say we're going to do a path to amnesty for every single person in the United States, and the penalty for being here illegally is going to increase tenfold. And so what you do is, if you're on a path to amnesty and you want to apply for that thing, then for the next 5 years, maybe you've got like a 2% tax penalty that you pay towards your amnesty. So for every illegal immigrant that is now here on a path to citizenship, maybe they pay, 2% of their paycheck pays to some fund, and from the money that's collected from that, that can be used for the heightened enforcement measures that go to kick people out or to pay for the programs to integrate these people. And then those things can also be applied, doubly so to corporations. If we find that you're employing people who are illegal immigrants and you haven't done your due diligence, when an employee works for you, I don't know if you've ever had to fill out an I-9 before or whatever, where they fill out the paperwork and you ensure their documentation and everything. If you've been found to be willfully employing these people, then you've got huge penalties to pay as well. And then all of that can go into a collective fund that kind of like pays ideally for the program itself. Not to mention all the additional tax revenue and everything else that's captured by these people being in the continue to participate economically anyway. But that's one way you could do it.
Yeah, so one thing before we move on to the next topic here that I'd like for you guys, maybe there's going to be unity, I don't know, but both of your guys' plans involves significant law and order. You're talking about fines, you're talking about deportations, so could we have a quick discussion here about that enforcement?
I have to make it over here and over here.
How would you enforce it? How would you enforce it?
First, I just want to acknowledge the plan that Stephen laid out. I can see why he feels it's more feasible, because I think it is absolutely less economically disruptive. And yes, I think people are more likely to support plans that don't economically make things harder for themselves. So maybe there's something infeasible about what I'm saying in that it requires more political will to get done what I'm proposing we do.
Nice.
And I'm saying it requires more political will, and it also creates more trust.
What? Oh my god, if that hit me, I was fucking dead.
Limbo status forever, so I think it's better than that for sure. It doesn't require as much political will, but it erodes trust.
Dude, I can't hit him. I can't fucking hit him.
Every few decades, we have this crisis, and we just decide, okay, we're just gonna undo the
So
crisis by
dumb.
centralizing everyone who's guilty of this.
I fucking hate playing Rogue. Oh my god.
So what I'm saying is, legally, I think this is actually quite simple to enforce. It's not difficult to enforce the current laws by saying, hey, we're going to check up on companies, and if you're employing people illegally, then you're going to be hit with a huge fine or maybe even go to prison. And I think to Steven's point, he said there's going to be a huge fine for people.
Yo, are you gonna swing, you motherfucker?
We need to beef up enforcement on something here. So it sounds like it's roughly equivalent there. I think it's very feasible from an incentive standpoint. It's very easy to say, hey, we're going to pay you money if you leave, and we're already doing that. And I think this is where I'm not confident in my level of knowledge of the legal immigration system and what's wrong with it. But I don't see why this is a fundamentally intractable issue. I just think it's something that people have been focused on. I think a lot of the energy has been focused on illegal immigration, which I actually think is the bigger issue, but I think it should be solved commensurate with the legal immigration issue. So yeah, I don't think there's anything legal.
It's always this one, dude. Like it's
changing the incentive model and changing the legal immigration system. I think the hard part, which is identified, he thinks is fundamentally infeasible. I don't. It's finding the political will to do it. And I would say that the benefit of Stephen's plan is that economically it's much more palatable to the average American. And I would say, he's talked about conservatives being resistant or not willing to govern or all these other things. Yeah, I think fundamentally conservatives probably take a principled position of these people broke the law. We're not going to validate that. Period.
right.
I think in order for them
That's
to get on board with
that's
the plan,
definitely the position they're
I think
taking.
they can get on board with a plan that incentivizes legal immigrants to leave the country. I don't think they will get on board with a plan that rewards them, essentially, for having entered the country illegally. So I do think my plan actually threads the needle in the middle more effortlessly, because I think many Democrats, I think many independents, I mean, most people just don't identify as either party. Again, it's been surveyed that they're in support of some level of deportation. What they're not in support of is ICE kicking down doors and dragging people out. So we need to provide an alternative plan, and I think everyone wants to just feel like a good person. They want to see illegal people, people who are in the country illegally dealt with humanely, not that they necessarily need to stay here.
Let's talk about Russia-Ukraine. So,
Yeah, I already knew,
it was widely
'cause-
seen in the West the invasion of Ukraine as unprovoked, and people largely sided with Ukraine. However, some perspectives on the war shifted as the U.S. sent nearly $175 billion in aid. So, was Putin's decision to invade at all justified, and how could the U.S. have improved its response to the war? I'll go first.
Yeah, I don't think that there was any justification for the invasion of Ukraine. There's a number of issues that people lay out, but I think all of them are red herrings. People can say it was NATO expansionism that did it.
Great, man. Like,
because NATO has expanded. Russia hasn't gone to war
so
with any countries.
fucking annoying.
In response to the 2014 ousting of Yanukovych. Some people say that that it was for the denazification of Ukraine, and the Azov battalion is like a few hundred people. This is not true. It's just obviously not true. They had I believe it was a Jewish head of state and a Jewish vice president at the same time. Like, the idea that there's some huge Nazi problem in Ukraine has just never been true. Some argue that it was because of the ethnic cleansing of ethnic Russians in the Donbass. That's not true. There was an active war that's been facilitated there by Russia for at least 10 years. The reason why they invaded Ukraine is because they wanted to control Ukraine in a similar way that they control Belarus. Putin more or less said this, that they're the same kindred spirit of people, and that he basically wants to see a reformation of like a Soviet Union-esque type nation state between Russia, between Belarus, between Ukraine. I think that the biggest issue that the United States had was we didn't have like a unified response to what we wanted to do. Initially, we were really big on supporting Ukraine, but for reasons and Trump and whatever random stuff, the conservatives started to break off from that and decided that we needed to become isolationists again, I guess, and not have any relationship with anything going on in the rest of the world, unless I guess it's pouring tons of money into Israel for whatever reason. I think that the biggest mistake that the United States made was not to have when I say unified response, I mean that we're unified at home about how we're going to deal with this, and to not have Ukrainians sitting in a ditch waiting on whether or not they're getting artillery shells based on whether or not an immigration bill is going to be combined with foreign support for the war, I guess.
Okay, so what about how we would change, how would you change the response to the war in Ukraine? Like, would you change anything that Biden did? Would you change anything? I assume you'd want to change some things that Trump has done.
I think making greater weapon systems F-16s and everything else like available to them from the start, I think would have been good. I don't think we should ever utter the word like nuclear anything. The idea that we should allow somebody to bully us around because of nuclear threats is absolute bullshit. And the idea that we need to be afraid of Russia and give them basically carte blanche to invade any country in the world because they have nuclear weapons is insane. I don't think Putin is that suicidal. And all the same arguments that people made about being worried about World War III or nuclear winter would apply the exact same if they were to invade a NATO ally. And I would hope that we wouldn't use the same arguments and abandon NATO as well, although Trump has talked about that and shown a desire to do that a ton. But yeah, I think that basically telling Ukraine, listen, as long as you guys want to fight, you have everything that's available to you that you can fight with. Good luck. As opposed to this, like, you know, dishing out selectively weapons over time, depending upon what the political will is at home for it.
Guys, would you like to respond? Yeah, sure. So first to the question of justification. I mean, the question is like, what does justification mean? Are we talking about moral justification? Are we talking about has there been any incentive provided? Have we provoked them in any way? Look, I don't think there's a moral justification for an invasion. I think it's clear that from just a purely moral standpoint,
They better not be in here.
Ukraine, I think there are many options available to him.
Dude, I'm about to freak the fuck out.
I do think that many people
Where are the golden chests?
at least give Putin plausible reasons to the international community to engage. So Stephen mentioned the ousting of Yanukovych and our involvement in the Maidan Revolution in 2014. It's like, yeah, that's a plausible reason why Putin could say, hey, you guys have been violating Ukraine's sovereignty. You guys have been turning Ukraine into a Western satellite. Now this is a security threat. Does it warrant him invading? No, but it's something that he can say. Just like if, let's say, Russia was in talks with Mexico to create some sort of Russian-Mexican treaty organization or something like that. Would I say that that's, okay, we should just invade Mexico now? No. Would I say that that is part of a stack of reasons that needs to be addressed, otherwise it's still eventually going to
I mean, I was already low.
Intervention? Yeah, I would say that.
God,
So,
where the
part of
fuck
my issue is
are
that
the golden
there's
chests?
like black and white framing of like Putin was completely in the wrong. It's irrational. He's just trying to take more land and reconstitute the Soviet Union. Well, if that's all you believe, then there's no appealing to self-interest and there's no reconciliation possible, and the only possibility is total war, and I just fundamentally don't believe that. I think when we talk about justification here, the better question is, were there reasons why Putin invaded that we could have not furnished him with if we had approached our diplomatic approach differently? And I think yes. I think we've meddled in Ukraine, again, when we talk about the 2014 revolution, in ways that I think would cause any neighbor in the surrounding region to be concerned. And I can totally see why Putin was concerned. And I think rather than subversively supporting a revolution and deposing someone who is more Russian aligned and replacing them with someone who's more Ukrainian aligned, we should have actually been in relationship with Russia. And I think that's one of the biggest failings of our foreign policy agenda. And I think since the 1990s, we've been stuck in this old view of Russia evil, Putin, dictator, wants to take over the world, next Hitler. We shouldn't even talk to him. And yeah, throughout 2022 and 2023, we saw that agenda be prosecuted to its logical conclusion, which is by design.
The thing, that's not what it was that we did talk to him, bro. What?
And years later, this war is still going on. It's the bloodiest conflict on earth. And we've been out of pocket for over $100 billion. We weren't any closer to a resolution of this by the end of 2024. So when we talk about justification, it's like, no, I don't think him invading is justification. I think, call me an idealist, I don't think offensive killing of people is ever justified. And there were things that we could have done before to actually prevent this from even getting to that place, or so that even if Putin was hell-bent on getting to this place, we actually would have been on the clear moral high ground, so there was a clear mandate to be unified in our sides. And where I agree with Stephen is we've done this half in, half out. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Where we're saying we're going to send certain things and then we don't, and then we're saying that we're going to start negotiations and then we're backing into Ukraine's corner again, then we're backing to Putin's corner. It's very confusing. And it's protracted this conflict a lot longer than it needs to. I would have said,
I didn't mean to do that.
Like, fully, we stand with Ukraine. We give them everything that they need. This is now a proxy war through Ukraine. Let's fight it and win. Or we're completely out and we say, look, they're not a part of NATO and it's not our responsibility. And I, frankly, as much as my heart goes out to the Ukrainian people, because it sucks to get invaded. Like, it sucks. They're the smaller country. They don't have the arms to fully resist Putin without our help. It's not our fight. And here we get to a more fundamental disagreement about what is America's role in the world, I tend to take, I mean, it's always a spectrum between isolationist and interventionist. I think we've gone too far in the interventionist direction. I think we keep on finding really hollow moral justifications for getting involved in conflicts. And to me, it's just about self-interest. Like, that's the cleanest way to do this. I don't see a compelling reason why it's strongly in America's self-interest to donate hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine over any other conflict in the world. There's tons of horrible things going on in the world. I don't see why, I don't see why we believe that if we don't help Ukraine, then Putin's going to run roughshod over the rest of Europe, and all of a sudden we're going to be next, like Zelensky has said several times. We have NATO. If he invades a NATO nation, then we fight. That's the whole point of the agreement. So countries that are not a part of NATO, we should not be signaling, like Biden was doing, that, oh, Ukraine's going to join NATO, there's no timeline, and then giving Putin some sort of justification he can provide to the world, even if some of the world doesn't believe him. Instead, let's make commitments, let's honor them, and let's not go past them. And I think we've gone past them with no clear rationale.
The 2014 Euromaidan, the idea that the U.S. was involved in that, there's no substantiation to that in any way, size, shape, or form, right?
What was it? Was it Victoria Nuland?
Yeah, it's a Nuland phone call where all we said was there's a one leader we prefer over the other. That's not substantiation in any way, size, shape, or form that we participated in that. There had been a whole series of protests up to that point. There were good reasons for the Ukrainian people to be mad. There's no evidence that the United States fomented that.
Yeah, so my understanding is the CIA actually did help foment that. So it was a grassroots revolution, just to be clear, something that the Ukrainian people wanted to do. My understanding is that we did covertly support that.
And what I don't, and how?
So my understanding is that, I don't know if this is a USAID thing or a separate part of the US, of the CIA did this, but that we funded this and we helped provide propaganda to the Ukrainian community to help support this.
Okay, I don't think there's any evidence that's ever been presented of that. The only thing that's ever brought up is that Victoria Nuland phone call a billion times. So that happened all on its own, number one. Number two, the framing of Russia had to invade Ukraine because Ukraine might have joined NATO. Like, what would be the threat to Russia if Ukraine joined NATO? The threat would be that they wouldn't be able to invade Ukraine. What?
Well, the threat is that we can mount weapons there, like
we can mount weapons, and we already have countries that are bordering Russia in NATO.
And not all of them are within striking distance of Moscow.
You don't think that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania could shoot missiles into Moscow?
They're not as close. It's more of an existential threat.
I don't think
okay.
So. They're close enough to shoot missiles into.
And besides that, you're making me respond to a framing that I did not provide. I didn't say that Russia had to invade.
I'm just saying it's not even a good justification.
I didn't say that this is only a security concern. I do think Putin had his own reasons for invading. I think, yes, part of this is about ethnic Russians, and he's really ethnic Russians.
Sure, I'm just going to put piece of these for the NATO one. NATO's never attacked Russia, right?
Of course not.
So why does he think that Ukraine joining is magically going to be the time now that NATO is going to strike Russia?
Again, I'm not saying it's sufficient justification. I'm saying.
Dude, can I get a fucking golden chest? Just give me a golden chest.
The idea that NATO has somehow magically become a threat to Russia, I don't think that's substantiated. What was the tertiary reason? The only reason I can see to invade Ukraine is because he wants to invade Ukraine. I don't know what excuses we gave him or what we could have headed off.
Well, at minimum, look, maybe there's some, and this is obviously hard to substantiate because we're talking about a covert operation that may or may not have existed, and Victoria Nuland's call may or may not substantiate the existence of this covert operation.
Well, to be very clear, the only thing that Nuland call said was that there was one leader we would prefer over another. That leader didn't even get elected after Euromaidan. So, I'm sure we have preferences for leadership around the world all the time. That doesn't mean we're covertly supporting some project to cause a revolution and to oust a leader in a country just because we prefer one over another.
Yeah, and of course, again, with covert operations, it's very
Dude, fuck off! There's no golden chest. It doesn't exist. It doesn't fucking exist.
And let's say it is true to any degree. That, to me, that's evidence that we are prosecuting an agenda of getting involved in countries that we don't need to be involved in at all. And
you don't think Europe is an interest to the United States?
I'm not talking about Europe. We're talking about Ukraine.
Ukraine is a part of Europe, and I think European sees that as an essential part of European security, right?
Yeah, I'm saying some European countries are in NATO, and we've made commitments, and we've made the assessment that, yes, it makes sense to provide security to them. Ukraine was not one of them, at least not up to this point. Now,
Sure, but I mean, they did give up their nuclear weapons, right?
yeah, they did, and there was a Budapest Memorandum, and there's a reason why we didn't add in any enforceability clause, because evidently we didn't find Ukraine to be valuable enough to America's security to put ourselves on the line and say we're going to provide security guarantees. So
Well,
again,
it was also probably because it was in '94, literally 3 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, and the United States providing a security guarantee to a country bordering Russia would be seen as an egregious overstep, because the entire world after the fall of the Soviet Union was really scared that a unipolar world was going to see the United States take over every single country. So it makes sense why we wouldn't provide a solid security guarantee there. But what message do we send to the rest of the world if we say, okay, well, you know how these guys didn't have nuclear weapons? Look what happened to them. And now you've got countries in the Middle East that are clamoring for nuclear weapons. I mean, wouldn't they look at Ukraine and go, yeah, clearly we need them because we can't rely on any help from anybody if we don't actually have
Oh, finally.
yeah, and I think you're saying the second order effect is that people will be concerned that, okay, if any neighbors invade any other neighbor, no one's going to stop it. And I think that's a reasonable concern. And I would say that's
Fucking finally, I won.
prior to this and say, hey, okay, for the countries where we believe it's important for us to make formal security guarantees, let's do that. We didn't make that formal assessment for
Oh
Ukraine,
my god, dude.
it's reasonable to say, yeah, Ukraine was not essential to
Wow,
American interests.
one.
Now,
Sick, man.
post hoc, maybe you believe that they should have been already in NATO. Do you believe they should have been in NATO already?
This is like a weird catch-22. It comes back, it's almost like the immigration question, where conservatives or people will say that, well, if we were going to protect Ukraine, they should have been in NATO, or we should put a country in NATO. But then it's like, okay, well, are you in favor of expanding NATO? I think all the other people on that side would say no. So I don't know if it would be appropriate for NATO to expand. I do think it would be important to send a clear message that, hey, if you invade a country and try to steal land from them, that's just something we don't really do now in this century. We just don't, that's just not the rules of the world anymore. And if you do that, there should be an unequivocal message from the rest of the world saying you're going to be punished for this harshly.
Yeah, and I think the limits of that should extend to economic sanctions and the things that we have been doing toward Russia. It should not involve some sort of really committed military effort, which is what it would have been required in order for Russia to lose this war by now. And I agreed with you that we need to either be all in or all out. My preference is we're all out. It sounds like maybe your preference is we're all in because we need to preserve the global order, and I'm saying I fundamentally disagree. And yeah, there's countries invade other countries all the time, unfortunately, and it's not our job to police it on principle. We police it strategically with people we have prior agreements with.
Countries don't really invade countries all the time, especially in Europe. It's a pretty exceptional circumstance. I think that's why it's such an exceptional thing. Is that European security, I think, is a thing that fundamentally the West is like, I mean, the West is, right, like Europe and the United States. I think we all have a big interest here, and letting Russia, do this over and over and over again, I think probably doesn't bode well for the future either.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then we need to contemplate it in our commitments. Like, for me, it's actually just as simple as that. Like, either we agree that Ukraine is so important to the global order and we want to protect Ukraine and we give them security guarantees up front. I'm saying there was an assessment made that it's not that important to us, and I think it's actually not even just that it's not that important to us, that Putin has made it clear that he does not want Ukraine joining NATO. Now, you can say that the subversive reason, or the reason
Come on.
is because he planned to invade it all the time, which is totally possible. But from my perspective, yeah, I don't want us getting into armed conflict with Russia unless we've already made a commitment. And in this case, we shouldn't have made a commitment to Ukraine, and we didn't, so we don't need to act like we have.
Can I say, what would you guys both
You're so fucking weird, dude.
charge to wrap up this war? I believe both of you guys want peace. What would be the plan? What should we do right now?
You force Ukraine to give Russia...
That hit me. That's crazy.
Because they really like that base and they need access to the Black Sea, and whatever part of their Black Sea fleet is left, then they can go ahead and have that, I guess. And then you force them to give back all the other conquered territory, the rest of Crimea included, no-fly zone over Ukraine, and you start shooting down Russian planes. And if Russia doesn't like it, and Putin says he wants to nuke people, then you invite him to see if he wants to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, my view on this is obviously Russia is a stronger opponent, but any victory that they would have is a pyrrhic.
13, fuck
They
off.
would lose a lot in order to try to conquer any further. So there is some leverage.
Oh my god,
and that's the
dude,
reason
this
I think
is so fucking annoying. I would have it done already if a golden chest just
unfortunately, they are
spawned, man.
controlled Crimea for some period of time now. So unfortunately, we have to cede that land to them.
Oh, okay.
At minimum,
Yeah, just give it,
hopefully we can
just
structure an armistice, if not
give it to them.
peace treaty, so that even if they don't completely demilitarize, at least we stop the active.
They can take land, but not us. We can't make them a part of NATO. But they want to take? No, that's
we can
that's
actually
fine.
harvest like the rare earth minerals from that minerals deal and create some revenue for both of our parties. But I think at least this signals to Russia that
That was
they
so
are ideologically
stupid.
aligned with Ukraine, and any further incursions in Ukraine threaten the economic interests. Whether there should be a security guarantee past that, I think it would depend on the specifics of that security guarantee. I mean, I know Zelensky has been clamoring for a security guarantee, and from his perspective, it totally makes sense. Like, he would want
No, wrong
But
one.
again, if the bright line that has been drawn for over 20 years now, is that Ukraine can't join NATO, I think we need to respect that bright line unless we're really willing to fight Russia on this, and I don't think we are, and I don't think we should.
Okay. Yeah, this is part of why I think these conversations are so essential because, respectfully, say you're on the right, you voted for Trump, you supported Kamala Harris, you're not exactly saying what, so-called narratives, you're saying, we shouldn't necessarily pull everything out, we shouldn't just stop funding them, and you're saying that, Justin, you're saying that we shouldn't continue to necessarily fund this for, eternity, is what you're saying, right? You're not...
No, I think we should fund it for as long as they want to fight, yes. And I think that the opposite position is an unequivocal, total surrender of Ukraine to Russia. The idea that they would give up the 5 whatever territories plus power plant to Russia, I think is the most catastrophic version of the surrender, basically, that Ukraine could have. I think we should fund it for as long as they're willing to fight.
So to clarify, no budget, right? You're just saying to continue.
Yeah, we haven't given them, I think, $30 to $50 million, I think, in actual cash or loan guarantees. The rest is a bunch of weapons. It's causing a lot of trouble for Russia, and they should be having a lot of trouble. They can't just invade Moldova. They can't just invade Georgia. They can't just invade Ukraine. They can't just get involved in level places all over the world over and over and over again with no repercussion. I think the United States is probably the best poised country to send a message to the rest of the world saying you cannot conduct yourself like this. You shouldn't be able to do it. And if the U.S. isn't going to step in and do that, I mean, I don't know who else will.
Okay. Do you want to, before we move to Israel-Palestine, do you want to comment on his point about funding the war?
Yeah,
Wow.
I think for me, look, the lens I look at this from is what is serving America's self-interest. I agree that morally it's reprehensible for Putin to be invading these countries in Europe. And at the same time, I don't consider this like some sort of domino effect that eventually will hurt the U.S. I'm just fundamentally not concerned. So I don't see why we should have an infinite pocketbook open for Ukraine here, because I don't think it's worth that much to us to be involved in a fight that we didn't start. We weren't involved in. We may be provoked to a degree, but we certainly don't need to be involved in perpetuity.
Still sticking with foreign policy, Israel-Palestine. So the conflict has extended to challenging the definition of free speech in this country. Where do you guys stand on the State Department's approach of revoking visas for some pro-Palestine protesters, and what can be done to raise the probability of peace in the region?
I'll go first. So when we talk about their approach to revoking visas, we're talking about like Mahmoud Khalil, Mesa Ozturk, these people. I don't like it. I think it's been really opaque. I think it's been really inconsistent. I think they say one reason to the public, and then when you look at the legal filings, they state another reason. And I think we need to look at this case by case to see what the failings of this are. So for example, one of the reasons that they've been citing in public is they're trying to fight anti-Semitism. Right, so they're saying that Mahmoud Khalil and Mesa Ozturk are fomenting anti-Semitism. Now, part of the problem here is what is actually anti-Semitism? Technically, it's hatred against Jewish people. But what I see often actually being conflated with hatred against Jewish people is criticisms of the actions of the Israeli government, which I don't think is fair. And particularly in Ramisa's case, as far as I can see, the only evidence that she has of something even in the neighborhood of anti-Semitism is having written an op-ed where she is critical of her university giving money to Israel and wanting them to divest, which I think is a reasonable position for someone to take, even if you disagree on whether they should divest. I think it's okay for her to state that. So the Trump administration, they've been citing this one part of immigration law saying that someone who's here on a green card or a student visa can be removed if they engage in actions that have serious foreign policy adverse
Oh my God.
create complications. And that's such a broad clause, and with super broad clauses, especially ones that are given to the executive branch that can be acted on unilaterally, my fundamental concern is not even how they're just using it now, but how it gets used in the future because of the precedent that's being set. If we're going to say that simply writing
No, you fucking bitch.
divest from Israel constitutes anti-Semitism or has serious foreign policy consequences, then that reason can be used to justify kicking anyone out of the country. I mean, we could have used that to justify
Please,
people
5
with
seconds,
critical
5
Iraq
seconds.
war and here on some sort of legal permanent resident status and saying, okay, you're back to the country because you're saying Bush shouldn't be invading Iraq and Afghanistan and all these other countries. So yeah, I strongly disagree with the way that they're going about this. And in some cases, I think there's more justification. So for example, with Mahmoud Khalil, he was the lead negotiator for Columbia University apartheid arrest. So it's called.
Please, 5 seconds, please.
Quad has made statements on social media that is.
No, not lightning bolt.
They said that October 7th was a moral, military, and political victory. They've said that, hey, in the face of armed attack, only armed resistance is possible. Whether you agree with those statements or not, it's clearly pro-Hamas.
Please.
Now, but rather than bringing up that evidence, like Marco Rubio and his team, they just say something.
He saw me?
Serious foreign policy consequences. To me, if they're going to have a standard, it should be clear, and they should make it super clear with specificity down to the incident every single time every individual has violated that. And that's the reason that we should deport people. Not saying, oh, it's anti-Semitism, and then say, actually, it's about foreign policy. And then even when you say it's about foreign policy, you don't actually cite the exact reason.
Oh my, dude, I just want golden chest. I don't want to fight anybody.
Because he is a lead negotiator for Quad, he is responsible for the statements that Quad made. And it's not just guilt by association, it's responsibility by leadership. But again, the messaging around this has been so poor. I think it's unnecessarily breaking trust with the American people. I think it's actually going to foment more anti-Semitism, because the more that people feel like they're getting silenced for arbitrary reasons, the more they're actually going to have animosity toward the group that
You fucking weirdo. I'm gonna die here. I'm dead here. I'm dead here.
Just like we need to protect every group in this country from any form of bigotry. And I think that the way the Trump administration is doing is not right.
My opinion is pretty simple. I think a lot of the anti-Zionism, I think, is just masquerading anti-Semitism. That being said, I don't care. I think that if you want to be anti-Semitic or anti-Christian or whatever, you have that right in America. You have First Amendment protections, even if you're a green card holder, even if you're a visa student. Any deportation that
Oh my god, how did I survive that?
If somebody's providing actual
And there's another guy and he's gonna shoot me.
meaning they're like sending them money or they're sending them arms.
You fucking bitch.
Like firearms and stuff. Then I think there's an issue. But one of the confusing conundrums that
God, I hate you. I hate you, dude.
And people are thinking about
I just wanted a golden chest.
Non-state actors. So people like Al Qaeda. You're thinking of these like groups that exist, you know, within countries or between countries or as like entities.
I think I only got 2 right.
Hamas is the government.
I need 2 more, please.
Gaza Strip. Whether you think they commit terrorist acts or not, I happen to think they do. But it doesn't matter. It's a government of a place. So if I want to go out and I want to support Palestine, or if I want to support the people in the Gaza Strip and I protest, I'm kind of always going to be supporting Hamas in one way or another. Now, people can say, no, you can support the Palestinians without supporting Hamas, which is true. But, like, if I was a visa holder, am I going to want to take that risk of being in a crowd of people supporting people in the Gaza Strip and some other dude has a Hamas sign and I go like, no, I don't support Hamas. I just support the Palestinians in Gaza, which means we'll kind of like, you know, maybe Hamas might beat them. That's stupid. If you're going to deport people on support for terrorist groups, it has to be material support. It can't be, you know, against foreign policy interests, you know, because like Kaizen said, what are we going to deport people in the future for not supporting, you know, like the war in Ukraine or not supporting, you know, if we have a 3rd or 4th or 5th Iraq war or, you know, another Vietnam, like that's just, it's stupid. It should be viewpoint neutral.
Okay, let's draw a line potentially here. So looking at the events at Columbia, at the Butler Library, for example, do you believe that crossed the line? Do you believe that the people who vandalized and break into?
Yeah, I think that crossed the line. I think if you did that, then you should be charged with a misdemeanor crime or whatever, and arrested, you know, whatever that is.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, college kids, by definition, are crazy. They're crazy. They're college kids. You should be crazy when you're in college. Everybody was crazy. If you weren't crazy from 18 to 22, I don't know what you were doing with your life. We all believe in crazy shit. We're libertarians. We're anarchists. We're communists. Whatever. You know, sometimes you might do some crazy stuff like a sit-in or a
fucking anarchist, dude.
Accountable. But like at the end of the day, most of these people grow up into reasonable adults, and our foreign students. This is like our best ability to brain drain from the rest of the world, are getting like the best and brightest people to come to the United States and to participate in like historically one of the last amazing institutions of the United States. Everybody knows, you know, like Harvard, Columbia, these are prestigious universities that are known all over the world. if you do a break-in and you are committing crimes like that, that's bad. And, you know, if you get caught and you charged with a misdemeanor, sure. But, like, we're really going to start revoking green cards or revoking visas from these people? Like, let them do dumb college shit. Let them grow up. You know, I think we'll be okay.
And Trump's like rescinding funding to Colombia. Are you against that?
Yeah, that's abhorrent. Again, because it's not, none of this is viewpoint neutral. He's doing exactly what he said, what he accused the government of doing before, when he was trying to control colleges and control the types of things that colleges are allowed to do. Like, he wants to revoke these things based on DEI programs or whatever else. Like, listen, if you think that it's a bad program and you think you shouldn't do it, then let the college do it and fail, and let private colleges or your Hills
You fucking lag.
outperform them. But again, these are like our most prestigious universities. Why are we attacking something that the entire world looks upon favorably as like a huge success of the United States? You're destroying like some of the best things about this country, although I guess conservatives don't like our colleges or our universities anymore. But yeah, I don't know, I just think it's incredibly sad.
Kaiser, do you want to respond to the the vandalism and what Destiny had just said?
Yeah. So I do think that when someone enters the country and they're not a citizen and they're here on some sort of green card or on a student visa, I think it is reasonable actually to hold them to a higher standard than a citizen. And this comes from a more fundamental view that if we're going to have people here in the country, we want people who actually add to the experience of America. So we want people who are upstanding citizens, and I would even say that a misdemeanor is actually grounds for removing you from here, because in your case, it's a privilege to be here. And that said, I agree with
A misdemeanor? No.
neutral. It feels discriminatory. It feels like it's conflating
Maybe a
people who
felony.
are
Yeah.
just critical of the actions of Israel with genuine anti-Semites.
Or I guess it
And I
depends
think
on
that
what.
this is a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways, and eventually, if Trump wields it this way, the left is going to wield it another way, and no one's going to like that either. But I actually think it's reasonable to say, hey, look, one of the conditions for you being here on a student visa is you actually obey all the laws. You don't get to take over a library. You don't get to stop students from going to class. Otherwise, you need to be on your best behavior, or you don't get to be here. So you're here on a provisional status. Now, yes, students do act stupid at times, but I think something like barricading a library goes beyond that, and I think there should be super clear expectations laid out upon entry into the country.
You mentioned, Destiny, that you should be able to
He's
say,
still turning towards me like a fucking weirdo.
Palestine and Hamas are linked. So if a college student
Get the fuck away from me, dog!
gets to the center of campus and gathers a coalition that says I love Hamas, and Jewish students feel unsafe, do you believe that the person who is gathering a coalition and saying I love Hamas should be held accountable?
Yeah, absolutely. Held accountable, and that people like me would say that like you're gross and disgusting, and I think that's a really horrible foreign policy viewpoint to have. But held accountable insofar as you're going to be prosecuted for a crime or you're going to be kicked out of the United States. No, I mean, like, this is supposed to be one of the great things of this country is somebody could go in front of a bunch of, black people and say, I love the KKK, or in front of a bunch of Jewish people and say, I love Nazis, or, in front of a bunch of Israeli people and say, I love Hamas, or in front of anybody else and say, this is part of, what makes this country great. You can burn a flag, you can worship veterans, you can, say things that are, to some people, incredibly offensive and abhorrent, and people can look down on you for it and bully you for it, but you're protected by the law the same.
Okay. And Kaizen, with that same thought experiment, say that this person who
True.
gathered the coalition is on a visa and they're saying those words. They're not vandalizing, but they are saying that they love Hamas, and they're encouraging other people to say they're wearing Hamas headbands. Same thing. Just encouraging more Hamas activity. What would your response be?
Yeah, I'm actually conflicted, to be honest with you, because in principle, in my mind, we would not allow them into the country if they had done that in another country. Right, so if someone had been gathering protests in the UK and saying, I support Hamas, and then they applied for a visa into the United States, we would deny them. We wouldn't let them in the first place. So clearly there's some sort of standard that we uphold for who we allow into the country. We don't say, genuinely, we support any person becoming a citizen irrespective of ideas. We say that once you're a citizen, you're free to express any idea. So there's a difference between how we treat people upon entry versus how we treat people who are here. My concern is actually more how this could be weaponized if we allow the government to decide, hey, you're now sympathizing with a terrorist and you can kick him out. And in my mind, the Trump administration has eroded confidence that this law could actually be enforced neutrally and objectively if we actually did say that once you're in the country, if you express terrorist sympathies, we're going to kick you out, because they've been very loose with what expressing terrorist sympathies actually is. And I think it's a loophole that could be exploited really badly. So I'm honestly conflicted on it. In principle, I would love it if we said, hey, very, very clear guidelines for you getting any kind of student visa or worker visa or green card. You don't get to violate these guidelines, we're going to kick you out, because this is basically a test period and there's a covenant between you and us, like you're a guest in our home, until you have proven that you deserve to be a member of the family. But yeah, I mean, given the political climate, it's hard for me to say, yeah, I want to empower the Trump administration to do this, because I think they've been abusing it, actually.
Okay. So, to quickly clarify, Destiny, you believe that college students should be able to say what they want, and Kaizen, you want more criteria of what it would take to get the book.
Yeah, I want a much clearer criteria than serious foreign policy consequences.
Okay. And Destiny, earlier in the debate, you mentioned sending money to Israel being different than sending money to Ukraine. Could you guys clarify your positions on funding?
That's it, right?
I just think that it's just funny that the administration, I guess because old people tend to support
My
on the country,
fucking God.
open pocketbooks when it comes to supporting Israel, with basically no qualifiers or no questions asked. And like now Netanyahu has become more unhinged and deranged than he ever was before.
Alright, now where are those rees?
Really sad and weird, I guess.
I don't think we should be unconditionally funding Israel. I think it's insane for us to unconditionally fund.
Where are all the rees
There
at?
should always be conditions attached. They should be clear, and they should be transparent, at least within the administration, if not to the American people as well. There's a difference between wanting to support the Israeli people and supporting the Israeli government, no matter what they do. And I think we've now conflated, just like anti-Semitism, we've conflated anti-Semitism with critiques of Israel, and we've conflated every action of the Israeli government with protecting the Israeli people, and I don't think that makes any sense. From this point forward, what I'd like to see us do is actually make our support conditional on some sort of peace plan
Nice.
for what happens after this war. Because that's my concern. It's like, sure, you can say that Israel has a right to defend itself, you can say that Hamas is irrational, that there's a logic of violence, you have to enforce some sort of
I really want
boundaries in the
double
region in
jump,
order to make
actually.
progress. And now, a year and a half later, I think those boundaries have been made pretty clear. And now we need to start talking about how are we actually going to end Hamas? And in my mind, Hamas is not just a political body, it's an idea. And it's an idea that doesn't go away by infinitely bombing the people who hold that idea.
Nah, I'm gonna take
So
Headmaster.
Hamas has been weakened by Israel, and I think that's an effective use of their military up to this point. And they've maybe pacified a bit and are more amenable to negotiations now. And now I'd like to see, what are we going to do
I forgot, I need to...
radicalize the Palestinian people so that they cast off Hamas as an
Let's go to my
ideology and
bard.
political body of their own volition.
I'm not playing
For
Ranger.
example,
Fuck Ranger.
After World War II, we dropped literal nukes on Japan, and now we're one of their closest allies. They chose to demilitarize. They put no war in their constitution. I think we actually need to go over the top, U.S. and Israel and other Arab states, in creating a situation that is so good for the Palestinian people that they would never want to radicalize again. And I think if we just keep on infinitely bombing them, they're going to be incentivized to keep on fighting, and I actually think that's self-defeating for the Israeli people. Because now you're in a situation where you need to continually stifle and suppress the Palestinian people, otherwise they're going to come back to attack you. So yeah, I think we need to win hearts and minds. And when I say we, I'm saying I think Israel government in self-interest actually needs to win the hearts and minds of the Palestinian people, because the reason that a lot of them are supportive of Hamas is because they feel like it's their
Wow.
only option.
For 6
And Hamas
seconds, that's actually
obviously
kind of crazy.
facilitates that by killing dissidents in Palestine and Gaza. So I don't think it's too hard to extend some sort of olive branch. And I know that Israel has tried to do this before, like they withdrew from Gaza in 2005. There's been international aid that we've tried to get to Gaza. I think it needs to actually be ratcheted up.
I'll
not
play a
because
round
it's
of
moral,
Mard.
but because I think it's actually
Why
the
not?
most self-interested thing that the Israeli government can do for the Israeli people. And my concern is that Netanyahu is not actually thinking clearly and doing the thing that best serves the Israeli people. And that's my suspicion of any government. We should never conflate a government with its people, because I think a lot of time people in government are more focused on continuing to foment conflict, because in conflict they get to hold on to power, and that's my concern. So no, we should not unconditionally fund them. I don't think we should unconditionally fund any cause in the world.
There are parts that I disagree with, but I think for the most part I broadly agree. I think that the issue right now is that I hate Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an idiot, and I think one of the big problems with the idiocy is that he doesn't have like a view for what the Middle East should look like, and I don't think that anybody in the Trump administration right now has a view for what the Middle East should look like. And so without that kind of like macro overhead view, we really have no idea what conditions we would even put on Israel. And yeah, just like infinitely funding them, where, you know, Netanyahu is saying, you know, like no food for the Gaza Strip, you know, no more aid going in except for real this time, not like it's been reported for the last 2 years, but now like maybe for real, they're going to say like no food, no aid. And the infinite aggression campaign, like how many more times we're going to bomb and kill all the Hamas people? Like we've been doing this for a long time now. Like the Gaza Strip is essentially flattened at this point. What does the next stage look like? We're basically leaving that in the hands of Netanyahu, who
Drum,
is quite
lyre,
far
and
right, or at least is
flute.
holding on to a very far right coalition of power right now in Israel, and that future is going to be very scary for the Palestinian people themselves, for Israel in the long term, because they're just basically creating the conditions for another October 7th in the future, and for the broader Middle East and our interests in the Middle East, because this like one sticking point of the Palestinian people causes so much instability and gives Iran like a vector to operate through, and causes like frustrations for everybody, including allies we have in the area, people like Egypt, people like Saudi Arabia, that it's not good. Yeah, but we don't have the leadership or the vision right now, I think, to actually address that issue, unfortunately. So we're basically just unconditionally leaving it to Netanyahu.
I certainly wish we had a lot more time, especially to discuss this topic. I greatly respect and admire both of you. Sincerely, thank you so much for coming, and it's not easy to debate these topics. Everyone knows that. Like at home, it's just not easy. You guys came extraordinarily well prepared. You guys are very well read, and so thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the conversation. I can be argumentative. I can't help it sometimes. I cut people off. I'm used to screaming a lot, so I appreciate the conversation. Yeah.
I appreciate it, and I really respect you, man. I respect your authenticity. You actually gave me some things to think about. The U.S. support of Ukraine. I was like, yeah, I should know. I should be able to prove that this thing was done, and I don't have that. And yeah, this was actually my first live debate. So thanks for taking the time, and thanks for organizing this. This was fun, and I hope people learned something or started to think.
Awesome.
Okay, well, this guy wasn't as insane as the usual magatards, but
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
okay, here you go.
Hello there. I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author.
Let me see the new comments. I knew the guy with a tie on a polo shirt was gonna be a D-bag. Facetious reasoning. The majority of these atheists are horrible, arrogant people. Alright. I'll take that. I'll keep that in mind. Jordan proved how atheists are ignorant to philosophical principles and that their presuppositions prove it. They should have got Alex O'Connor in here. He'd have fucking... Oh, I gotta watch that one next. The Jordan Peterson versus Alex. I watched it already, but I gotta watch it again.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson. This claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the the magisterium in biblical hermeneutics, like I was thoroughly
Walker.
in it, and it seems like I do know what it is. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion?
Okay. Okay. Well, yes. This guy right off the bat instantly went to this condescending type tone. Like, okay. I don't like that. I do not like that.
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So there's always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out.
But then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's
Okay, stop being so condescending, bruh.
The atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience.
Okay, but what really is
They have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism, too, is a very specific type of, like, three people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian,
Wow.
they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion.
Oh,
And there are
she's
as
got the
many gods
notebook.
out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no
They
one would
do.
speak to each other. The mere fact of
Or
communication.
a lot of people, most
presumes
people.
a commonality of assumption and definition, and it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. So that's not a real claim. Let me give you an example. For example, here's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses, where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament story. Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
one possible interpretation.
It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously.
When you look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody has agreed everybody has disagreed historically on. It seems like even the most benign detail about a book this big, and it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of the villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim is that he's good.
Because we can't talk about
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with.
Where the bitches at, bruh?
There are multiple
Where the
potential
motherfucking
competing
bitches
claims,
at?
Then I can't speak with you. So
And
you
we
have
also have a short time here, so I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love
Living armor. 9 golems?
God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected, and it's complexity. Okay,
Yo,
so
I have to kill 9 golems, so I'm gonna go bridge.
the definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said
Yeah.
I didn't say the.
I know.
said
That
right.
is possible, yes.
Okay. So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail,
Sick.
God puts him between two cliffs so he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknown that people in finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basic reality. Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner. Right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that, in its essence, is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole. Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God, the question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear if the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and it has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not have physicality?
He knows
It
about the
seems
storm
like, yes,
god.
if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks
Shit,
at the
I didn't
unknown,
bring it.
anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion, or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite. A central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
No, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism. It seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like, to the point where a conversation
I don't know what
seems
the fuck he means by
incoherent, but not in the way that the average
finite, and we had to establish a connection with the infinite. Like, I don't know what that means.
Awesome.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
David.
David.
Okay, seems like a nicer guy
Everything that you
with a
know
non-condescending
about the
tone.
Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono.
So, you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
I'm not rejecting.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Do you believe in Lono?
I don't know anything.
Do you believe in Lono? Do you believe that he is a deity
Okay, well,
that exists in the world, exists in the universe, exists in the existence of everything? Do you believe that Lono
I'll
is
answer
a
that
being?
question once you answer my question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument, and unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point.
My question is quite simple.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's
believe-
formulated accurately.
Do you believe that Lono exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth, where if you don't understand,
Yeah, I fucked up the song. I fucked up the song, man.
That's the implication of your
I
claim.
didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lono. I
It's
said I
Lono.
didn't know who Lono was.
Okay.
I didn't say
Now
anything
he's
about
just being
rejecting.
fucking
Because I've
annoying.
asked you several times and you haven't, but let me get to my even greater point. You're saying atheists
Please.
don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies, specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond
Oh, I kinda
me,
wanna-
research studies suggest
kinda
that
wanna-
atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories and foundational
This
principles
guy.
than believers.
That guy's annoying.
It's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay. You can...
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in religious direction.
Okay. I gotta go. I just realized. Fuck. Yeah, I gotta go. Oh, I'll watch this one next time.